been a good friend and an irritation for too long to croak just yet. You knew I wouldn't. You let me make a fool of myself. Yes, forgive me, but you were so completely convinced it was the end. I swear to you, I didn't laugh once. You slept with me, James. Well, yes, it's my bed. The Earl's cat, Esme, slept with me once. I rolled over on her by accident. She yowled, hissed in my face, and left me, never to return. She likes to sleep on Marcus' chest and knead his hair. He wakes up yelling. She pushed some garden peas around her plate, then went back to her compote. What will we do now? He raised an eyebrow. You can help Sigmund and me with the horses this afternoon. Of course I'll do that, but it isn't what I meant. I mean, what will we do about, well, the other? What other? James, I won't allow you to make sport of me again. You know very well what I'm talking about. I have no memory of having been mounted. When I woke up this morning, I wasn't at all sore. I didn't teeter on my legs the way I've seen some mares do who have been mounted. I didn't look at all different when I stared into the mirror. Oh, that. He studied his thumbnail. He had a thick callus on the pad. Finally, he looked over at her. At the moment, she looked very much like the new Jessie, and he felt a surge of nice, heavy lust. However, when she'd returned from her ride this morning, she'd looked just like the old Jessie, her hair in wild tangles around her face, her riding hat tied to the saddle and its ribbons, sitting astride Esmeralda, not in a decorous side saddle, laughing and talking all at once, telling him everything she'd seen, telling him every clever thing Esmeralda had done. And he'd thought blankly, as he'd tried to listen to that mishmash of sounds coming from her mouth, that it would be impossible to make love to the girl he'd considered a little sister for more years than he cared to count. But now she was as silent as the Duchess. She looked elegant. She'd never in his memory looked elegant until she'd come to England. He wanted to take that gown off her. "It's all right, James," she said very quietly. "I understand. Truly I do. You're too kind to tell me that you would just as soon I kept away from you." She very carefully folded her napkin and pressed it into the tablecloth beside her plate. She rose. "I am going over the household and the accounts with Mrs. Catstor. Please tell Sigmund that I will come and help with the horses later." She was nearly to the door when he said from right behind her, "Don't leave, Jessie." She felt his hands on her shoulders, the warmth of him, the strength of him. She opened her mouth only to close it again when she realized that something had changed. He was no longer simply resting his hands on her shoulders. His fingers were lightly digging into her flesh, kneading her, making her feel very nice indeed. Turn around. She did, wondering what he would do now. Look at me. She looked at him, all the curiosity she felt written plainly on her face. Her lips parted a bit. He leaned down and kissed her, a full, deep kiss, since this was the new Jessie standing in front of him, and he had no memories of her at all as a sister or a brat or an irritating constant in his life. Actually, he thought as he licked her bottom lip, she was his wife, and that had to be the strangest thing of all. And she believed he'd already consummated their marriage, while she'd been in a drunken stupor. He nearly laughed aloud, but he didn't. She raised her hands to flatten them on his chest. She felt his heart pounding deep and fast beneath her palms. She felt the pressure of his lips, fascinating, that mouth of his, and she tasted the gooseberry compote they'd shared. She'd never imagined anything like this. She'd dreamed about it, wondered what it would be like if James pressed his mouth against hers. But to feel his tongue, to feel all of him pressing against her, it undid her completely. She stood on her tiptoes, grabbed him, and pulled him hard against her. He laughed in her mouth. "Easy, easy. We've all the time in the world." "No, we don't. Perhaps you're right." He stuck out his hand and pulled the breakfast room door shut behind her. He managed to turn the key in the lock. He wrapped his arms around her back and pivoted until he could see the table, a lovely white linen cloth, all the dishes he could shove aside. He lifted her, never releasing her, never stopping his kissing, and carried her to the table. He eased her up onto her back, her legs hanging over the side. her feet to rest on the seat of her chair. He gently pushed her back, quickly shoving a plate of red mullet out of the way. She was staring up at him, looking bemused and interested, that curiosity still lively in her eyes. "James, what are we going to do?" "We're going to be people, not horses." Now she looked a bit alarmed. "I'm lying on the table, James. There's a bowl of julienne soup beside my right elbow." He moved the soup bowl and the too close plate of rolls. "That's better. Now let me move this chair. Just let your legs hang down for the moment. Yes, that's it." He moved between her legs, bent down, and kissed her some more. Immediately, she brought her arms around his neck to pull him closer. "Let's bring you down just a bit," he said between wet, sharp kisses, grasped her hips in his hands, and brought her halfway off the table. "Goodness, this is passing strange, James. I feel—" She didn't finish. He pressed himself against her, and she flopped her hands to the table beside her, as if he'd just shot and killed her. "It's just me, Jessie. No, don't try to wriggle away from me. Just get used to the feel of me. Stay still." He pressed in more closely. He closed his eyes, his fingers digging into her hips, raising her slightly. He could feel the heat of her. His fingers trembled and twitched. He wanted to touch her, to stroke her. "Did you do that yesterday?" "No, I didn't do this yesterday. We were lunching on a rock, not a table. I don't even remember yesterday." He moaned when she arched a bit. "Wrap your legs around my waist, Jessie. No, don't look at me as if I've lost my wits. Just trust me. That's right. Lock your ankles behind my back. Ah, that's good." Now he leaned over her and began kissing her again. Her wonderful gown buttoned up the front. The heavens be praised. He kept kissing her as he pulled each of those rotten little buttons out of its loop. Damnation, there had to be 200 of them. He ran out of patience and ripped the last few free. He came up a bit over her and opened her gown. Maggie had struck again, he thought, both shocked and inordinately aroused by the sight of a peach satin chemise bordered with the most wicked little snippets of lace imaginable. None of the lace covering much of anything, just framing those breasts of hers that were the new Jessie's breasts, not the old Jessie's. His hand hovered. Her breasts were rising and falling, looking as delicious and white as the frosting of the wedding cake Badger had baked and decorated until the wee hours of the morning the night before their wedding. Lightly, he touched his fingers to her left breast. He closed his eyes and let his fingers trace over her flesh, warm Jessie flesh. Surely she hadn't always looked like this, all white and full and round, arching up, staring at him, as if he were a god from some ancient and exciting myth come to earth to claim her. Suddenly, with no invitation at all, he saw her as she'd been on a long-ago night when he'd come over with a bottle of port to her father's tack room to toast his racing victory of that day. She'd been sitting cross-legged in a rickety chair next to her father's desk, dressed in the most disreputable old shirt and breeches he'd ever seen, wearing no shoes, just thick black socks that he was certain had holes. Her hair was plastered down to her head and yanked back in a severe braid. Then she'd said in that snide, bratty voice, "Papa said I could stay a moment to greet the loser. I beat you but good today, James. You lost all your concentration in that second race, nearly fell off your poor horse's back when that jockey tried to kick you. I laughed and won, naturally." Then she'd stood, still grinning at him. "I'll keep beating you, James. It's your fate." And she'd sauntered out of the tack room like an arrogant boy, her father laughing his damned head off at what she'd said, and James just standing there wanting to tie her up in strong rope and throw her into the Patapsco River. His fingers stopped caressing that white flesh. 20? James, what's wrong? Are my legs squeezing you too tightly? Am I hurting you? Oh, no. She tightened her ankles. That's a bit much, Jessie. Yes, a bit much, nearly too much, actually, but don't loosen up any. He felt her heels pushing against his back, forcing him more closely against her. He brushed his fingertips over that wicked satin lace. It felt nearly as soft as her flesh. "You've never touched me there before. It's interesting. Do you like the chemise?" "It's not much like you," he said. He was staring down at his brown, calloused fingers that were again lightly stroking her breasts. "Maybe it's like me now, that I'm different. Or maybe it's Maggie trying to mold you into her shape. She has a shape that would be very nice to be molded into. The chemise was her wedding present to me. She did well. Now, Jessie, just be quiet. Don't you know what I'm doing here? How can you just chat about nothing at all when I'm touching your breasts? She turned her face away from him and was on eye level with a small dish of calf brains. Looking at those brains, all soft and cooked in butter, she said, "I'm scared." "So, you're scared, and I'm thinking that if I make love to you, it will be incest. What a combination we are. Damnation. What do you mean, incest? 6 years, Jessie. For 6 years, you've been like a little sister to me. You've annoyed me endlessly. I felt protective of you countless times. Remember how I'd come up to you and ruffle your hair or pull on your braid? Then, of course, I'd want to thrash you, but that was denied me, more's the pity. Even when you sprawled all over me in the Blanchard's garden, I didn't think of you as a female. You were just Jessie, the brat in breeches who was always in the way. I'm not your bloody sister, James. You didn't even think of this incest business at all yesterday, did you?" "No, I didn't, but today's different." He leaned over her, kissed her hard, and said into her mouth, "Yesterday you were tipsy, you were giggling, you had those cute little streamers hanging down. So I have to get intoxicated for you to think of me as your wife and not as your sister? No, it's not that. Damnation, Jessie. If you want the truth, yesterday I didn't do a damned thing to you." Do you think a man wants to be intimate with an unconscious female? You even snored a couple of times when I was hauling you to the horses. Do you think that's conducive to amorous feelings? You didn't do anything? She shoved at his chest, and he pulled back, standing between her legs, her ankles still locked behind his waist, her breasts still covered. Suddenly, he ripped open her chemise and pulled it wide. She gasped, trying to cover her breasts, but he grabbed her hands and pulled them over her head. He leaned down, kissed her, then brought her hands down and held them at her sides. "I never realized you looked so nice, Jessie. Or is this something you've added since you got to England?" Not just nice breasts, he thought, unable to look away from them. Lovely breasts. Whiter than a cow's fresh milk, her nipples all soft-looking, a warm pink, and he wanted to touch her and kiss her, but he held himself still. "I just rub Maggie's cream all over me every time I bathe. Nothing more." "A magic cream? Fascinating. You don't have any freckles on your shoulders or breasts?" "No, just the line across my nose." "Your skin is very white." He sounded in pain, but Jessie was dogged, teetering on the edge of fury. "You really didn't do anything to me yesterday?" "Not a thing." "You didn't take my clothes off when we got here?" "No, Mrs. Catstore took care of you." "So this is the first time you're seeing me at all unclothed?" "Yes." He released one of her hands because he had to touch her breast. The instant she was free, she made a fist and hit him in the jaw, so hard his head flew back. He grabbed her hand again, cursing. She tried to rear up, but he was heavy against her. She fell back against the tablecloth, panting, shrieking, "You bastard! You lied to me! You made me think that it was all over and done with, so I wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. And now here I am, still both a physical and spiritual virgin, with you standing between my legs, my ankles locked behind you, and you've ripped my beautiful chemise that Maggie gave me, and you're staring at my bosom? All for the first time, not the second time, so I wouldn't have to be all that embarrassed. I hate you, James. Damn you. Let me go." "No," he said, and he leaned down and kissed her left breast. "You're not my damned little obnoxious sister, not with breasts like these you aren't." He shoved himself against her, and she tried to struggle away from him. She unlocked her ankles, and her legs fell down over the end of the table. She was sliding off, pressed so hard against him now that he thought he'd die if he didn't come into her this very instant. Not an instant from now, but this instant. It was more than a man could take. He kissed her other breast because he couldn't help himself.
Then he reared back, pulled up her gown and petticoats, stared at those long legs of hers, now covered with soft white cotton stockings tied mid-thigh with garters of peach satin. The garters matched her chemise? He trembled. He stared down at her. It took him a moment to realize she wasn't struggling anymore. She was just lying there, staring up at him, watching him look down at her. "You're not wearing drawers," he said. She was wearing only her peach satin chemise that came merely to the top of her thighs. He was shocked. Even Connie wore light muslin pantalettes that tied with pretty ribbons just below her knees. Lots of pretty lace trimming, of course, but they were still drawers and covered everything. He'd always enjoyed kissing up her legs, pulling those ribbons loose with his teeth, then slowly pulling them off her. "No," she said, her voice as thin as the layer of sweat on James's forehead. "Maggie told me not to wear any pantalettes for 30 days after we were married. She said it would drive you mad knowing I was naked beneath my riding skirt or my gowns." "Why just 30 days?" "She said after 30 days I was to do it only randomly, that you would never know when you looked at me if I was wearing anything beneath my chemise or not. She said that would drive you mad as well, for at least 6 months. And after 6 months? Then I was to leave them off only as a reward. She said a man started showing his true colors after 6 months, and needed to be handled with more guile. I told her I knew all your true colors already. I told her I'd seen you punch a stable lad who'd drunk a bottle of gin and slept next to one of your horses. That I'd heard you yelling your head off crying foul when someone better than you beat you in a race. I even told her I'd heard you belch, but that was just one time, and you didn't know I was there." "Good God," he said, aware that he was but a pair of breeches away from coming into her, that her breasts were quite naked, and she was talking his ear off. He had to regain some semblance of control here. If he didn't, he'd do something stupid. "Jessie, be quiet now. We'll speak more about Maggie's underwear strategy a bit later. Right now, well, you're not looking at all like the old Jessie. I'd just as soon come inside you and get it over with. Would you like that? You're looking at me. Yes. Your woman's hair is as red as the hair on your head. It's incredible, really, with all that white flesh of your belly. There's so much of you that's balm for a man's lust. I don't know where to look first. Now, will you bash me again if I let your hands go so I can kiss your breasts? No, but perhaps later I will when I've had time to think about it some more." He released her hands, leaned down, and took her nipple into his mouth. He was flooded instantly with lust and warmth. He blew on her nipple, then said, "Do you like that?" She didn't say anything, but she grabbed his face between her hands and pulled him down to her again. He didn't leave her breasts for a very long time. And even when he eased his fingers up her thigh, he still kissed her breasts. She was shaking. Surely that was a good sign. When his fingers touched her flesh, she heaved upward so violently she nearly knocked him off her. Goodness, should you be doing that, James? No one's ever touched me there before. Only me, and that's when I bathe. Yes, I should touch you here every day, perhaps 4 times a day. At least I should be doing this to the new Jessie. Promise me something." He lightly stroked his fingers over her, even as he looked at her glazed eyes. "What?" "You've got to stay the new Jessie, at least when we're making love." She closed her eyes, arched her back, and moaned. The old Jessie had never done that. He eased a finger inside her and felt her ankles lock behind his back again. "Yes," he said, stroking her now, feeling the wonderful heat of her, the loosening of her flesh, that delicious arching of her back. When he touched her belly, then delved into those red curls to find her, she nearly bucked him off her again. "That's it," he said, coming over her to kiss her. Her breath was hot, she was panting, and he didn't wait any longer. He freed himself from his breeches and came slowly into her. "James, that's your stallion part. Hold still, Jessie. Just hold still and I'll come in really slowly. That's it. Just relax. That doesn't hurt, does it?" She was staring at him, watching the pained, utterly absorbed expression in his beautiful eyes. She tightened her ankles, and it brought him farther into her. Suddenly she gasped. "Oh dear, stop, James. This isn't good anymore." "It's your maidenhead, Jessie." He was panting, his voice sounding like a creaking door that needed oil. His hands were shaking, and he was inside her, but not far enough, not nearly far enough. "Trust me, Jessie, every woman has one. I don't mean she has one, she has a maidenhead." He was staring down at himself, pushing into her. He knew he wouldn't stop. He couldn't, not without dying. And if he did stop, and he didn't die, then he'd kill himself anyway. He smiled down at her, not moving, until he felt her ease and smile up at him. Then he shoved hard. She yelled at the top of her lungs. He prayed Mrs. Catstore wouldn't start pounding on the door.
He prayed she wouldn't scream anymore. She was small, had hurt her, but it was over, finally. It was over, and he didn't feel as though he'd violated his damned sister. No, she was his wife, and he was touching her womb. "Am not moving. Don't shove at me, and please don't move. Am a man, and things of the flesh are different for me. All right, Jessie?" He leaned down and kissed her mouth, her throat, then her breast. He nuzzled her breast with his chin, rubbed his cheek over her. "Is that better? Is the pain lessening?" "A little bit. The Duchess didn't tell me about any of this. Is this the normal way of things? The Duchess told her something about sex?" She moved in that moment, and he knew it was all over for him. He heaved over her, feeling the release wash through him, making him shudder like a man with a violent fever. "Oh, Jessie," he said, and fell over her. Her arms were around his back, holding him tightly against her. Her hair was against his cheek. He felt the heat of her drawing at him, and he shuddered with the pleasure of it. He didn't move until he could finally breathe again. She squeezed him, then thumped him on the back with her fists. "Is that all, James? Oh dear, you'd best be careful. Your right hand is nearly in the calf brains." Calf brains? He was inside Jessie Warfield, the eavesdropping twit who'd fallen through her father's tackroom ceiling. He managed to pull himself up. He looked down at himself, a part of her, that white flesh of hers, and that sinful red hair. He looked up her body, pausing at her breasts, before he managed to get up to her face. She was staring at him, looking confused. "What's the matter? That's all there is to it?" she said, then unlocked her ankles. Her legs were sore, the muscles pulling. He smiled and lightly touched his fingers to her woman's flesh, soft and swelled and wet with his seed. "No, but it's all for you right now. Before I leave you, Jessie, what did the Duchess tell you?" "She told me to think of her as my older sister and ask her anything about sex. I told her I knew everything, all about mounting, that is. She just said that wasn't all there was to it, that I knew enough for now, and that you'd take care of things. She didn't tell me it would hurt. She didn't tell me you'd be so free with my womanly self. It doesn't hurt so much now, does it?" She thought about that. "Not so much now. Just lie still and let me clean you up a bit." As he fastened his breeches again, it hit him hard what he'd just done. He'd taken his wife's virginity on the dining room table. He closed his eyes a moment. No wooing, no extended time to ease her and to make her really ready for him. But she'd nearly bucked him off her, twice. Surely she'd been ready. He shook his head, poured a glass of water onto a napkin, and pressed it against her. He didn't think the napkin was as soft and white as her flesh. As he washed her, he looked up to see that her eyes were tightly closed, her face turned away from him. "Poor Jessie," he said. "I'm sorry for being such a clod. I wonder," she said, not opening her eyes, "if stallions ever apologize to mares." "Yes, they do." Her eyes flew open. "You're lying. You have no idea. Oh, dear James, could you help me up, please?" It seemed she realized her breasts were free, and she quickly began buttoning her gown, only to realize that the bottom part of her was naked as well, and she slapped down her petticoats and skirt. "Let me help you." He began the endless task of fastening those damned buttons. "I don't like this gown," he said, after he'd managed 2 of them. "Let me just fasten some of the buttons. Promise me you'll change your clothes and then toss this miserable garment in the kitchen midden."
Jessie met James's dead wife's father that same afternoon when she was swimming naked in the small pond, only 50 yards from the east of the house. It was bordered by water lilies and willow trees and tall water grass. "Who the devil are you?" Jessie swallowed a mouthful of water at the sound of the man's voice, whipped around, hoping the water covered her to her neck, and said, "I'm Jessie. Who are you? You're James's new bride?" "Yes. And you, sir?" "Lyndon Frothingill, Baron Hughes. I'm Alicia's father. James is my son-in-law." "Oh," she managed. Her feet were sinking in the mud, and she wanted out of the pond. "Do you think you could leave, sir? I'd like to come out now." He stilled. "You're an American. Just listen to the way you talk, like an illiterate nobody. And just look at you. No young English lady would even consider swimming in a pond, much less naked. My beautiful Alicia couldn't even swim. You look like a trollop with all that red hair. You're pregnant, aren't you? That's why James married you. He had to, because he's a gentleman." Jessie wondered if that one time, just after lunch in the dining room, could have gotten her pregnant. He took that thoughtful look as a proof of her sin. He took a step closer to the edge of the pond and actually shook his fist at her, nearly yelling, "You damned little bitch, you trapped him before I could act. I wanted to give him time to forget Alicia. He loved her more than life, James did. I feared for him after she died. I've given him well over 3 years to recover. I was bringing him Alicia's dear cousin, my own brother's child, Laura. She should have been the one to wed him, not you, you damned colonial trollop. Sir, I'm getting cold. Could you please leave now?" Baron Hughes stood on the grassy bank, his hands on his meager hips, staring at her, a sly look in his eyes. "Why don't you just come out now? I'll see what James has gotten in his second wife." Jessie saw a very angry, very bitter man who looked older than his years. Surely he couldn't be older than her own father, but he seemed to be, deep lines scoring both sides of his mouth. His eyes, though, looked vicious, his mouth thin and mean. She wondered what he'd been like before his daughter's death. "I'm sorry about your daughter, sir. I know James did love her very much. I didn't trap him, sir, at least not in the way you believe. I'm not a trollop. I'm a horse racer." For a moment, the vicious look left his eyes, leaving blank amazement, then returned quickly. "You're not even a good liar, are you? James says I'm not. Please, sir, I'd like to come out now. Won't you leave?" "No. Since you're pregnant, perhaps you won't be on this earth much longer, though strumpets like you tend to flourish while sweet angels like my Alicia are taken. I'll just pray you'll die in childbirth, just like my poor Alicia. If I do, will you wait another 3 years before you trot out your niece? I won't have to. James will have forgotten you in months. I dare say he'll want to remarry before the grass grows over your grave. This isn't very pleasant, sir. Please leave now. I'm being nice because I realize you're still upset by your daughter's tragic death. But it wasn't my fault, sir. James is now my husband. You must accustom yourself to it. If you don't leave me alone now, I'll be forced to do something you perhaps won't appreciate." "What would that be, you damned chit?" "Well, actually, sir, I think my wife would like the privacy. James." The Baron whirled around to see his former son-in-law standing beneath the waving branches of a willow tree. "She didn't lie to you. She's not a trollop. She's a horse racer. Come along, sir. You need a brandy. Jessie," James added, giving her a nod, "dry yourself well. I don't want you to take a chill." The Baron gave her a malicious look, shrugged, and followed James. When she was tying the ribbons on her slippers, Jessie wasn't too certain she wanted to see the dead Alicia's papa again. She went to the stables and spent the next hour grooming Selina, one of the Arabian mares James raced in York. She was on her knees, oiling Selina's hooves, as filthy as any stable lad, when she saw a shadow. She looked up the length of James's body. He was wearing black boots, tight dark brown buckskins, and a white shirt, open at the neck. He looked healthy, tanned, as savory as Mrs. Catstore's Nesselrode pudding. She realized she was staring at him, her mouth open, and snapped it closed. "Is that your last hoof?" "My last what?" "Oh, yes, it is." She patted Selina's leg. "She's a beauty, James. How old is she?" 7. She was sired by Janice. She's foaled 2 stallions, both racers. Now it's late, and you're in dire need of a bath. You look like the old Jessie. I don't want that anymore. It makes me feel depraved. He paused a moment, then came down to his haunches beside her. He wrapped his finger around a loose curl. Even your streamer is sweating. The old Jessie didn't have any streamers. No, you must strive to remember that, James. The old Jessie didn't have a peach satin chemise either. I'm sorry I ripped it. Mrs. Catstore said she'd mend it for me. She fancied I wasn't too handy with a needle, seeing as how I was from the colonies and lived with horses all my life. I told her I fancied you weren't too good with a needle either, for the same reason. She tusked and patted my hand and said I needed guidance, and she would provide it. She's right, but you're young enough to learn. Is he gone? Yes, the Baron's gone. He's an angry man, Jessie. I'm sorry he behaved as he did to you. On the other hand, what the devil were you doing swimming naked in the pond? It was a silly question, so she didn't answer it. Instead, she finished polishing Selina's hoof. As she rose, she ran her hands over Selina's legs, her shoulders, and her withers, and combed her mane with her fingers. You're beautiful now, my girl, more beautiful than I am, and I can't run as fast as you can. Here's a carrot for you. That's right, don't bite my fingers, just nibble, that's it. Jessie brushed off her skirt, knew she looked a mess, but she did have her streamers, soaked with sweat though they were, nor was she wearing any pantalettes. She gave James a sideways glance. What does that look mean? I'm not wearing any underwear, she said, laughed, picked up her skirts, and ran, looking over her shoulder to see him standing as still as a fence post. 21. James? Do many women die in childbirth? He stopped nuzzling her neck and leaned back in the chair, closing his eyes. Yes, too many. But you won't, Jessie. I swear it to you. I told you that after Alicia's death, I read every book I could find on childbearing. I spoke at length with George Raven. Had he but been here when her time came, I doubt she would have died. Don't worry. Maybe I won't get pregnant. Maybe I can't, since I've ridden horses all my life. Where did you get that errant bit of nonsense? No, don't tell me. It was your mother, right? Yes. She said I had probably ruined my female parts. You still had a maidenhead. I did, didn't I? She said, sounding as pleased as Fred, who'd probably cornered Clorinda again and stolen another peck. Well, that's a relief. Maybe everything else is in order as well. I hope so. I certainly like Foles and Charles and Anthony. The thought of rending that small barrier made him tremble with lust. He could practically feel himself again as he'd shoved through it, so frantic with urgency that he'd nearly spilled his seed at that moment. He pulled her closer to his chest and began nuzzling her neck again. She was sitting on his lap in a large winged chair in the bedchamber. It was their bedchamber, he'd told her when they'd come up after dinner. She wasn't to sleep alone in the adjoining room. He didn't like that at all. Jessie, who knew nothing about the proprieties of sleeping arrangements between husbands and wives, solemnly nodded. I'd rather sleep with you. I've never slept with anyone before. It's an adventure. She wrinkled her forehead. You know, James, I don't think Papa and Mama sleep in the same bed. You're chattering again, Jessie. Sorry, I'm nervous, James. I'm in my nightgown, and you don't expect me to be wearing any pantalettes. You're in your dressing gown, and I know you don't have anything on beneath it. This is unnerving. He smiled as he kissed her hair again. He hugged her close to him as he said, You're right, this is unnerving. I never thought I'd want to do anything with you other than beat you on the race course. And now that I've untied that very pretty bow, I can slip my hand inside and touch your breast. Ah, you're as soft as Selina's belly, after you brushed her. You know, Jessie, I didn't get to see all of you on the dining room table today. Just those important strategic parts. Let's get that nightgown open. He untied 3 more bows and pushed the soft muslin apart. It parted all the way to her feet. He looked, nothing more, just looked, for a very long time. He lightly laid his hand on her hip, turned her toward him, and began kissing her. He was surprised and inordinately pleased when he felt her hands untying the sash of his dressing gown. Yes, he said into her warm mouth, I want to feel your breasts against me. My God, Jessie, that's incredible. It was, she thought, trembling now, those strange, urgent feelings pulsing low in her belly, even when it was her breasts hard against his chest. She moved a bit, and they both moaned. He laughed. He had to, because after all, he was the one with the experience here. He was the one who shouldn't just fall apart and slaver all over her, baying like a hound at the moon, just because her hair she was brushing the hair on his chest. "I like your legs," he said, watching his brown hands stroke her white flesh, feeling the sleek muscles, admiring the long length of her legs. "Thank you. May I see your legs, James? Actually, you can. I can't take too much more of this, Jessie." He lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bed. He set her on her feet, stripped off her nightgown, and pressed her down until she fell onto her back. She stared up at him, embarrassed. He knew that, because her cheeks were becoming nearly as red as the hair on her head. He slipped out of his dressing gown, planning to let her look her fill at him, but he couldn't manage it. He came over her, lying with his full length on top of her, her legs spread beneath him. "No more maidenhead, Jessie. Just pleasure for you." He came up on his knees, lifted her hips in his large hands, and brought her to his mouth. He felt her freeze in shock. He paused a moment to look at her face. She looked utterly bewildered. He watched her wet her lips with her tongue. "I don't know about this, James." "Well, I do. Just be quiet and enjoy yourself." "I can't. It's too embarrassing." He wondered if he would fail with her, and nearly laughed at himself for his impatience. This was the first time for her, and he hadn't done much to soften the shock of it. Just came between her legs and lifted her in his hands. He just wanted to take her with his mouth, and he had. He would have to slow down. He eased away from her and came down beside her. He kissed her once, again, and yet another time. He stroked her, learning her, hoping to ease her after his frontal attack. It did ease her. When her hands were on his back, stroking his shoulders, kneading his chest, he wondered how he could be such a reasonable, rational man one moment and a ravening beast the very next. He knew she was ready for him, and he couldn't wait to stroke her more. He just couldn't. He came into her quickly, pushing hard, and felt her flesh accommodating him. But it was still tight, so incredibly tight, that he lost his head. The release was even more powerful than the one on the dining room table. He thought a release like that had to be only once in a marriage, when the man took his bride's virginity. A heady act, that. But it wasn't true. His heart was pounding so loudly, he doubted he could hear anything. He felt her hands, those palms as calloused as his own, stroking up and down his back. He'd given her no pleasure. Again. He didn't want to apologize again, at least while his brain was still at low ebb. He had to regain his wits and talk to her, explain that he wasn't usually such a selfish sod, that sometimes a man just lost control and veered off the proper path, and that's what had happened with her, though he couldn't begin to explain it, since he'd known her since she was 14 and had never once even considered what she'd look like without her clothes. Yes, he'd promise her that he'd take care of her the next time. Not, he realized vaguely, as fatigue tugged at him, that she could begin to understand what he would even talk about. What did she know about pleasure? Not a blessed thing. He cursed softly, even as he fell off her onto his back, jerking the covers over him as he fell. Jessie lay there for a very long time, staring up at the ceiling that was painted the same soft white as the walls. The molding around the ceiling was nicely done, she thought, with carvings of fruit and vines and such. She'd been married now for 2 days. James was lying like a felled log beside her, snoring, occasionally twitching, sprawled out on most of the bed. He had nice feet, both of those appendages showing below the covers. She rose slowly, feeling the tightness of her thigh muscles, and walked to the basin to wash herself. She wandered to the windows, pulled back the lovely pale gold draperies, and looked out. There wasn't much of a moon to lighten things up. The grounds looked shadowy and vaguely menacing. She walked back to the bed and stood there a moment, staring down at her husband. She wondered where she was supposed to sleep. In the few minutes she'd been gone, he'd sprawled out all the bed, his arms and legs flung out. She found herself smiling. He'd enjoyed what he'd done to her. She was quite certain of that. She was happy that he had. She lightly touched her fingers to his chin, to his nose, to his earlobe. He was the only man she'd ever really seen, the only man who'd come to be part of her. She would give him whatever he wanted. "Jessie, what are you doing out of bed?" He startled her so badly, she jumped a good foot. "Oh dear, you're awake, James?" Yes, I can see you are. I'm not beside you because there isn't any beside you to be beside. You're right, I've got all the bloody bed. Come here, Jessie, I want to kiss you. Then he'd want to do those other things to her as well. So be it. She loved him. It was as dark as the bottom of a witch's cauldron. James realized soon enough that Jessie was easier with him in the dark, less embarrassed. Good, he thought. This time he would make a thorough job of it. This time she would have pleasure. When he kissed her belly, she was trembling, her heels dug into the mattress, her fingers tangled in his hair. He raised his head a moment. Jessie, I'm going to kiss you and caress you now, and I want you to just relax. All right, she said, and jumped when she felt his tongue slide in and out of her navel. When he parted her with his fingers, she raised her hips, felt his hot breath on her, and arched wildly. He was talking to her while he kissed her, whispering sex words. She didn't understand everything he was saying, but his words excited her, particularly the way she said them. When he eased his finger into her, she went wild. The feeling was awesome, unexpected, and she never wanted it to end. She heard herself crying out. She couldn't seem to stop. On and on it went. She didn't know she was panting, clutching his hair, digging her short nails into his shoulders. But James did. James gave her all the pleasure he could. When he felt the passion begin to lessen, he eased his rhythm, soothing her, easing her. It was wonderful. She was his now, all of her. He grinned up at her in the dark. What do you think, Jessie, about this sex business? She groaned. I'm dying. I don't have any bones. I'll never walk again. I'll never even move again. Good. That's what a man likes to hear from his wife. Then he came over her and slid into her, and she was slick and wet, and her arms were around him, holding him tightly, and her hips were moving to draw him deeper. And it was over for him in moments. I'm a good husband, he said, before he was asleep, his head beside her on the pillow. Well, Jessie said into the darkness, that is something I never expected. She kissed his ear, his chin. She squirmed out from beneath him, settling against him. This was good, she thought, very good indeed. Together, they drifted off to sleep. James had believed that a cannon bombardment couldn't have awakened him, but he was wrong. Jessie's scream penetrated his brain. In an instant, his heart was pounding. He was alert. Jessie cried out again. This time, wide awake, it wasn't quite a scream, but a cry of pain and fear. He shook his head and leaned over her. She was dreaming. He started to shake her, then stopped when she opened her eyes and yelled, "No, get away from me. No, Mr. Tom, don't touch me like that. No, no, stop." She screamed again, a thin cry actually, and jerked upright. "Jessie, wake up. You're having a nightmare." He shook her, but she didn't awaken. She moaned again, whimpered, trying still to struggle away from him. "Wake up, come on, it's just a bad dream." "James?" "Yes, stop shaking. You just had a nightmare. It's over now." "Yes, it's over," she said, and fell back against her pillow. He doubted she'd really come awake. He'd just roused her enough to break off the dream. He unplaited her braid and tugged his fingers through the deep ripples it left in her hair. She didn't stir. Her hair was so thick and curly. He smoothed it out over the white pillow. Yes, she had lovely hair. For a girl he'd known for too long to possibly consider her as a wife, as a mate, as a woman he desperately wanted to come into again. Yet he knew he would have to wait. But sometime around lunchtime, he'd make her scream with pleasure again. As he drifted off a second time, James wondered, who the hell was Mr. Tom? What had he done to her? "Jessie, wake up." She moaned and pulled away from that hand on her shoulder, pulled away from that insistent voice. "Come on, wake up. It's very late, later than you've ever slept in your life. Wake up." She pulled the covers over her head. He pulled them off her. She felt the bed give when he sat down beside her. "Jessie," he said, and kissed her cheek, her ear, smoothing her wildly curling hair from her face. She opened her eyes and looked up at him. He was so beautiful, so precious to her, that she didn't think she could bear it. But of course she could. She remembered the pleasure had given her in the dark of the night. It was daylight now, and it was difficult to look at him, knowing that he knew what he'd done to her. James was grinning down at her, feeling a good deal of male satisfaction, triumphant even. He felt wonderful, well-rested, and filled with delicious sated feelings. He leaned over and smoothed his fingertip over her eyebrow. "I'm going to do that to you again today sometime. What do you think? Nothing to say? That's all right, Jessie. Embarrassing you is a treat, something I never managed to do until I was running my tongue down your white belly. And then, James." He leaned down and kissed her. "Good morning," he said, and kissed the end of her nose, her left ear, her chin. "Whatever are you doing still asleep? I exhausted you, is that it? You're supposed to feel all energetic, Jessie, not swooning in bed until half the day is gone." She smiled at him, the new Jessie gaining a hold. "After you've taught me everything about this marriage business, then I'll be able to tease you as well. There's lots to learn, Jessie. It'll take me more time than you can imagine to teach you every nuance, every slight movement that brings a different kind of pleasure." Her eyes nearly crossed. "Oh," she said, "I lied to you. Half the day isn't gone. I just wanted to have breakfast with you so we could discuss what we'll do today. It's only 7 o'clock. I've already bathed and dressed. Harlow is bringing up hot water for you. Would you like Mrs.
Cadstore to help you?" She didn't want anyone to help her, unless it was James. She couldn't quite bring herself to ask him to rub her back with the bathing cloth. He turned in the doorway. "Oh, Jessie, who is Mr. Tom?" She stared at him. She repeated so softly he barely heard her. "Mr. Tom? Yes, who is he?" Jessie seemed suddenly remote. Her eyes took on a faraway cast that made James feel her thoughts, whatever they might be, were miles away. "I don't know," Jessie said slowly, her voice distant. "I remember a long time ago that I had dreams about him, but then they stopped. This is odd, James. I haven't dreamed about Mr. Tom for years. Why would I dream about him last night?" He had no answer to that. He'd known her for 6 years. He'd never heard her or her family say anything about a Mr. Tom. The day stretched out endlessly, one slow minute at a time. James could hardly believe that it wasn't noon, the time he'd set to take her to bed again. The sun was hot overhead. Jessie wiped away the sweat on her brow. Every few minutes she looked at her husband, and when he looked back at her, she knew exactly what he was thinking. She also knew she didn't have a stitch of undergarments on underneath her clothes. She scrubbed the horse harder until he tried to dance away from her. She heard James laugh. She shook her fist at him. They worked the horses all morning, companionably because they'd been companions for so very long. At ease around horses, they knew how to behave, what had to be done. And they were at ease with each other. After all, they'd been companions long before they'd been lovers. Jessie began to hum. It didn't occur to her to believe James loved her just because he enjoyed lovemaking with her. No, what was important was that they were friends. She would build on that. There was a race in York, and James intended to ride Bertram in 2 heats. Jessie rode Selina just before lunch, putting her through her paces. She was surprised at the horse's smooth speed, her flawless endurance. She suspected there was some blood other than Arab in her. No pure-blooded Arab could have as much stamina as Selina did. When Jessie returned to the stables, she saw that James wouldn't be riding anything on Saturday. He was sitting on the ground, cursing the air blue, holding his ankle with one hand and waving his fist at Clothilda, one of the bay mares, with the other. George Raven arrived 2 hours later at Candlethorpe, fetched by Mrs. Cadstore's son, Harlow. "Hello, Jessie. What happened to James? Harlow couldn't seem to put 2 words together for me." "It's his ankle. I don't think it's broken, but I didn't want to take the chance I was wrong. You are the doctor, after all." He gave her an angel's grin, for surely George Raven, shorter than Jessie and very slim, was the most beautiful man she'd ever seen in her life. No wonder Marcus had always complained about his attending the Duchess. A horse kicked him? Yes, Clothilda. I do think she was laughing at him while he was sitting on the ground cursing her. She did have this unholy look in her eyes. Let's see how he's doing.
James had refused to go to his bedchamber. He was reclining on a beautiful blue brocade settee in the drawing room, the kicked foot propped up on several cushions. He was miserable, furious, and in a foul mood. It was past noon, and here he was with his ankle hurting like the very devil. Jessie had all her clothes on, and he was nowhere near getting her into bed. Well, hell, I should have known Jessie would fall apart and send for you. Why didn't you tell me you'd been such a fool, Jessie? No answer, huh? You knew I'd box your ears, curse you. He sounds practically well already. Now, James, leave poor Jessie alone. You've only been married 3 days. She did the right thing. Now let's see how hard Clothilia kicked you. Bloody mare! I had to give her a physic. Sigmund was holding her, and I was doing the offensive deed, and she jerked loose from Sigmund and turned on me. Clothilda was pretty angry. She didn't even pause to question what she was doing. No, she just kicked out that hoof and got me good. Sigmund just sent me word that she's just fine now. Seems the release of her bile took care of her other problem. Ow! Go easy, you damned torturer. Sorry. Jessie's right. The ankle's not broken, thank the good Lord. But James, you're going to be a gentleman of leisure for the next 2 days. Stay off that foot. Stay seated as much as possible, and keep the ankle up high. Now, here's some ointment for Jessie to rub into the ankle. It won't do much for the pain or swelling, but it will make you feel a bit better. I'm racing on Saturday. Not this Saturday, you're not. No, don't complain or whine to me about it. Keep the weight off the ankle and relax. Jessie, will you keep him chair-bound? Certainly, though he is capable of cursing the ceiling down on our heads. George Waven raised a very blonde eyebrow. Jessie could just picture Marcus looking at him and telling him to go bugger himself. That word, the Duchess had told her once, had led to a great deal of consternation in the house when she'd wondered aloud what it meant. You should have seen the look on Badger's face, she'd said, laughing. I thought he would throw the tureen of turtle soup he was making at my head. Dr. Raven said, You curse in front of your bride of 3 days? James snorted. You should have heard her curse when she was only 14 years old. He's right, Jessie said. I listened to him one day, admired his verbal ability vastly, and searched out every foul word spoken by every stable lad in Baltimore. My father wasn't such a bad source either. What about your mother? Don't sound so snide, James, just because you feel rotten. Ah, Mrs. Catstor, you're just in time. George Raven poured 3 drops of laudanum into a glass of lemonade and handed it to James. Drink it, and don't complain. It won't put you to sleep, but it will reduce the pain in your ankle to a dull ache. James drank the whole glass, wiped his hand over his mouth, and said, I'm waiting. It still hurts. Jessie chose to ignore him. As to my mother, she said to George Raven, she taught me other things. Like what? Dr. Raven looked from one to the other. They were scrapping like 2 children. Of course, James wasn't feeling all that ready for action at the moment, but he supposed he expected to see Jessie, the new bride, wringing her hands, hovering over James, giving him ineffectual but loving pats, all in all, behaving like a besotted newlywed. But no, these 2 were behaving like 2 people who'd known each other for a very long time. 2 people who weren't particularly in love with each other. He wondered what the truth of the matter was. Neither the Earl nor the Duchess had breathed a word of anything interesting to him, or to his own new wife, Rowena. He smiled as he straightened up. Rowena would have been consoling him continuously had he been hurt. Go away, James. All right, James. Jessie, just make sure he doesn't move around. Keep him chair-bound and bed-bound. Well, that's not quite what I mean. No waltzes, no riding. I'll see you on Saturday. Not at the racecourse in York. I'll see you here. Do come for luncheon, Dr. Raven. Perhaps you'd like to bring Rowena as well. When Jessie returned to the drawing room some minutes later, James looked her up and down and frowned. I will say this just one time, Jessie. You will not dress like a boy and ride Bertram on Saturday. She grinned at him like a pickpocket who had just snaggled St. Peter. I dare say I could win some guineas for us, James. Kendallthorpe is very nice inside, but we do need money for Marathon. It looks like an old barn inside. How much could I win at York? Not enough, so you might as well forget it. Perhaps enough just to buy new wallpaper for the parlor. Jessie, you look very interesting, James, like a languid poet. Perhaps Shelley, though he's dark, isn't he? With your foot propped up, that lock of hair hanging over your forehead, all slouched down in that chair. Promise me.
I don't want Sigmund running in here in hysterics because you and your breeches are gone and Bertram's gone as well. I dare say I'd take Sigmund with me. I wouldn't know where to go, you see. Do you want me to tie you to that chair? I will, Jessie, if you don't give me your sacred promise this very instant. Say it, Jessie. Say, I swear I won't go to York on Saturday. She gave him a shameless grin, an old Jessie's shameless grin. He wanted to come inside her so badly he hurt worse than his blasted ankle. He'd never before realized that the new Jessie was the old Jessie beneath her clothes. 22. His twisted ankle. Provided respite, Jessie knew he wanted to have sex with her. Goodness, before lunchtime, he'd said, with a wicked laugh. But she also knew that the way it would have to be accomplished would doubtless shock her to her toes. She eyed James and decided he wouldn't have the guts to ask her to do it, which was a pity, but in the long run, better for the welfare of his ankle. Because James knew her so well, he just sighed deeply, squeezed her hand, and sighed again. Jessie grinned at him. My ankle will heal soon enough, he said. It had better. That's my Jessie. But he'd wanted to cement what he'd gained. If enough time passed, perhaps he'd see that look of bewildered embarrassment on her face again. He didn't want her to retreat, to freeze up on him. Well, damnation. Sigmund and Harlow had helped him upstairs. It had been Harlow's request to be his gentleman's gentleman, and he'd not done a bad job of getting his clothes off him and putting him to bed. Jessie hadn't volunteered, and James wasn't about to ask her. He didn't even know if it had occurred to her. Love-making after proper preparations was one thing. Undressing a man with an ankle swelled to the size of a Darlington melon was quite another. His ankle was throbbing, his belly wasn't too happy from Mrs. Catstore's attempt to reproduce Badger's green pea soup, and he was bored. Conversation between him and Jessie having dwindled during the long evening into inquiries about his ankle, followed by his own curt replies. She'd tried, he'd give her that, but his ankle still hurt like the devil, and he made a terrible patient. Once he was in bed, the covers pulled up to his chest, and Harlow removed from his bedchamber, he called out, You can come in now, Jessie. I'm all shrouded in blankets and sheets, everything repellent, except for my damned foot. She came through the adjoining door. He knew she'd just been waiting in there for him to call her. She was wearing a very plain dressing gown, probably one that belonged to the old Jessie. Did she fear he'd attack her if she wore one of her new Jessie dressing gowns? Probably. He eyed her anew for any interest. Are you going to sleep in here with me? I'm concerned that I might roll over on you or kick your ankle. I'm not worried. I want you here. She started to shake her head, and he said quickly, I might need you during the night. She nodded slowly then. He closed his eyes as she eased another pillow beneath his foot, her fingers lightly touching his big toe, as she said, Is that better? Better than what? She sighed. George told me you'd be difficult. When Papa got kicked in the leg some years ago, I was the only one who would spend any time with him. Mother told him he could drown in his own bile for all she cared. I don't want to do that. Why are you wearing that hideous dressing gown? I don't want to torture you, James. One of the confections Maggie gave me, well, you just might break your ankle trying to get to me. I don't want that on my conscience. He swallowed hard. Shall I tell you a story? No, I'm very tired. I want to go to sleep. Oh, I nearly forgot. Dr. Raven said you were to have another glass of lemonade with laudanum. He decided he wanted it. He didn't want to lie awake, his ankle hurting like the devil, listening to Jessie breathe next to him, within arm's distance, within touching distance. No, better to retreat into oblivion. He slept through the night. Jessie, a light sleeper, kept waking up, listening to him.
He didn't wake up in pain. The next day, his ankle was very much improved. "Perhaps," he said at breakfast, between bites of toast and eggs, "I'll be able to ride Bertram tomorrow." "Not in your wildest fantasies. No, I won't allow that, James. I wouldn't even have to leave until later tonight. Some years ago, Frances, the Countess of Rothermere, worked with an architect in York and invented a carrier for horses. That way, the racehorse arrives all rested at the course, not exhausted from having walked the whole way." "That's ingenious," Jessie said, dropping her fork and sitting forward. "What does it look like?" "A covered smallish wagon that's pulled in turn by 2 horses. You just secure the horse's reins to the bar to keep him still, and off you go. The rear upper half of the wagon is open, so there's plenty of fresh air." "Goodness, how I'd like to see that." "A woman, Frances Hawkesbury, had the idea?" "Yes. Contrary to popular belief, her husband wasn't at all dismayed that she, his wife, came up with the idea and not he. He tells everyone he knows about it. I've seen several of them around now. I wish I were smarter, then maybe I'd have thought of that." "You're smart enough. Be quiet. I thought I'd build a couple so I could race horses at courses farther away, say in North Carolina or Washington City." "Oh, James, that would be wonderful. I remember we raced the local ponies on the Outer Banks, near Ocracoke. It's odd, you know, but we haven't gone to the house on Ocracoke since I was a young girl. I suppose Papa just grew tired of listening to Mother carp about all the insects that were always biting her. They bit Glenda as well, but not Nelda or me. Isn't that strange? I've heard it said that bugs only bite succulent flesh. I dare say that the Duchess would have thrown her peas at Marcus if he'd said that to her." He liked the way those streamers of hers curled lazily down to nearly touch the collar of her pale yellow gown. The new Jessie was in full bloom this morning. "Are you wearing your underwear underneath that gown, since I'm incapable of doing anything?" Her fork hit her plate. She looked down at the small yellow pile of eggs. She said, "No." His eyes nearly crossed. The throbbing in his ankle was nothing compared to the sudden surge of lust in his groin. "You're torturing a sick man." She tilted her head to one side, the streamer falling loose beside her cheek, and grinned at him, a teasing grin, one that Glenda wouldn't hesitate to copy if she'd had the pleasure to see it. "I've been thinking about what would please you today. I've decided I'm going to take you for a ride in the landau. We're going to have luncheon with the Duchess and Marcus. What do you say?" He thought about his ankle being jostled around for 2 hours to Chase Park and 2 more hours back to Candlethorpe, and nodded. "Good," she said, tossed down her napkin, and rose. An hour later, James was very comfortably ensconced in the landau, his foot propped up on pillows, all secured with ropes tied to the sides of the landau. No jostling. Frances's horse wagon gave me the idea. You know, tying the reins to keep the horse steady. He just shook his head and relaxed, while Jessie clicked Phantom, his magnificent gray barb, who was snorting happily, and broke into a trot. But they didn't go to Chase Park that morning. They were only 30 minutes from Candlethorpe when 2 riders came into view. It was the Duchess and Marcus coming to see the felled master of Candlethorpe. Amid the laughter, the questions about James's ankle, the shaking heads at the quirks of coincidence, and Jessie's inventive way of tying James in place, Phantom suddenly reared up, shook his great head, and tried to jerk the reins from Jessie's hands. James jerked the reins from her gloved hands, stood up, barely, and began to execute a very strange series of movements, bringing Phantom first sharply to the left, then pulling him inexorably to the right. He did this 3 times. Finally, Phantom heaved a great sigh and stood docilely in the middle of the road, his head facing the hedgerows. What was that all about? What happened? Marcus reached over and patted Phantom's neck. "Good fellow," he said, then added to Jessie, "James was a robber. He bought Phantom for fewer guineas than the Duchess spends on a pair of gloves." "Yes," the Duchess continued, "he all but stole him from this squire who was going to put him down because he nearly trampled his nephew, a repellent little boy who would probably have been better off for the trampling." James laughed. "Poor old Phantom has this habit of seeing double. When Marcus and the Duchess stopped their horses right in front of us, Phantom saw 4 horses and 4 riders and decided it was time to leave. I tried many maneuvers and finally hit upon the solution. I keep his head turned slightly to either the left or to the right. That way he can't see the horses and double their number. It works, Marcus said. Now, since the Duchess and I have come all this way, let's go to Candlethorpe, and we'll spend the day amusing you. You knew about James' ankle? Jessie asked, eyeing James carefully as he turned Phantom around. Marcus and the Duchess didn't ride in front, but rather they stayed on each side of the landau. George Raven came to Chase Park yesterday. Anthony had decided that Marcus's cat, Esme, would make a fine napping companion for Charles and put her next to his little brother. Esme, who'd just eaten an entire trout for her luncheon, snuggled next to my sleeping son. Charles woke up, yelled his head off when he saw Esme's face only an inch from his, and his nurse, Molly, fell, hit her head, and knocked herself unconscious trying to get to him to see what the matter was. She's fine now, just a ferocious headache. Marcus was forced to discipline Anthony. "What did you do?" Marcus asked. The Earl gave his wife a sideways look, then mumbled, "I smacked his bottom, made him apologize to Molly, then sent him to his bedchamber, and told Spears he wasn't allowed to eat or play for at least 14 hours. We then left, so Spears could change Anthony's punishment to suit his own opinion," the Duchess said. "It was well done of you, my dear. I suspect even Spears was impressed with your firmness." "I'm glad I'm not there to see what Anthony's doing," the Earl said. "About you, James, what happened?" James was given Clothilda a physic. She didn't like it. "No man or animal would," Marcus said. "Serves you right, James." The Duchess carefully lifted off her riding hat, a lovely affair with a band of bright red around the black base, and hit her husband's arm with it. "You think a woman would enjoy such a thing? I was speaking for all mankind, and that includes women." After the ensuing verbal debris eventually cleared, James realized he hadn't felt his ankle at all. The Duchess and Marcus didn't leave Candlethorpe that evening. After dinner, they left Mrs. Catstore rendered nearly speechless at their praise for her boiled knuckle of veal and her vol au vent of plums. The evening was spent singing some of the Duchess's ditties and playing whist. That night, when James was lying on his back in their bed, his foot propped up on its complement of 3 pillows, Jessie getting ready to snuff out the candles, he screwed himself to the sticking point and said, "Jessie, would you like to try something a bit different?" "What?" "Perhaps you'd like to kiss me a bit." "I don't know, James," she said, frowning down at him with great interest. "It might not be wise. You tend to lose control of your hands when you kiss me." He sounded desperate. "I know, but I was hoping that perhaps you'd like to follow my instructions, and we could do more than just kissing. You could, well, basically, you could sit on top of me and—" "Sit on top of you? Why on earth would I want to sit on top of you, James? Not just sitting. That wouldn't accomplish anything, unless you were reading a book, and I don't want you to do that. No, you would actually take me in your hands and—" She was looking at him as if he'd told her he was going to strap her down on the rack and start stretching. He stalled. He lost his nerve. She wished she knew what to do. He wanted her on top of him? She'd never seen a mare atop a stallion. It was a fascinating thought, but not with that swelled ankle of his. No, it had to wait. Curse the fates. She began whistling, snuffed out the candles, and climbed in beside him. She wished the bed were larger. She could feel the heat of him, feel each movement he made. When his hand touched her side, she squeaked. "Hold my hand, Jessie," he said, and she did. She fell asleep rubbing the callus on his thumb. James lay awake longer than he wished. Somehow he'd imagined Jessie would be more willing to try new approaches to lovemaking. The good Lord knew she'd always been brash, more confident than a female should be, eager for new experiences, always twitting him, mocking him, beating him at the damned racecourse, and protecting him from Glenda. But she hadn't been at all eager to sit on him. She wasn't stupid. Surely she could imagine what she'd have to do. A shy Jessie was something he hadn't thought would plague him. His ankle throbbed. The laudanum pulled on him, finally easing him into sleep, for which he was profoundly grateful. Toward noon the following day, Badger arrived in a wagon loaded with enough food to feed the village of Tudley, just to the south of Candlethorpe. Instead of having her nose out of joint, Mrs. Catstore looked as if God himself had deigned to visit her. She exclaimed in delight, her hands pressed to her ample bosom, at all the dishes he'd prepared and brought to them. "Oh, Mr. Badger, if it isn't an incredible ragout of ducks! Look at the onion sauce you've prepared to accompany it. Just smell that wonderful fresh basil. Ah, and black currant pudding, one of Master James's favorites. You're so good, sir. A genius, a master. Please, Mrs. Catstore," the Earl said. "Badger already runs the kitchen at Chase Park. I'd just as soon he didn't proclaim himself master of the entire house." Badger allowed he had no real interest in running the entire house, although he just might have a few suggestions that Mr. Critiker, the Earl's secretary, might look into. As for Mrs. Catstore's praise, Badger took it in stride. When James hobbled into the entrance hall, he said, "I've brought something very special for you, James. A poultice that will shrink that ankle back to normal size within an hour. Dr. Raven is excellent at his bone mending and belly remedies and relieving the ladies of their little plaguing ailments, but he knows nothing of brews to shrink swelling. Sit down, James. My lord, if you would please remove his boot so I can apply the poultice." The Earl, arching a black eyebrow at his cook, complied, saying, "What I do for you, James, you'd best be very grateful." The smell of the thick yellow concoction was surprisingly sweet, like sugar mixed heavily with eggs and cream. James sat back, closed his eyes, and said, "When it's been on my ankle for an hour, Badger, may I please have a spoon?" 23. James limped only a bit the following morning, going so far to help Badger place the remains of that Herculean meal he'd brought to Candlethorpe in the wagon, and assisting the Duchess to mount her mare, kissing her hand as he grinned up at her, waiting to hear Marcus growl, as he did, saying he'd thump James into the mud once he had fully recovered. He and Jessie waved at them until they disappeared from view around the fat beech tree at the end of the long drive. James rubbed his hands together. He was filled with energy, impatient to accomplish something, anything, and ready to make up for 2 lost days.
He was surprised to find himself eyeing Jessie at the breakfast table like a wolf who hadn't eaten for the entire winter. She was chattering away, seemingly unaware of his ever-spiraling lust. He couldn't wait much longer. He hurt with it. This was the something he wanted to accomplish more than anything in the world. "Don't you think we should have a pair of peacocks then, James? I would like a Fred sort of peacock, who's always pinning his sweetheart to the house or to a tree so he can steal a peck. Jessie, you may have 14 peacocks if you wish. Just be quiet, finish your breakfast, and take care of me. What do you want me to do?" She looked wicked, those red streamers of hers dangling down as she cocked her head to the side. "You'll see. Are you done yet?" She tossed down her napkin, smiling at him. "Yes, all done. Come along then." She raced him to the master bedchamber, knowing he was trying his damnedest to pull that injured foot faster, but of course she beat him. She stood in the middle of the vast room, watching him as he came in, slammed the door, and turned the key in the lock. "There," he said, and turned to face her, his expression grim. She fluttered her hands in front of her as if to ward him off. "Oh, goodness, James, it's morning. It's not even raining, and thus a bit dark. The sun is shining. You're not thinking carnal thoughts, are you? Your poor ankle, isn't it paining you something fierce?" "Yes, you witch," he said, cupping her face between his hands. "So what?" She stared up at him, grinning like a woman who knew exactly what she was doing, and knowing she was doing it well. He kissed her once and released her. "Jessie, you're a tease. Glenda doesn't even come in a close second compared to you. You're wicked and you're driving me over the edge. Now, you know very well that all I've thought about since Clotilde kicked me is stripping off that gown of yours, knowing you're naked beneath, and kissing you until you yell and thump your heels on the mattress. Ah, that got you, didn't it? You're not quite as wicked as you thought just yet, are you? You've had no pleasure from me for 2 days now, and I'm determined that this morning you'll moan until you're nearly demented. No more teasing. Take off your clothes."
Her heart was slamming against her ribs. She loved him. She didn't care if he didn't love her yet. He was watching her, and she felt the warmth and that strange urgency building deep in her belly. That there could be something so pleasurable for human beings, it boggled the mind of a female who'd never before imagined such a thing. She'd always believed men to be wicked because they were deficient in honor. She was feeling more wicked than a man with 3 mistresses at the moment. He wanted her. All the rest be damned. It was morning, and he wanted her naked. So be it. She shied away from him. Let him think she was embarrassed, that she was shy. Her fingers were shaking as she took off her clothes, and it had nothing to do with shyness. She stood in front of him until he pulled her against him and began to kiss her and caress her, and finally to take her to bed. His hands were all over her. He caressed her breasts, molded his hands to her waist, tickled her navel with his tongue, parted her so gently with his fingers, and stared down at her, just stared for the longest time, and she nearly died with the excitement of it. She pushed up her hips. He laughed, leaned down quickly to kiss her lips, then set his mouth on her. She screamed. And that was just the beginning. She couldn't stop the moans, the marks she was making on his body. She was lost in the feelings he was whipping up in her, and she loved it. The old Jessie and the new Jessie, she didn't know the difference. Who cared? Finally, when she was breathing as if she'd run all the way to Chase Park and back, he came down over her and kissed her, his tongue deep in her mouth. And to her utter surprise, those strange feelings were swamping her again. Instinctively, she lifted her hips for him. It was all he needed. He moved within her, but he wasn't frenzied this time. He was controlled, and it drove her insane. She shouted his name, squeezing him as hard as she could, and she heard him laugh and moan. James took his release, at last, his head hanging down, his breathing hard and raw. Finally, he managed to look up into her glazed eyes. "Damnation, Jessie, you're going to kill me before I'm 30. "Some promise," she said, then squirmed until he was on his back and she was pressed against him, her head on his shoulder, her open palm on his belly. "You know," she said, her breath warm against his flesh, "it was so beautiful, James. You made me feel like a star bursting in the heavens. You made me a woman, James. I'm fulfilled now and ecstatically happy." He pushed her down onto her back again and began winding a streamer around his finger. "A star bursting in the heavens? Is that what you said?" "Yes, all sorts of white lights and rampant sorts of deliciously wicked feelings. I wanted you so much, James, and you gave me everything. I made you feel like a woman. You're fulfilled now? Ecstatically happy, you said? Oh, yes, you're a wonderful lover, James. You're more a man than any man I've ever known. Not that I've ever known another man intimately, of course. I'm very lucky." She gave him a fat smile and giggled. He smoothed back the hair from her forehead. He lightly touched his fingers to her breast. Her flesh was so very white. He looked down the long line of her waist, her flat belly, the stretch of her white legs. He thought only fleetingly of the old Jessie and smiled at himself. Then he closed his hands around her throat and squeezed. "You're a wretched tease, Jessie Wyndham. The fact of the matter is that I did make you scream and drum your heels and do all sorts of nice things to me with your hands and your mouth, but not enough. You're still a neophyte. You're just a beginner in this business. But you're learning. Now, you're pretending that it's nighttime. Well, it's time to earn your keep. Now, let's go to the stable. There's always more than enough work to do." While he was pulling on his black hessians, he knew how he was going to make his smart-mouthed wife pay for her games. "More salt, if you please, Mrs. Catstore. Yes, that's better. That should be about right." James laid down the big spoon. The ham soup was seasoned perfectly. "But I don't understand, Master James. I want to serve my wife. Mrs. Catstore, you and Harlow may have your own dinner now." On his way to the dining room, James added even more salt to the soup. "Ah, here you are, Jessie. Consider me your servant for the evening. Soup, my dear? Mrs. Catstore does it very well. Yes, a nice big bowl for you. And a glass of my best port. It's heavy, I know that, but it goes perfectly with the ham soup, Badger's recipe." He watched her while she spooned a bite into her mouth.
"It's rather salty," she said, picking up her wineglass and sipping at the hearty port. "Does Badger really put that much salt into it?" "Oh, yes. He says it makes the ham nearly jump around in your mouth, all that flavor. More port, Jessie." 15 minutes later, she'd forgotten that he'd eaten very little, and none of that delicious ham soup at all. But, as he'd told her, "I don't do well with ham. It makes my belly ache." And she'd thought that was fortuitous, since it would make all that much more for her. It was the best ham soup she'd ever had placed in front of her. He sat back in his chair, his hands laced over his belly, watching her alternately take a bite of the ham soup, then drink that sin-red port. He sipped at his water and ate a chunk of warm bread. Did I ever tell you about the time I stole a kiss from Margaret Tittlemore, out in her father's barn with a calf butting against my leg? Margaret Tittlemore! Goodness, James, she's married now and has 4 children. You stole a kiss? We were both 14, and believe me, Jessie, she had the prettiest mouth, all pink and pouting.
Anyway, after I'd stolen that kiss, she slapped me, not very hard, because she'd wanted that kiss too, but I wasn't expecting that slap, and it was enough to knock me off balance. I fell over the calf, who mooed loudly enough to bring his mother. She poked me in the stomach, sending me over backward into the hay bin. Unfortunately, one of the stable lads had forgotten to remove the rake, and I landed right on the tines. I had 4 glorious holes in my butt for 2 months. She laughed, drank more port, watched James pour more into her now empty glass, and drank that. What was Margaret doing while all this was going on? The miserable girl was standing there holding her sides, laughing her head off. I quite like Margaret. She's produced good children. Jessie laughed and laughed. She drank some more port. He eyed her joyfully. He counted the glasses she'd already drunk. He didn't want her to be sick the next day. He strolled along the table, then pulled her chair away and placed a hand on each arm of the chair. He leaned over and put his mouth against hers. "How do you feel, Jessie?" "Marvelous!" "Oh, James, your tongue across my lower lip tickles. Do it again." She giggled, and her warm breath washed through him like a wave that couldn't wait to crest. She heaved a deep sigh when he kissed her again, his tongue slipping between her lips this time. When he was carrying her up the wide staircase, knowing that Mrs. Catstore was very likely watching his progress, he leaned down and kissed her ear. "How do you feel, Jessie?" "I want to kiss you," she said, leaned up, grabbing his shoulders, and nearly knocked him backward. "In just a moment, you can do whatever you want to do," he said, and began to run. His game was fast turning back on him. When he had her naked, flat on her back on the wide bed, he stripped off his own clothes and came over her, shuddering at the softness of her, the heat, the feel of her hands as they stroked up and down his back. "James," she said, arching upward. He kissed her, moving over her, pressing himself against her belly. "Slow down," he said into her mouth, and licked her lip, then quickly nipped her earlobe. She loved it when he kissed her breasts, massaging them, rubbing his cheek against her soft flesh. She giggled, leaned up, and bit his neck. "I want you to see lights. I want you to yell that you're a woman, that you're fulfilled, that you've had a glimpse of heaven." "All that?" "Ah, Jessie, take this." She gave him an owl-eyed stare, kissed him, her mouth open, her tongue busy on his, and whispered into his mouth, "I know I probably shouldn't be telling you how wonderful you are, but it's true. You're grand, James, just grand. I hurt, deep down in my belly, I hurt, but I don't want it to go away, the way I would a bellyache. Make it keep going, James, make it like the other times. Ah, is that a white light I see? Yell, Jessie." When his fingers probed to find her this time, she did yell, shattering his eardrums. Port was a wonderful brew, but he hadn't needed it. There was no more game in his mind. There was only giving and taking and knowing soul-deep pleasure. He held on by a thread. He wouldn't enter her until he'd given her pleasure. He kissed her mouth, her breasts, all the while stroking her, caressing her, pushing her. When she cried out, tugging at his hair, pushing her hips upward, he knew he had to be the happiest man on earth. She was wild with pleasure, clutching him to her as if she wouldn't survive without him. He pushed her and pushed her more, giving her all he could. And when he eased inside her, she moaned softly and whispered, "You were made for me, James, just for me." He agreed. He didn't have long to contemplate what she'd said. He was gone in moments, jerking over her, moaning as if he'd been shot, sweating like a stoat. When it was over, he collapsed on top of her. James? He was nearly dead. He didn't want to talk. He didn't want to think. He wanted to try to get through the next few moments still breathing. He'd been a wild man, and she'd loved it. Both of them had gone mad. Everything had worked beyond the port, beyond his wildest dreams. Utterly mad, and it had been beyond anything he'd ever felt in his life. He'd given her immense pleasure. He'd made her lose complete touch with the world. He was a happy man. James! How could she even talk? How could she even think of a single word to say? He was nearly beyond what wits God had given him, and here she was saying his name as if it were the easiest thing in the world. He managed to grunt. She giggled. "I feel marvelous. What's wrong with you? I've overpleasured you, haven't I? Ah, James, did you see white lights? Do you feel fulfilled as a man? Will you revere me for as long as you live?" He groaned, tried to push his arms up to get his weight off her, then collapsed again. "I'll think of something. Just give me a while." She wrapped her arms around him and said, "I'm tipsy. Not as tipsy as on our wedding day, but tipsy enough to know that when stallions cover mares, they surely can't enjoy it as much as I do. Having you inside my body? Well, perhaps if I had another glass of port, perhaps two, I would be able to express myself more properly." "You're not being at all proper. Your mother would scold you. Glenda would smack your face. As for my mother, God alone knows what she would do." "He speaks," she said, and laughed as she kissed his ear. "He speaks a lot. Your heart's slowing, James. I'll live. It was close, but I'm fairly sure now that I'll make it." He finally managed to push himself up onto his elbows. He looked down at a face he'd known for 6 years. Once a young girl's face, but no longer. She was a woman and his wife. "The look on your face when you came to your release, it pleased me mightily, Jessie. You still look so bewildered, so anxious that whatever is happening is really going to happen again and again. It did. It always will with us. Did you enjoy yourself? You didn't lie there like a dead dog, James. You surely enjoyed yourself as much as I did. You sweated more, and you made more noises." He kissed her. "Perhaps, just a little. Am I an excellent lover? The best? Am I your best lover?" She regretted the words the instant they'd escaped unbidden from her mouth. Fool, she was nothing but a fool, and now he would have to lie, or he'd tell the truth, which would probably be worse. She thought of Connie Maxwell, of the countless other women he'd known, including his first wife, Alicia. Why hadn't she just kept her mouth shut? He looked thoughtful. He moved over her, as if settling in. He was still inside her. The hair on his chest tickled her breasts. "That's difficult," he said finally, leaning down to nibble her earlobe. "You still don't know much yet, but your enthusiasm was deafening. My eardrums are still vibrating. I liked hearing you shriek. I don't remember shrieking precisely. You aren't a good liar, Jessie. Give it up. I love the feel of you. Every day, every night, perhaps after afternoon tea, perhaps just before lunch. And then there's—" That was an excellent beginning, she thought. "You got me tipsy on purpose, didn't you? You're sobering up too quickly. Yes, I wanted you to melt for me, Jessie, and you did. The fact that I melted right along with you, well, that means that we're very good with each other. I like to hear you giggle and laugh. Love-making should be fun. I always want you to enjoy yourself. You put salt in the ham soup. Yes. Am I going to want to die tomorrow? No, you didn't drink that much. I was careful about your intake this time. You're still inside me." He quivered, hardening again, coming deeper. She shifted and lifted her hips, bringing him even deeper. "Jessie, you want me again?" "I think so, James. Tomorrow, you know, I'm going to make you very sorry that you tricked me."
"If I'm to be punished on the morrow, then give me tonight," he said, dipped his head down, and kissed her. He awoke to a shriek.
He rose right up in the bed, shaking his head. Another shriek. It was Jessie, having another nightmare. "Jessie," he said, and lightly shook her shoulders. It was dawn, and he could see her face. She screamed again. "Jessie, wake up." Her eyes remained closed. Her head moved back and forth on the pillow. Then she said quite clearly, "No, go away from me. No, stop it, Mr. Tom. Oh, God, no, don't do that." By all that was holy, it wasn't Jessie's voice. Well, it was her voice, but it was her voice of long ago, when she'd been very young, when she'd been just a girl who was obviously frightened out of her wits. What was going on here? It was the way her voice had sounded that first time she'd dreamed about this Mr. Tom in James's hearing. Jessie. He shook her until she opened her eyes. She looked up at him, but it wasn't him she was seeing, not in that instant. She tried to lurch away from him. "No, Jessie, it's all right now. You just had a nightmare. It's all right. I'm here. I'm James. Of course you're James. Do you think I'm stupid?" That was his Jessie, thank God. "You had the dream again. No, wake up, Jessie. We've got to talk about this. Who was this Mr. Tom? You sounded like a little girl, like he was hurting you. Was he trying to rape you, Jessie?" "Oh, James," she whispered, and the next moment she was asleep. He stared down at her, lightly smoothed her eyebrows with his fingertips, and kissed her slack mouth. "Tomorrow," he said, "tomorrow I want to know all about this bastard." But the following morning, Bertram kicked Esmeralda, who bit him on his neck, and together they kicked out their stalls. James was out of bed running to the stables, leaving Jessie to struggle into her clothes. Jessie couldn't believe her ears. "Who is here, Mrs. Catstor?" "It's Baron Hughes, Mrs. James. There's a young lady with him." This was said in a warning tone that didn't leave Jessie in any doubt she wasn't going to like this. "I suppose we have no choice. Do show them in, Mrs. Catstor. Is Master James about? I'll send Harlow to fetch him. I'll bring tea and some of Mr. Badger's leaven cakes he left me." Baron Hughes stood in the drawing-room doorway, looking at her as if he'd like to shoot her where she stood. He gave her a travesty of a bow, saying, "Good day to you, Mrs. Wyndham. I would like you to meet my niece, Laura Frothingill, my younger brother's daughter." Laura Frothingill was staring at her, weighing her, at least that's what it made Jessie think, and finding her wanting. "You're a colonial," she said. "Yes, just like James. James is the product of excellent English blood, not some sort of mongrel of unknown antecedents," the Baron said. "Are you certain you wish to be in the same room with a mongrel, sir?" "Don't you try to make sport of me, missy. All right, won't you come in and tell me why you've taken your valuable time to come to Candlethorpe? I wanted Laura to see what supplanted my Alicia." The Baron looked for the world like her father's thoroughbred Gallon, who got blood in his eyes whenever another racehorse got within 6 feet of him. So she was a what, not a who. So be it. She smiled and held out her hand to Laura Frothingill, who stared at her hand, which was admittedly tanned, as if she were diseased. She withdrew her hand and said mildly, "You're very lovely, Miss Frothingill." If only James had met her, she would now be his wife. "I doubt that," Jessie said, in that same mild voice, not if he saw the look on her face right now. "What do you mean, the look on my face? I am beautiful." "Not now, you're not. You look like a vicious mare I once saw who kicked in a fence, broke her own leg, and had to be put down." "Be quiet, you damned trollop." "It just occurred to me," Jessie said, in that same mild, easy voice, "that this is my house. You are both incredibly rude. I would like both of you to leave." "Not until James meets dear Laura." "Ah, I see it all now. You want to make him feel sorry that he married me. He will feel sorry, damn you. Then he just might take care of you. Well, let's say you're right, sir. What will he do about it? Divorce me? Perhaps even strangle me?" The Baron literally gnashed his teeth. Laura Frothingill suddenly looked very uncomfortable. "Uncle Lyndon," she said, tugging on his sleeve, "let us leave now." "She's right. There's nothing to be done." "Damn it, you can't have him, you miserable slut. I won't let you have him, do you hear me? I'll kill you myself." He leapt at her, his hands outstretched. Laura screamed. Jessie jerked away, but she wasn't fast enough. In her own drawing room, she thought, as his hands came around her throat, she was being strangled in her own drawing room. But Jessie wasn't helpless. He was old, but damn, he was strong. Laura continued screaming. Jessie went limp. The terrible pressure around her throat lessened just a bit. She brought up her hands and slammed them against his ears. He shrieked, pressing his palms against his ears. He stumbled backward, but not before he swung his right fist at Jessie, catching the side of her head and throwing her against the fireplace. Her head struck the edge of the mantelpiece. James heard 3 horrible screams, each one louder than the one before. His blood curdled. Then he heard Mrs. Catstore yell from the drawing room doorway. "Be quiet, you silly girl! What have you done to my baby mistress?" What baby mistress? Oh God, Jessie! 24. James burst into the drawing room to see Mrs. Catstore slap a young lady he'd never seen before. Then she turned on the Baron. What the hell was his father-in-law doing here? Who was that young lady who was shrieking her head off? "You, sir," Mrs. Catstore was yelling, shaking her fist in front of his face. "You're responsible for this. I never should have admitted either of you to the house. You're wicked, sir, just plain wicked. It's not my mistress's fault that your daughter died, not her fault at all, and yet you blame her and try to hurt her. Oh, dear Jesus, just look at her. Have you killed my little mistress?" The Baron's voice shook with rage and the pain in his ears. "The damned bitch! She struck my head. A crude trick I should have expected since she's not a lady. Why, I'll—" James saw Jessie lying huddled by the fireplace. He was on his knees beside her in an instant, feeling the growing lump at the back of her head. He laid 2 fingers flat against the pulse in her neck. Strong and steady, thank the good Lord. He quickly felt her arms, her legs. Nothing broken. He closed his eyes a moment, gaining control, trying to come to grips with this show of hatred from his former father-in-law, with his unconscious wife lying by the fireplace. He rose slowly. Mrs. Catstore, bless her loyal heart, was standing toe-to-toe to Baron Hughes. All that was between them was the exquisite silver tea tray the Baron had given to his daughter for a wedding present, one of many, including Candlethorpe itself. "Be quiet, whoever you are," James said to the young lady, who just emitted another shriek and was pressing her palm against the cheek where Mrs. Catstore had slapped her. His voice was low and mean, and it instantly got her attention. She shut her mouth and stared at him, looking white and scared. "She tried to kill Uncle Lyndon. She didn't succeed, did she? That's right. Just keep your mouth shut. Whoever you are, sit down and don't move." James walked to the Baron. "Mrs. Catstore, thank you for dealing very nicely with these people. Have Harlow ride immediately to York to fetch Dr. Raven. Mrs. Wyndham has struck her head. Her heartbeat is steady, thank God, and it doesn't appear that she's broken any bones, but there's a lump burgeoning on her head." "James, I didn't intend for her to be hurt," Baron Hughes said, taking a short step back at the utter fury he saw in his former son-in-law's eyes. Never had he seen James angry before. It shocked him, this anger on the part of his son-in-law, and all over this trollop of a girl who wasn't anybody, less than anybody, a bloody American, for God's sake. "Of course you meant to hurt her," James said, pleased he sounded so calm, so in control of himself. "Listen to me, Lyndon. I know you grieve still for Alicia. I do as well. I know you miss Alicia. I miss her as well. Her death was tragic, but there was nothing we could do to prevent it. She's dead, Lyndon, and there's still nothing either of us can do about it. It's been well over 3 years, sir, and I have remarried the woman of my choice, not yours. I heard the rumors, James. You had to marry her because she seduced you. She counts for nothing. She's a trollop. I brought Laura for you. Just look at her, James. She's a beauty. She's my brother's daughter. Her name is Laura Frothingill. She has a dowry to boot. She's lovely. Just look at her a little bit. She's the poor girl that old Harridan slapped, the one you told to be quiet. I've been saving her for you. Just look at her, James. She's a lady. Look at her, please. Just give a small peek at her. Her hair's a fine light brown, a neat figure she's got. She would grace your home, bring you airs, provide you with wit and companionship. At least I've been told by her mamma that her wit sparkles on occasion. Her shrieking may be perhaps a bit shrill, but a lady does that sometimes. But this other one lying there, she doesn't deserve you. Look at her again if you can, James, after looking at beautiful Laura. Just look at all that red hair. It's cheap and vulgar, that red hair. Too curly, not soft and long like dear Laura's. And she was swimming naked in the pond. No, not Laura. This one here. Only a trollop would have done that. Only a trollop would have known to slap her palms against my ears to get me off her. James felt deeply saddened. I suppose there's nothing for it. He sighed deeply, stepped forward, and sent his fist into the Baron's jaw. Baron Hughes collapsed without another sound. Laura began screaming again, then stopped instantly when she saw Mrs. Catstor come running into the drawing room, her right hand raised. Laura whimpered quietly, saying, "Did you kill him, James, for hurting your wife? Don't be a fool, Laura. You don't mind my calling you Laura, do you? Miss Frothingill seems a bit too ceremonious under these insane circumstances, wouldn't you say? Call me Laura, please. You would have anyway had you married me, at least. Most men call their wives by their first names. I'm sorry for being a ninny. It was just such a shock, all this violence. I didn't know any of this was going to happen, I swear it. My uncle asked me to come visit Candlethorpe with him, and I agreed. Alicia hadn't liked it here, but I was curious to see where you had lived, and to meet you, that's all. I didn't know he planned to kill your wife. It's all right. I suspect I won't see you again, Laura." He nodded to her, then said, "Thank you, Mrs. Catstor, for all your assistance. Now I'm going to carry Jessie upstairs and put her to bed. I'll sweep these two out once the noble Baron here recovers himself. You, Missy, see to your precious uncle. It will give you something to do rather than shrieking the ceiling down." What had Laura Frothingill meant, James wondered, as he carried Jessie up the wide staircase, when she'd said that Alicia hadn't liked it here? She'd always seemed happy at Candlethorpe, until she'd told him that she was carrying his child. So short a time after they'd married, too. Too short a time. He didn't want to think about it. Jessie was a dead weight in his arms, her head hanging limply over his arm, her hair trailing down another foot. It had been at least 10 minutes since she'd struck her head. Why didn't she wake up? James continued to wipe a cool, damp square of linen over her face. It had been nearly 25 minutes now, and still she remained unconscious. Something was very wrong. He remembered a jockey in a race at York some 2 years ago who'd been kicked in the head. His heartbeat had been slow and steady, just like Jessie's, and everyone had been relieved. Only he'd never awakened. James's belly cramped. He was so scared. Finally, he rose from her bed and stretched, walking over to the windows. There was no sign of Dr. Raven. It would take at least another hour. Darkening clouds were building up to the east. It would rain before long. He turned back to see Jessie move her left hand. She made it into a fist. "Jessie?" He thought he'd burst from relief. "Jessie?" he said again, leaning over her. Her eyes remained closed. Her head moved back and forth on the pillow. Then she said clearly, "My head hurts. None of this is amusing. That man is dreadful. Well, yes, he is." He leaned over her and yelled in her face, "Jessie!" He shook her until she opened her eyes. She looked up at him, but he looked vague to her, hovering strangely above her, all his edges blurred, his blonde hair circling his head like an angel's, all soft, beams of light gleaming through the strands. Had she died? Was she in heaven? Surely his eyes were as green as the small pond with all the moss growing around it, just near the stable at her father's stud. Everyone knew that angels had blue eyes, but this angel had green eyes that mesmerized the one looking into them, making that person incredibly happy, at peace. Yes, this angel's eyes were green, as soft-looking as his hair, the deep green of a limitless stretch of trees in deep summer, as well as that pond. She blinked, trying to see him more clearly. "James? Is that you? No, it isn't you, is it? I died, and you're an angel. That's why you're floating above me. You're such a beautiful angel, but I don't want to die and leave James even for you. My head hurts dreadfully. "If your head hurts, then you aren't dead," said a prosaic voice that surely couldn't have belonged to an angel. "Doesn't that make sense?" Yes. She tried to raise her hand to her head, but couldn't manage it. 2 tears seeped from her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. "You don't talk like an angel, but still you're here, all beautiful and vague with your blonde hair and green eyes, and I don't know what to think. Then I have an advantage. No, don't move, Jessie. I know it hurts, sweetheart. Just try to lie still. Can you see more clearly now? It's getting better. You're not an angel, but you called me sweetheart. I never heard that an angel was allowed to become so intimate. Sweetheart, I like that. No one's ever called me sweetheart before." He laid the damp cloth over her forehead, even as his belly cramped. No one had ever called her sweetheart. She was a sweetheart, kind and innocent. "No, I'm not an angel. If you doubt me, just ask my mother. Right now, you definitely are a sweetheart. I dare say if you remain as you are, you will be a sweetheart as long as you live. Does that help?" "Yes," she whispered, and closed her eyes again. James knew enough not to let her doze off. "Jessie, come, sweetheart, wake up. I don't want you to muck up your brains. Wake up." He spooned tea between her lips to keep her awake. After half a cup, she became violently ill. He held her head while she vomited. "Rinse out your mouth. That's right. Better." She managed to nod, but the pain was stark and raw now, like a hammer bludgeoning at the base of her skull. "Did I hurt that horrid Baron?" "You did indeed. He still hadn't learnt his lesson, so I had to tap his jaw. I laid him out flat on the beautiful Axminster carpet, this one a wedding gift from the Hawkesburys. I hope Mrs. Catstor had Sigmund see them both off our property. He's a very unhappy man. That may be the case. However, it gives him no right to try to murder you. He was strangling me. I used a trick Oslo taught me years ago. I went limp, then slapped my palms really hard against his ears. You heard him. I thought he would weep. That was well done of you, Jessie. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner."
He'd tell her later that the Baron had called her vulgar because she'd managed to save herself. "Does he have a wife?" "Yes, he does, but she wasn't very close to her daughter. I saw her last spring in Tutley, buying some ribbon at the milliner shop. She appeared glad to see me. I always thought she was a nice woman. I'm certain she knew nothing of this exploit of his." He was chattering nonsense, but he knew he had to keep her attention, keep her awake. "I think the ribbon she finally selected was green, nearly the color of my eyes," she said when she first saw it. "You do have beautiful eyes, James. The Duchess told me how all the important Wyndhams have blue eyes, except for you. She did allow that your green eyes added diversion and interest. I've always longed to be a diversion. If you'll allow me, I'll try to divert you for the rest of our lives." That sounded suspiciously permanent, and Jessie wouldn't think about what he'd said just now since her brains were a bit scrambled. When Mrs. Catstor showed them in, I knew I wasn't in for a pleasant social call. "I'm sorry, James." "What? Oh, come, Jessie, you didn't do anything wrong. Now, do you think you can stay awake?" "Not quite sure yet. All right, I'll tell you a story, one that Oslo told me. I've probably already heard it. Then you'll hear it again. Keep your eyes fastened on my angel's face. I'll even try to twinkle my green eyes for you. Watch me hover. Now, it seems that the first thoroughbred to leave England for America was Bull and Rock. Did you know that? Do you think I'm ignorant? Of course I know that. Aha, but do you know who Bull Rock's sire was? Oh dear, my head hurts awfully bad, James. So bad it's blocked out all my learning." He kissed the tip of her nose. "I know your head hurts, but you're using that as an excuse. You can't fool me. Bull Rock's sire was none other than the Darley Arabian, foaled in 1700, one of the 3 founders. I don't believe you. You're making that up. No. You see how quickly I fooled you? No, don't shut your eyes, Jessie. Let me think. Did you know that Charles I, before he lost his head, gave Newmarket its first gold cup in 1634? Jessie, damn it, wake up. Gold cups are nice. I have more than you do, James. At least my papa does. Not many more, and I don't think they're all gold. In fact, none of them are. At least none of mine are. Mother made him melt the one gold one down a few years ago when our fortunes took a downswing. Oh, James said,
who melted it down for him. Unfortunately, her learning failed her again. She said instead, maybe that's why Nelda married Brahmin Carlyle. She was afraid of being poor again, and he's very rich. When Dr. Raven arrived, Jessie was counting the fingers that James held up. She's seeing clearly now, James said. She vomited, but her stomach's better. Her brain still goes adrift a bit, but not badly now. Excellent, George Raven said, motioned for James to move, and took his place. Hello, Jessie, he said as he pushed up her eyelids. Then he gently probed around the back of her head. Good-sized bump. Harlow told me you struck your head against the mantelpiece? She nodded. He closed his eyes as his fingers lightly traced over the swelling. This will take a while to go down, Jessie. I'm glad you call me Jessie. Everyone does, even Anthony. Even the horses would if they could speak human. Dr. Raven said as he continued lightly touching his fingers to the bump. Speaking of the little fellow, Anthony just wrote his first ditty. His mother is crowing about it. It's quite clever, really. All about his father giving a speech in the House of Lords and everyone falling asleep. I assume Marcus didn't find it as clever as the Duchess did, James asked. It was difficult to say, Dr. Raven said. He'd tugged Anthony under his arm and told him he was taking him to the lake to drown him. Now, Jessie, here's what you're going to do for the next 3 days. I don't like this, James. I know. Drink it. She downed the brownish liquid, made from one of Mr. Badger's prized recipes, Mrs. Catstore had said, and fell back against the pillows, wheezing. Oh, goodness, that would make any sinner reform. It's far more vile than that hangover drink you made me swallow. Mr. Badger did say he gave it to his lordship whenever he was downpin, Mrs. Catstore told her. He said it made his lordship as malleable as a sheep for at least an hour. Mr. Badger did allow, however, that seeing his lordship as malleable as a sheep worried everyone, even the scullery maid in the pantry. Now, you're to have some nice light soup, Mrs. James. Jessie ate the soup, yawned widely, and went to sleep at 8 that evening. At 8:45, James, who was reading in bed beside her, suddenly stiffened at the touch of her fingers on his belly. He stared at her. Her eyes were closed. She looked to be deeply asleep. Still, those fingers of hers moved, downward now, through the hair at his groin, down until she was lightly touching him with her fingertips. James let out a whoosh of air, realized he'd been holding his breath, and leaned back against the pillow. She was touching him. Now she was stroking him, closing her hand around him, and he thought he was going to expire with the pleasure of it. She was doing this in her sleep? While she was injured? Well, she had been knocked on the head. That was it. She didn't know what she was doing. She couldn't begin to imagine what she was. He moaned as her fingers tightened on him, moving now, touching, caressing. He couldn't bear it. Jessie, you've got to stop this. I won't be able to hang on much longer. Oh, God, that's wonderful. Don't ever stop. All right. He nearly jumped out of his skin. As it was, the sheer shock of her voice pulled him back from the frantic urgency that was pushing him hard toward release. Jessie, you damned tease. Yes, perhaps. I've wanted to do that for a long time, James. Do you like it? You're ill. God, I love it. You must rest. You shouldn't be driving me mad like this. Don't stop, Jessie. Don't stop. He moaned. No, I won't stop. I like the way you feel, James. My head just hurts a little bit, not enough to make me lie here any longer wanting to touch you. You don't mind, do you? You're ill. I love it. Jessie, I'll lose everything if you don't stop now. I don't want you to, but on the other hand, if you do, then I'll just be devastated for a very few minutes until I'm inside you, and then it will be wonderful again, and I won't have to stop. All right, James. He pulled her on top of him, jerked her nightgown over her head, and said, "Bring me inside you, Jessie." That's right. Slowly, slowly. It was nearly 9 o'clock. His wife had struck her head not all that many hours before, and here she was riding him. Slowly, to be sure, but she was moving on him, and she looked to be enjoying herself. He stroked her breasts, let his hands tighten about her waist, then lower until he found her, and he stroked her until she was breathing hard, pulling him deep inside her, teasing him. And he said very clearly, "Jessie, it's time for you to climax now, all right? Now? Yes, now. Yes," she said. "All right." She looked amazed as she flung her head back, all that wild red hair of hers streaming over her shoulders and down her back, and surely throwing her head like that had to hurt her just a bit, but all he could see was her pleasure, shimmering over her, making her cry out, making her ride him hard and harder yet, and just as she was easing, he took his own release. She was lying over him, her warm breath against his neck, and he was still inside her. "You were ill?" he managed when he could finally put two words together. "Yes, but I'm much better now. I'd say you were the best. That was incredible," Jessie said, licked his neck, and snuggled back down. In a moment she was asleep, and he was still inside her. He lay there a long time, his hands rubbing her back, stroking her, kneading her buttocks. The old Jessie, the new Jessie, it didn't matter. She was his. He didn't know when he fell asleep, but it seemed as if it were only 3 seconds later when he was jerked awake by a loud scream. Dear God, had Laura gotten back into the house? It was Jessie, thrashing around, her arms and legs flailing, screaming, then screaming again, sobs wheezing out between the screams, deep, ugly sounds that scared the devil out of him. She'd slipped off him. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her until she stilled. "Jessie," he said, kissed her, then shook her once again. She opened her eyes, stared up at him, and screamed again. "No, no, it's just me, James. It's all right." "James," she said. Oh, God, he thought. She spoke in that child's high sing-song voice. He felt the hair stir on the back of his neck. That child's voice said, "I don't know a James. Who are you? Why are you here? I'm taking care of you. You had a bad fall and hit your head. Oh, are you a doctor? Perhaps that is what I am now." Didn't she know him? Had the child come into her and planned to stay? "Dr. James, that sounds strange to me. Can you tell me what you were dreaming?" He tried to speak calmly, his voice as soothing as a father's to his child when the child is afraid and confused. Suddenly, Jessie jerked away from him. She struck his chest and scratched his cheek before he pinned her arms to her sides. There was terror in her eyes, wild terror she couldn't seem to escape. "No, no," she said again and yet again. "Let me go. Don't do that. It's horrible. Stop, stop." It was that pathetic child's voice, and it terrified him, hearing it come from a woman's mouth. His eyes had become used to the darkness. He saw shadows now, saw more clearly the terror in her eyes. He said slowly, "Something happened to you, Jessie. Something to do with this Mr. Tom." She was straining away from him, looking at him as if she was waiting for him to hurt her, that or kill her. He released her hands. She crossed her arms over her head to protect herself, lurched to the very edge of the bed, her legs drawing close to her chest, huddling down, trying to hide. "It's all right," he said quietly, in that same soothing voice he didn't even know he had, knowing he was dealing with the child, not the woman. "You will be fine. Go to sleep now. I'll watch over you. I won't leave you. Sleep." She fell asleep sobbing, her fist stuffed in her mouth. He was afraid to touch her. He was afraid to awaken her. He wondered if he did awaken her, whether she would be herself or that terrified child again. He waited until she was sleeping deeply, then drew her against him, nestling her into the curve of his body. She had no more nightmares that night, at least ones that drew her back to childhood and to terror. It occurred to him that she'd had this damned dream each time they'd made love. No, not the first 2 times, when she hadn't enjoyed herself, but every time thereafter. They'd made love, and then she'd had this horrible dream. Triggered by pleasure? He didn't like that one bit. When Jessie awoke the following morning, a dark morning with rain slashing against the window panes, the wind slashing the oak branches against the side of the house, she opened her eyes and saw James sitting beside her, not looking at all like an angel. He looked like a very worried man. But Jessie's thoughts were elsewhere. For once, her nightmares had pierced through to memory. She sat straight up in bed, turned to her husband, and said, "James, Mr. Tom was a very bad man. But it's not only about him. It's about Blackbeard. It's all about the pirate Blackbeard. 25. The Earl of Chase said to his valet, who was regarding a sleeping Charles with a beneficent eye, "Spears, what do you make of all this Blackbeard nonsense?" George Raven had precious little to offer about any of it, not that he knew much, but the fellow has no imagination at all, just rambled on and on about that wicked fellow Blackbeard and how it all had come back to Jessie after 10 years. Spears cleared his throat and said in his deep voice, "The pirate Blackbeard, as he devised himself, was really named Edward Teach. He would appear to be in the forefront of this situation, evidently, if you know what I mean. I don't, but that's never stopped you before. Proceed, Spears." "Yes, my lord. I spoke more closely with Dr. Raven. It would seem that Jessie hasn't had a vision. It seems she's remembered horrific details from her past, details that as a young girl she'd refused to remember. She hasn't revealed the details to anyone but James. Evidently, while still a girl, she fell ill right after this horrific experience, then awoke, remembering nothing of it. Mr. Badger agrees with me. He believes that a child will simply forget in order to survive. Miss Maggie disagrees. She believes Jessie's childhood fever acted like a blow to the head, causing her to forget. This new blow on the head, Miss Maggie believes, brought the memory back to life. "What does Sampson think?" the Duchess asked, laying down the small, exquisitely stitched shirt that, her husband had told her, would be ruined by Charles's drool within an hour of dressing him in it. Mr. Sampson, when applied to for his opinion, said that he believed none of it mattered, that what was important was that Miss Jessie tell us more about this Blackbeard fellow, and why he's so damned important, and what he has to do with this horrific incident from her childhood. Mr. Sampson, as you know, my lord, usually disregards any outward trappings and cuts directly to the chase. The Duchess didn't so much as turn a hair when Esme, the cat, jumped onto her lap, curled up in the middle of her sewing, and began to wash herself. She calmly patted Esme, who began to purr so loudly that Charles jerked awake, looked up at his papa, then at Spears, and yelled, "I believe the young master is ready for his mid-afternoon repast," Spears said. "He's a bloody little stoat," Marcus said. "Duchess, I'll hold that blasted Esme if you would like to see to him." "There is no choice," the Duchess said as she rose. "The American Wyndhams will arrive shortly, Spears." To her husband she added, "My dear, I fear that Esmo does not intend to lie quietly while you pat her." Marcus, the cat, now on his lap, was staring down at her while she kneaded his thighs. "A cat and a wife," he remarked to the room at large, as he rubbed Esme's chin. "Most of the time, I can't tell her scratches apart from the damned cat's." "And you, my dear," the Duchess said calmly to her husband as she leaned down to pick up her yelling son, "many times aren't able to perceive when you are very close to the edge." Marcus burst out laughing, dislodging Esme, who stood up on his legs, dug deeply, then bounded off. "I'll get you yet, Duchess," he said. "All I ask is that you lose that god-awful serene facade just once a week. Only one episode a week will satisfy me." "The Duchess, my lord," Spears said, standing very straight and very stiff, eyeing his seated master, who was grinning like a glutton in a room filled with sweetmeats, "will now give suckle to your son." "Then suckle, Spears? Good God, that sounds biblical." "I doubt, Marcus," the Duchess said, as she swung Charles into her arms, "that you would appreciate a biblical reference were it to float into the space before your nose." "Spears," Marcus said, "you're looking so puffed up with ire you look ready to explode. When will you ever realize that the Duchess has no need at all of your protection? Go away. Leave me in peace with this blasted cat." The Duchess, laughing as she cuddled her son to her chest, left the drawing-room, Spears, still high in his dignity, at her heels. Badger handed a delicate Severus dish to Jessie. She looked at it, and her mouth began to water. "Your scones, Badger, with clotted cream. Oh dear, this is wonderful. If my head even considered hurting me, it would surely stop now." "The scones are known for their restorative effect," Badger said, gave Jessie a close look, nodded, then turned to serve everyone else. The Duchess dispensed tea.
The tone should be world-weary and professional. Stress should be conveyed through a tightening of the voice or a slightly flat affect, rather than shouting or exaggerated anger. Dialogue, Yuki, her voice should be lighter and more engaged, but still within a realistic, natural conversational range. Climax, the transition to action must be quick and urgent, but the emotion of alarm should be understated. For example, a sharp intake of breath, or a sudden increase in volume or pace for only a few words, reflecting a professional reacting immediately without losing control. Goal, the delivery should sound authentic, as if the character is recounting a stressful event the day after, making the thrill organic and believable, not imposed. James looked over at Maggie, gowned this afternoon in a soft peach affair, really quite demure for Maggie. That made her look as delicious as Badger's clotted cream. Samson stood behind her, his left hand laying lightly on her shoulder. Every once in a while, Maggie patted her husband's hand. Actually, Jessie said, giving a demure look to her husband, James is more effective as a cure than a scone could ever be. Forgive me, Badger, but it's true. James choked. Samson thumped him on the back. We won't wish to hear more of this, Spears said, but he wasn't frowning. Jessie looked like an exotic flower next to Maggie today, surely a reversal, her red hair unconfined because braiding it had given her a headache. It was full and wild around her face, a face that was still on the pale side, and that had worried him, but she'd begged and begged to ride with him to Chase Park before she became as inert as one of her goose-feather pillows, she'd told him. Now that everyone is fortified for the upcoming disclosures, Marcus said as he ate the last bite of his scone, it's time we know more about this Blackbeard fellow, Jessie. You didn't tell poor George a thing. The Duchess bullied him mercilessly, but still he wasn't at all forthcoming. His lordship is quite right, Spears said in his ducal manner, as distinguished as one of the royals, probably more so. Dr. Raven is a fine physician, but he has no imagination. The Earl grunted. Spears gently cleared his throat. He doesn't inquire properly into matters. Now, Jessie, tell us everything. Jessie looked around at all the people who had taken her in and been kind to her and held her close and had actually liked her and wanted her to be happy. It was just too much. She couldn't help it. She burst into tears. Jessie! James, utterly appalled, scared to his toes actually, that she was unable to face this childhood terror, whatever it was on his feet in an instant. He sat beside her, which was difficult since it was not all that large a chair, and pulled her against him. Shush, sweetheart. It's all right. It's your head, nothing more, and all those dreadful memories. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Jessie, Badger said, needs a brandy. Mr. Sampson, would you care to pour her a goodly dose? It will clear an open path to her belly and warm her. James took the snifter of his lordship's finest brandy from Sampson's outstretched hand and nudged it against Jessie's cheek. Come now, drink it down. If Badger says you need it to open up your belly, then you need it. She took too big a drink, thought her stomach would burn to a cinder, coughed until her face was as red as her hair, and wheezed out, "Oh, my goodness, Badger, that is dangerous. How do gentlemen drink such quantities of it and survive to drink even more? Gentlemen," Spears said, eyeing the Earl briefly, "have remarkable adaptive powers. It aids them to survive when their brains don't function properly. Take just another very small sip, Jessie." She did, felt the warmth fill her, and sighed. "Do you feel up to telling everyone about that long-ago summer now?" She nodded, looking suddenly embarrassed. "I was just a little girl, not more than 10 years old if I remember correctly. My family has a house on Ocracoke, an island on a skinny strand of land off the coast of North Carolina that's called the Outer Banks, or the Barrier Islands, since it protects the mainland coast from Atlantic storms.
It's a beautiful place in the summer, quite sunny, with long, wide beaches. The water's still cool, but you can swim if you're brave. There are wild horses roaming all up and down the Outer Banks that many people believe swam to shore from a sinking Spanish galleon sometime in the 16th century. People who live there have tamed some of them. In the summer of 1812, I was always spending my days at the beach, digging around for clams, swimming until my skin was puckered, and my mother threatened to tie me to my bed. There was this man who was living in this shack right on the beach. Everyone called him Old Tom. I called him Mr. Tom. I don't know now if he was really all that old, but since I was very young, he looked ancient enough to be practically dead. That's all very well, Jessie. Anthony's voice came from behind the pianoforte in the corner of the drawing room. But what about Blackbeard? Anthony, his mother said, in her calm, serene voice, you will go to your father, and he will gently place his hand over your mouth. You won't interrupt, Jessie, all right? Papa's hand is very big, Mama. Hell, be careful not to cover your nose as well, so you won't suffocate. You will be careful, won't you, Marcus? I didn't drown him, did I? And there was much more provocation. Anthony went to stand beside his father and stared toward Jessie expectantly. Well, Anthony, it turned out that Old Tom was Blackbeard's great-grandson. Blackbeard was an evil man, Old Tom told me over and over again, for he was very proud of Blackbeard. Old Tom would say, he was the most infamous, cruel, and ruthless of all the pirates. He robbed and murdered and terrorized everyone in the Caribbean and all the towns and cities unfortunate enough to have been founded on rivers or on the ocean. I wonder if this is true, Jessie, Spears said. We offered the blighter a pardon? Yes, apparently so. Way back in 1718, Blackbeard signed a paper renouncing piratehood and moved to Ocracoke. There used to be a ruined castle there in the village called Blackbeard's Castle, so it said. Now, though, there are just some rocks lying around. So, was there really a castle? I don't know. There's also Teach's Hole, a channel that lies very closely to the village. For years, this was where Blackbeard brought his ships to careen. Jessie, what does careen mean? Maggie said. Master Anthony, when you careen a ship, you pull it up on shore and lay it on its side so you can make repairs and clean it off and whatever else it needs. Samson gave his wife a surprised look. However did you know that, my dear? Her eyes twinkled as she said in a voice as demure as a nun's, there was this sailor I met just before I saved Mr. Badger's life in Plymouth. He, told me ever so many things about ships and such. I suspected as much, Samson said. My wife, he announced to the group, has unplumbed depths. Yuck, Anthony said, watching Samson lean down and kiss Maggie's hand. Tell us more interesting things, Jessie. All right. After he signed the paper, he lived in his castle for a while, drank up all his rum, tormented his men, but soon even that got to be old hat. He got so bored that he slipped back into his evil ways. There were very few people living on Ocracoke at that time, only a few pilots, and he tormented them as well. Finally, the British went after him, and a Lieutenant Maynard caught up with him. It's said that he fought madly for over 3 hours. He was stabbed 20 times, one slash nearly cutting his throat. He was shot 5 times, and still he fought, until he simply had no more blood in him. Pardon me. They cut off his head and hung it from the bowsprit. Spears cleared his throat. Mr. Daniel Defoe wrote that his body was thrown overboard and that the headless corpse swam around the sloop 3 times in defiance before it sank into the sea. Did he eat people, Jessie? I don't think so, Anthony, but he did cut quite a few gullets. There's one story you'll like. It seems that their ship, Queen Anne's Revenge, was becalmed, everyone was bored, there were no ships in sight to plunder and destroy, and Blackbeard, drunk on rum, shouted, "Come, let us make a hell of our own and try how long we can bear it." They sat on the stones used to ballast the ship. Pots of brimstone, sulfur, were brought down, and then the hatches were closed. Blackbeard outlasted the other men.
One of his men shouted to him that he looked as if he were coming right from the gallows, to which Blackbeard is said to have roared that the next time they would play at gallows and see who could swing longest on the string without being throttled. "How do you know these stories?" Badger asked. She blinked, staring off at something none of them could see. "They were in Blackbeard's diary. I read the stories over and over to old Tom. I just now remembered them. Tell us more stories, Jessie," Anthony said, having slipped away from his father and sidled over to her, leaning against her shoulder. "I'll tell you more stories later, Anthony. The most important story is about Blackbeard's treasure. Old Tom believed there was a treasure. He believed the clues to the treasure were in Blackbeard's diaries. Old Tom let me read only parts of the 2 Blackbeard diaries he had, the parts with the stories, nothing else. He also showed me the 2 diaries that his own father, Samuel Teach, had written, but he didn't trust me enough to let me read any of them. There was one other diary. Very old it was, the paper so yellowed I was afraid to touch it. He said it was written by Blackbeard's great-grandma, and being it was written by a woman, and long before Blackbeard was born, and buried his treasure, it wasn't important. I managed to read about half of that one before that day when things happened. It was fascinating, but it doesn't have anything to do with the treasure, though it does involve another mystery. I'll tell you about it later. Then, well, the other happened." She raised her chin and said clearly, "He tried to rape me. I managed to get away from him. When he brought me down from behind, I had a rock clutched in my hand. He jerked me upright, and I hit him as hard as I could on the head. It killed him. I was terrified. I got all the diaries together, wrapped them in an oilskin cloth, and buried them. As far as I know, they're still there. I remember dreaming about him the first several years after it happened. Then the dreams just stopped until James and I married, and James said, 'It appears that our marital intimacy brought the dreams back to her. I don't like it. Pleasure to be followed by that god-awful memory.'" "A treasure, Jessie," Anthony breathed, his beautiful Wyndham blue eyes dark with excitement. "Truly a treasure?" "Yes, a treasure." Jessie was aware that everyone in the room was staring at her, all but Anthony, who really hadn't paid any attention to anything she'd said. She just nodded slowly. There was a 3rd diary Blackbeard wrote that a man named Red-Eye Crimson had gotten hold of. Old Tom met him in Montego Bay, in Jamaica. Red-Eye had been looking for him. He told him that he had a 3rd Blackbeard diary, and if they put all 3 together, then they'd know where Blackbeard had buried his treasure. Evidently, old Tom didn't have any of the diaries with him, so they agreed that Red-Eye Crimson would come to Ocracoke to put his diary together with old Tom's 2 diaries. Old Tom really was convinced that if they put the diaries together, they'd find the treasure. That same night, old Tom's friend, Red-Eye Crimson, came to my father's house in Ocracoke and tried to kidnap me, because he must have seen me leave old Tom's shack near the beach. He must have known I killed old Tom. He must have realized as well that I'd buried the diaries. He had to kidnap me so I'd give them to him. My dog saved me, but I struck my head and knocked myself out. When I woke up 3 days later, my parents told me I'd had this awful fever and nearly died. I didn't remember any of this. You don't think Maggie was right? One knock on the head made you forget, and the other brought it back? Badger said. No, it was our lovemaking. I don't want this to continue. Soon Jessie won't want to come to bed with me. Anthony was tenacious. He was jumping around from foot to foot, waiting for the adults to be quiet. I'm glad you killed that awful man, Jessie, but that's not important. What's important is Blackbeard's treasure. I wasn't born yet when Papa and Mama found the other treasure, the Wyndham legacy. It would be your first treasure hunt, Anthony. I believe it exists, probably buried near Teach's Hole. We just have to go back and dig up Blackbeard's diaries to find out where all the booty is buried. Even then, it's possible we won't have enough clues because we don't have the 3rd diary. My papa told me that the man who tried to kidnap me, Red-Eye Crimson, would be in jail until he was 90, so I guess we'll just have to make do with Blackbeard's 2 diaries. Spears rose. I did a bit of reading about this Blackbeard fellow after Dr. Raven gave us the name. I discovered that in 1811, a Boston theater presented the nautical spectacle, Blackbeard the Pirate. It was all nonsense, of course. I couldn't discover many believable accounts of him, other than that the English believed he was a Scot, and everyone else believed he was an Englishman. We all agree with Jessie. This fellow, old Tom, he was a bounder and a wicked sinner, but he did have the diaries. Jessie saw them. Now we know exactly what to do. We have all discussed it and decided that since the Duchess has wanted to travel for a very long time now, this is the perfect opportunity. We will journey to this Acracoke place and find Blackbeard's treasure. Maggie said, "That's right. We haven't found a treasure in over 7 years. It's time to stretch our brains and find another one. I believe I would like a ruby necklace this time. What do you think, Mr. Sampson? You would look delicious, dearest." "I could prepare native recipes," Badger said. "I understand, Jessie, that your cooks who live near water prepare what's called a conch chowder that is cooked with potatoes and carrots. A simple dish, but one that could possibly tease the palate if prepared properly. I will prepare it when we reach Acracoke." "Oh, Marcus," the Duchess said, sitting forward in her chair, Charles's shirt momentarily forgotten on her lap. "Another treasure hunt and Badger's conch chowder. Is that some sort of fish, Badger?" "It is a spiral shell, Duchess, and the sea mollusk meat inside is what one cuts up and cooks in a chowder. I have several conch shells," Jessie said to Anthony. "You can use them like a horn for calling." The Duchess said, "We would travel to America. We would visit James' marathon. We would meet Jessie's parents. Oh dear, we would see James' mother. Sorry, Duchess, but she is unavoidable." "Rather like the plague," Marcus said. He rose and began to pace. He said finally to his wife, "This isn't something that happens in the course of 3 days, Duchess. We would be gone for 3 months, at the very least. It could be dangerous. Ocean travel is always uncertain. What would we do with the boys?" "We will ensure that the boys are always safe," Spear said. "The boys must accompany us." Anthony whooped and ran around the drawing room shouting with glee. "Master Anthony," Spear said very quietly, "adult ears are too sensitive to be thus abused." Anthony quickly walked to where his father stood beside the fireplace and planted himself beside him, not moving, just as his father wasn't moving either. Marcus began to pace. Anthony fell into place behind him, matching his steps as well as he could to his father's. The Duchess said, "You saw Alec Carrick just last week, Marcus. We could travel to Baltimore on one of his ships." She added briefly to Jessie, "He's Baron Carrick. He married a shipbuilder's daughter from Baltimore just 3 years ago. Alec had a daughter by his first marriage, Hallie, and now he and Jenny have a son, Dev James. Perhaps you knew the Paxtons?" "Certainly. I remember hearing that Jenny Paxton was trying to run her father's shipyard. Now that I think back, there was an Englishman in the picture as well. That was Alec. They spend more time in England than in America, but they visit at least twice a year. Jenny is a very capable woman."
Rather than writing vulgar ditties like my wife and abusing my adult ears, Jenny knows how to build ships. The Duchess just smiled sweetly at him. "A treasure hunt, Marcus. I haven't seen such a sweet smile since I gave you that very special birthday present last year. Do you remember?" The Duchess never changed expressions, though perhaps her smile softened a bit. "I remember everything, Marcus. Don't ever doubt it." The Earl looked around at all the expectant faces. He looked down at his son's upturned face. He recognized the excitement in everyone's eyes. He felt it twitching and quivering inside him. He said slowly, picking Anthony up in his arms, "Perhaps we should think about this for another year or so. What do you think, Anthony?" "Papa, no, please, you wouldn't." He began laughing and squeezed his son tightly against his chest. "All right, if we leave next week, will that be soon enough for you?" "That's what I prayed to hear," James said. "You'll all be in this with us. I want to find that treasure as much as you do, but more importantly, I want Jessie to go back to Acracoke and try to demolish all memories of Mr. Tom. I want her to see that old shack on the beach, look at it good, and remember every detail so that she can forget it, and we can get on with things. I wish Maggie were right, that Jessie's latest knock on the head brought the memories back, but it didn't, more's the pity. I should be able to protect her from more blows to the head, but dreams, nightmares, tattered memories that haunt her, that's beyond me.
I want her dreams to be of me, not of that demon from the past. I want Jessie and I to be able to make—" He looked at Anthony. "Well, you know what I mean." "Indeed we do," Marcus said. "That would be damnable. Don't you agree, Duchess? Pleasure, and then pain. Most damnable." "Although," Marcus said, with that glint in his eyes, "some people are very fond of that concept." "Don't continue, Marcus." The Earl looked at his son, who was all ears, and sighed. "One must be perfect for the little heathens." 26. Copenhagen was the Duke of Wellington's charger at the Battle of Waterloo. Baltimore, Maryland, early September. Marathon Farm. "I'm sorry, Jessie. If I'd known, I would have done something. What? I'm not sure, but something. Damnation, is she some sort of witch? No, don't answer that. How could she be here?" James had no time to answer. All of them were tired. Charles was fussing and hiccuping through his tears, and Anthony was whining that he was hungry. Spears took his hand and said, "You will be as brave and stoic as your mamma and papa, Master Anthony. All of us are hungry. All of us are tired. If you whine, we will all think you are a little boy. We will think of you as no older than Master Childs. I am not Childs, but I am a little boy." Spears said to the Duchess, "Most of the time it works." "Ah, Thomas, you've gotten here before my mother has come out. Well, just barely. Hello, Mother. May I ask what you are doing here?" Mrs. Wilhelmina Wyndham gave her son only a cursory glance. It was the Duchess she was staring at, the glint in her eye malevolent. "You," she said, "I haven't seen you for 7 years, not nearly a long enough number of years. You brought your entire household to protect you. I must say, Missy, you will need them. How dare you come to America, to Baltimore, to my poor son's house? And you brought this girl back with you. How I prayed she would disappear and never show her miserable, ruined face again. But she's here. Ah, you've got 2 children. You don't deserve them. Poor James lost his wife and his child. Why did he bring all of you here? You don't belong here, and I insist that all of you leave at once." "Mother," James said very quietly, "that is quite enough. We're all very tired. We've been aboard ship for 6.5 weeks. It took more hours than expected to get to the inner basin. Why are you here?" "I knew you were coming," Mrs. Wyndham said in a dramatic voice, flinging out her arms. "I knew, and thus I came, because I knew you would need me, my son. And you obviously do need me. I will remove all these English blighters who don't belong here in America." "Mother," James said again, this time taking her arm in a strong grasp, "I want you to leave now. I will come to see you tomorrow. Thomas, please see my mother to her carriage. But, dearest, I will call tomorrow, Mother." She gave the Duchess a last malevolent look, shot Marcus a coy look, and ignored Jessie. She followed Thomas from the house. "Oh dear," the Duchess said, "this was quite a welcome." She was right. 7 years between visits isn't nearly long enough. "It will improve now, I promise," James said. "Jessie, you're exhausted. You look a bit green around the edges, and I don't think there's a handy chamber pot downstairs." "It's all your fault, James." "I know," he said, patting her cheek. "Badger promises me that you'll get fat and waddle, but you're still so thin. You want a chamber pot now, don't you?" "Please hurry," Jessie said, and took short, shallow breaths, just as the Duchess had taught her. "Hold on, Jessie. You've done very well today. All this nausea won't last that much longer. Here's Thomas with the chamber pot. Excellent." It didn't even seem odd to Jessie to vomit in front of everyone. She was so used to it. Being in close quarters on a barkentine for more than 6 weeks lessened one's privacy, and she'd been sicker than a person deserved that last week of the voyage. James wiped her face with a nice cold wet cloth. Badger handed her a glass of water. James helped her to her feet and hugged her tight. Then he left. "I'll never forget how you were certain you were dying, lying there on that coiled rope on deck, moaning and looking pathetic. You look nearly well again. Even your streamers are beginning to perk up once more. Ah, here's Thomas to help us all arrange ourselves." "Men should be shot," Jessie said. Spears immediately stepped forward and extended his hand to the tall black man. "I am Mr. Spears. You are Mr. Thomas?" "Well, Mr. Spears," Thomas said slowly, wondering if the earth had suddenly turned faulty, "I suppose I'm Mr. Thackeray." Then he smiled, a wide, quite nice smile, showing lots of even white teeth. Maggie winked at him. At 10 o'clock that night, all the servants and the families had been fed and given beds. But there weren't enough bedchambers. For the first time since he'd bought Marathon, James was truly aware at how derelict his house was. There were patches of mold on the wallpaper, dark corners with mouse holes in them, poorly furnished rooms, and all he could do was apologize, which he did in each room they entered. Finally, the Duchess had said, "Enough, James. Candlethorpe gave me little challenge. Between us, Jessie and I will make Marathon the most impressive house in the area." He believed her until he glanced at his wife, who looked ready to drop where she stood. She was staring owl-eyed at him. "James, will I sleep with you in your bedchamber? The bed's big enough, isn't it? There's no place else for you. Let's get you to bed. Yes, it will hold the two of us. I guess I might as well, since you've already done your worst to me." She'd never before seen James's bedchamber, and she found it to be as dismal as the rest of the house. The wallpaper was old and peeling near the windows, where the damp had gotten in, and was painted a mangy brown color. There was only a big bed with a scarred maple headboard and an armoire just as ancient as the bed, its doors as scarred as the headboard. But she was too tired to care. She stood passively while James unfastened the buttons on her gown. When she was standing in front of him, only in her shift and stockings, he said, "Let me get you a nightgown." Then he paused, his eyes dilating. "No, perhaps you'd best learn to sleep naked with me again. You won't always be feeling like a green peach that someone's bitten into. Spears says not more than a couple of more weeks, hopefully." He didn't add that Caroline Nightingale, an excellent friend of the English Wyndhams, had been ill for nearly 5 months with her second child. No, Jessie didn't need to know that. "I always wear a nightgown, James. I thought you enjoyed jerking them over my head and tossing them across the bedchamber. Very well, just for tonight, all right? In America, I seem to lose all these little modesty rules." He rifled through her clothes in the open valise on the floor, tossed her a clean nightgown, stripped himself, and climbed into bed. "Hurry, Jessie, I'm cold, and I need you to warm me up." Actually, it was quite warm, being the beginning of September. Thank God it hadn't rained during their trip from the Pratt Street docks to Marathon. A long, hot trip, but it hadn't rained. "The children are sleeping with Marcus and the Duchess. Damnation, I just didn't remember how very old and ratty everything was." "It's all right, Jessie," said as she climbed into bed beside him. "Just wait until they see the stables and your workers' houses. Then they'll understand where you spent all your money. Are you really tired, Jessie?" She was snuggled against his side, her palm over his heart. "No, not really tired. Actually, she was so exhausted she wanted to close her eyes and never open them again during this current week." No sooner were the words out of her mouth, no sooner had he assimilated them and begun to turn to face her, already harder than he'd imagined possible in such a short time, than he felt her kissing his shoulder. "No," she whispered, licking his warm flesh, "I'm not tired at all." "Our first time in America," he said, sometime later, when he could speak again. He kissed her again and again, until he knew she was falling asleep. "That was quite nice. I wonder if Marcus heard you yelling. If he did, I'll hear about it tomorrow. Sleep well, Jessie." She slept well until 3 o'clock. Then she awoke screaming, her arms flailing. This time, Jessie woke up first, sweating, her streamers sticking to her cheeks, heaving so hard she thought her heart would burst. "Oh, God, it was Mr. Tom again, James. Why won't it stop? I remember all about him now. Why won't he just bloody stop? Oh, dear, I think I'm going to be sick." It was as black as the bottom of a witch's cauldron in the bedchamber, the downstairs clock just striking 3 o'clock. James rolled off the side of the bed, hit the floor running, and got the chamber pot to her in the nick of time. He held her, then gave her water to drink and wiped her face. "I don't know why you're still dreaming about it, Jessie," he said at last when he held her in his arms again. "Just try to relax. Breathe slowly. That's good. Go to sleep. That's right. Just go to sleep." Damnation. Every time he gave her pleasure, this wretched dream came to her. Even now that she'd remembered the truth behind it, she still had troubled sleep. He wanted to leave for Ocracoke tomorrow, but he knew they couldn't. Everyone was exhausted. The last thing anyone wanted to do was climb aboard another ship. He stroked her face with his fingers. He wound a streamer around his thumb, then lightly ran his fingertips over her face, her ears, stroking her curly hair back from her forehead. "It will be all right, Jessie. It's got to be. James, I think I'll go to the kitchen. Surely there must be something to take away this wretched nausea." "No, you don't know the house yet. I'll go." James went downstairs and out the back entrance. He walked across the bricked walkway to the kitchen. He knew Badger had already settled in. Surely he'd prepared something. He never forgot anything. He was surprised to see candlelight showing from beneath the kitchen door. Could old Bess be preparing something at this hour? He opened it slowly, listening. "Does everyone agree that this is the course to follow?" It was Spears speaking, naturally. "What course?" "The old besom will turn on Jessie as soon as she realizes her dear James married her," Sampson said. "Of course. Then she won't be able to fire all her cannon at the poor Duchess." "It sounds likely," Badger said. "Would you like more tea, Maggie?" "Thank you, Mr. Badger. You've put some soothing herb in it, haven't you?" "I have, Maggie. It will make you sleep. It will make all of us sleep. The good Lord knows we'll need it to deal with all the myriad problems that seem to abound here." He yawned discreetly behind his hand. "Just fancy," Maggie said as she sipped her tea. "Yes," Spears said, "and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and all of us were prowling around and are now in the kitchen trying to address all the damnable problems." "What have you all decided?" James asked, coming into the large room. "James," Spears said comfortably, rising from his chair at the head of the large table, "you should be with Jessie." "I was, but she's ill, and I've come here to find her something to settle her stomach." "I made some more unyeasted bread," Badger said, and rose to cut it and wrap it in a napkin. "What have you all decided?" James asked again, eyeing each of them in turn. Spears, looking as elegant as ever in a brocade dressing gown of dark blue velvet, said, "Do sit down, James. We discovered that none of us could sleep, except for Mr. Sampson, who is fortunate enough to sleep standing in a corner if he must. We decided to come out here and have a bit of tea and conversation. It's good that we did. We've come to a decision about your mother. Do you plan to strangle her and drop her into the Patapsco River? What about the poor fish?" "That's a satisfying thought," Maggie said. "Too bad about the fish." She looked glorious in a peach confection that would look more natural worn by a rich man's mistress. Her red hair was loose. She looked delicious, and knew she looked delicious. "How can it be that you're so nice, James, and she's such a terror?" "It's a mystery," James said, seated himself, and accepted a cup of tea from Badger. "I will speak for Mr. Sampson. Your mother, James, will make Jessie's life miserable," Maggie said. "We will protect her. Whenever your mother visits, all of us will take turns being with her, so that the old the old lady doesn't whack her off at the knees." James looked around the table at the 3 servants, who weren't really servants, and knew they cared as much about Jessie now as they did about the Duchess, Marcus, and him. He was profoundly grateful. He said, "The house is not what any of you are used to. I'm sorry that your accommodations are so inferior, but I ran out of money once I had dwellings for my servants built and the stables and paddocks redone." "Where did the servants live before, if not in houses?" Badger asked. "They were slaves," James said. "They're all black, and they were slaves. They were nothing but property. They were abused. Husbands and wives were separated. Children were taken from their parents. I hate slavery. As soon as I bought the property, I freed all of them and began paying them wages. They lived in huts that the filthiest rodents avoided. I had to build them decent housing. I had to." "Quite right," Spears said. "Don't you agree, Maggie? I think James is a man with a conscience. Just fancy, and he's half American, and not all English." "Yes, fancy that," Badger said. "I'll let you decide which is my best half," James said, laughed, and drank down his tea.
He took the wrapped napkin from Badger, bid them all good night, then said over his shoulder, "There's not just my mother, there's also Jessie's mother. They never perform a duet. They always come at you from opposite directions. You'll be pleased to know that my mother also bullies Tessie's mother. They were girls together, evidently." He smiled at their collective consternation and took himself back to his wife, who was huddled in the middle of his bed, breathing through her nose. "Jessie told me," Spears said after James had left, "that her father was bound to provide a dowry for her. That should be ample to bring the house up to snuff."
"We have 2 mothers to worry about?" Maggie said, then sighed deeply, leaning her elbows on the kitchen table. "It's all right, Maggie," Spears said. "We'll figure everything out. We always do," Badger said. "Tomorrow I must find a recipe for conch chowder." The dreariness of James's red brick Georgian house was very apparent the following morning, when everyone was seated in the dining room with its old table and 12 chairs, whose cushions had once been a vivid blue and were now a tattered blue-gray. The walls needed paint and new wallpaper, and the carpet on the floor was clean but so old it was splitted apart. James was embarrassed, mumbling as he seated his wife at the foot of the table. "I bought the property from Boomer Banks. He'd been a widower for many years. He paid no attention to the house. I'm very sorry, Jessie, Duchess. I dare say we'll all survive," the Duchess said, as she settled Charles in the middle of a blanket in the corner of the room, a sugar tit from Old Bess in his mouth. The moment she laid eyes on him, Old Bess adored Charles, cooing over him, telling him he was the sweetest little bite she'd ever seen, and that his mamma was the prettiest little sweetie she'd ever seen as well. Not as pretty as the new mistress, but very fine nonetheless. "Loyalty," the Duchess had remarked to her husband, "is an excellent thing." "The room's a nice size," Jessie said. "The windows are large, the prospect pleasing." "Just fancy," Thomas said from the doorway. "The house is filled again. We're all so pleased that you're the mistress now, Miss Jessie." "Thank you, Thomas." "Oh, dear, may I have a piece of that bread, please, Badger?" "Of course, Jessie," Badger said. "Mr. Thackeray, would you please give the bread to Mrs. James?" After breakfast, James took Marcus off to inspect the stables. Thankfully, Anthony, filled with more energy than the rest of them combined, went with them. During breakfast, he'd exclaimed that he couldn't wait to leave to find Blackbeard's treasure. The Duchess had said in her calm way, "That's fine, Anthony. You can go with your father to search us out a ship." "Another ship, Mama?" "Certainly. We can't very well go overland. We'll get to be on board a ship again. Just fancy that." Anthony hadn't said another word. All of them wanted a bit of a rest, but not a long one. That treasure was there, waiting for them. They all knew it. Jessie, her stomach settled down, went with the Duchess into the parlor, as she'd told the Duchess it was called here in the colonies. "Now, Jessie, before you and I begin to make plans, I imagine that you will want to visit your parents and your sisters." Not really, Jessie thought, flinching from the idea of Glenda staring at James's crotch. Surely she wouldn't do that now that he was married, would she? "I have missed my father." "Thomas suggested that you write a note to your parents and tell them that you and James will be visiting them for luncheon. Do you feel well enough to do that?" "It comes and goes," Jessie said. "I feel marvelous right now, but in 5 minutes I could be tossing up Badger's wonderful bread and Old Bess's strawberry jam I ate for breakfast." The Duchess eyed her closely. "Your clothes are hanging on you, too. You want to be the mistress of Marathon, Jessie, the independent, married relative, when you see them. You don't ever want them to think of you as their daughter again, thus someone they can bully and order around. Let's speak to Maggie. Among the 3 of us, we can dress you up properly." "Unfortunately, it won't matter," Jessie said, staring down at her shoes. "My mother and James's mother grew up together." "Oh, dear. At least my mother will be pleasant to you, Duchess." It was 2 o'clock that afternoon when James and Jessie rode in his old carriage to the Warfield farm. All the trees and flowers were still in late summer bloom. The air was rich with warmth and the scent of the land. "It's good to be home," James said, as he lightly flicked Bellini's reins. "James, is Glenda going to stare at your crotch again?" He started, jerking on Bellini's reins, and laughed when the horse snorted. "I hope not, but with Glenda I've learned over the years never to try to outguess her. If she does, well, just ignore it." "Are you certain you're ready for this, sweetheart?" Sweetheart. It sounded wonderful coming from James Wyndham to her, Jessie Warfield, the girl he'd considered an obnoxious brat for 6 years. Maybe he still did. "Are you going to keep visiting Connie Maxwell?" He didn't look at her, rather just kept looking through Bellini's ears. "I will see her, naturally, to tell her of my marriage." "Oh, what does that mean? You think I'd still make love to her? Well, say something. Damn you, Jessie, we're married. I happen to believe in marriage vows. I won't betray you. You will never betray me either, because I won't allow it." "All right," she said, feeling tears well in her eyes. She didn't understand herself. One minute she wanted to laugh, the next she was sobbing like a broken woman. It was unnerving. Maggie had just patted her hand and told her it was the babe making her behave in such an unpredictable manner. But Maggie didn't have any children. How did she know? Good. Now, here we are. Are you ready for this? She'd poked her chin a good 3 inches in the air. He lightly punched her chin, grinning. "You look beautiful. I like your gown. Is it one of the Duchess's?" "Yes." Maggie took a few tucks here and there. "She also washed my hair. It doesn't look too bad, does it, James?" He hated that ridiculous doubt in her voice. "The streamers are even saluting." She didn't look bad for a woman who was clutching Badger's bread in one hand. He watched her take a bite, then push the rest of it down into her pocket. He tossed Bellini's reins to one of the stable lads, leaned over to kiss his wife's mouth, and said quietly, "You are my wife. You are now independent of your family. Do you understand? Once we get all this family business over with, once we get furnishings ordered for the house, once everyone is ready to face a ship again, then we'll go to Ocracoke and get Mr. Tom out of your mind and out of our lives." Yes. The Duchess said the same thing, both about Mr. Tom and about my parents. She told me not to forget I was now a married lady, and free of them, or she'd write a ditty about me I wouldn't like. Good for her. Let's go. He lifted her down from the carriage, brought her close to him, and said, "Oslo grinned like a fool when I told him we were married. Your father will do the same." Portia Warfield pushed past Polly, the black girl in her floppy mop cap who answered the door. "Well," she said, eyeing her daughter. In truth, she could think of nothing more to say, because her wayward daughter didn't look at all as she had when she left Baltimore nearly 4 months before. She looked elegant. It was disconcerting. It was infuriating. "I know all about this illicit marriage of yours, Jessie Warfield. James, your mother visited me this morning and told me of this outrage. However, the reason for her outrage is quite different from mine. You don't look right, Jessie. You don't look how you're supposed to look, the way you've looked since you were a child. It doesn't suit you, all this silly finery, your hair all done up like a loose female's. You will change everything, immediately. You will become yourself again. I order you to do as I say." "I can't, Mama," Jessie said, squeezing closer to Tings. "May we come in, ma'am? Jessie would like to sit down. The voyage was long, and she's still tired. You might as well. Poor Glenda is prostrate, has been for weeks and weeks. Now today she discovers that you stole away the man she was going to marry, Jessie. She is a shadow of her former self. She is miserable, the poor pet. She barely ate her breakfast." "I thought Mrs. Wyndham came here to tell you of our marriage," Jessie said, confused. "Surely she didn't come before breakfast." "Don't be smart, miss. Your poor sister didn't sleep well last night. She probably had a premonition of what treachery was to come." "She didn't have her breakfast, indeed her lunch as well, until afternoon, and that is when James's mother came. You might as well sit down. I will have your poor father fetched from the stables." "Is something wrong with Papa?" Jessie asked, thoroughly alarmed. "Don't be a fool." Mrs. Warfield swept from the parlor. James turned to Jessie and grinned. "She puts on as fine a performance as does my precious mother. Don't heed her, Jessie." Jessie ran her tongue over her lips. "I'll try," she said, "but she just keeps battering at you. It's hard to get away from it. Here, eat a bit of Badger's bread." She did, and was still chewing slowly when her father strode into the room, shouting with pleasure when he saw the two of them. "Ah, my boy, you married my little girl. A fine day it is for me." Jessie, goodness girl, whatever have you done to yourself? You look like a princess. That's it, a princess, with that yellow gown and your hair all shiny and stylish. Just look at those cute little curls. And here's your mother again. Well, we can't have everything perfect, can we? My dear, can you have some tea fetched? Perhaps some cakes as well. He waited until his wife had left the parlor, then hugged his daughter and shook hands with his new son-in-law. He held both their hands as he said, "You've pleased me more than I can say. I don't know if either of you realize it yet, but you really are well suited for each other." "I surely hope so, Papa, since James has gotten me pregnant." "What? You're with child? Now? But you've only been married a matter of short months, just a summertime of months, not more than 3 months, and you're already pregnant? Oh, goodness, I'm going to be a grandfather. Papa, I'm going to be ill." It was nearly an hour later when Jessie was once again seated next to her husband in her mother's parlor, her hair brushed, her gown straightened. She was still too pale even after she'd pinched her cheeks, but her stomach had settled. James had fed her weak tea and Badger's bread until she was lying all relaxed on her old bed. "When is my grandson going to be born?" her father asked immediately, rubbing his hands together, looking more excited, his wife thought, as she stared at him, than he had when she'd been pregnant with their first. Damn him. Silly old man. So pleased he was when he knew that James should have married sweet Glenda, not her hoyden sister. "Next April, we think," James said. Her mother stared at her with new eyes. Jessie? Pregnant? It boggled the mind. For a very long time she'd been without anything to say. Now she found her tongue, remembered her grievances, and said, "I doubt it will be a grandson, Oliver. If she's this ill, it's probably a girl." "Another one in the family. It seems to be all the Warfields can breed." James said easily, as he took Jessie's limp hand, "I would be delighted to have 6 girls, ma'am, all of them with splendid red hair and Jessie's beautiful green eyes." "She never before had splendid hair," Mrs. Warfield said. "It's her grandmother's hair." Jessie was cursed with it, just as her grandmother was also cursed, but at least her grandmother kept it hidden beneath all sorts of frightful caps and bonnets, so no one would gape at her. At that moment, Glenda tottered into the room. She looked as pale as Jessie, her eyes red from weeping, her gown wrinkled. James rose and smiled at her. Her eyes fell immediately to his crotch. 27. James's smile didn't slip, something he considered quite an accomplishment. "Hello, Glenda. You're looking lovely as usual. I'm now your brother-in-law, and you are my new sister." Glenda looked from James to Jessie, groaned, and said through tight lips, her voice quavering with pain, "I'm betrayed. I'm ground into the dirt. It's all your fault, Jessie, and yours too, James, for not paying heed to the one woman who would have given you grace, beauty, and wit. Now look at what you've got, and she will just breed more of what she is." "What do you mean, Glenda, that I'll breed just more of what I am? Surely that doesn't make sense. You stole James from me, you miserable traitor. You were ugly, a pathetic girl who looked like a boy, and I never worried about you for an instant, except to laugh at you because you looked and acted so stupidly. But just look at you. You've changed, you've become different, and it isn't right. I hate you, Jessie. You will breed just more of what you were, not what you've become. You'll change back. James will see that and hate you as much as I do." No one had a thing to say to that. Glenda tottered out of the room. She stopped just outside the doorway, whirled around, her face mottled, and shouted in raw fury, "I'll kill you for this, Jessie. You ruined yourself and forced James to marry you. You even seduced him. Well, it won't last. You'll see. You'll bore him by the end of next week, if not by the end of today. You interest a man? It doesn't matter that you look different. You'll never interest any man. Huh, you don't know how to. Huh, again." Oliver Warfield cleared his throat. "My dear," he said to his wife, "I ask that you speak to our daughter. Her behavior is tedious, if the truth be told. James never gave her any encouragement. He didn't give any encouragement to Jessie either, but she's pregnant." "That's different," Oliver said comfortably as he rose. "Come, Jessie, let's go to the stable. The horses have missed you. You too, James." "Oh yes, Papa, I'd like that very much." "James?" While Jessie greeted all the stable lads and patted all the horses and gave them carrots and sugar, Oliver Warfield pulled James into his office. He sat down behind his battered desk, pulled a bottle of port from one of the drawers. "Here you are, son." "Ah, that sounds nice." "Here's to your marriage to my best daughter." "I'll drink to that," James said, and clicked his glass to his father-in-law's. The two men drank slowly without speaking. Oliver leaned back in the rickety old chair that was the most comfortable one he'd ever sat in, and said, "Remember when Jessie ate an entire watermelon to keep you from having a piece? Good Lord, that must have been at least 5 years ago. I don't think she'd even look at a watermelon now." "There must be a point somewhere, Oliver. Only that you will make her content, James. Why won't she eat watermelon now?" "I have no idea, James." James smiled into his port at the suddenly stern father's voice. "I will try. There are a lot of changes coming. Do you know that the English Wyndhams, their 2 sons, and their 4 servants traveled here with me?" Oliver Warfield looked horrified. "They're all staying at Marathon? They're all in that house?" "Unfortunately so. The Duchess, she's the Countess of Chase, you know, she assures me that I'm not to worry, that all of them understand perfectly, and indeed applaud how I spent my money. I thought you did too much, but that's neither here nor there. Those slaves now live better than many citizens." James felt the familiar curl of anger in his gut, but he held his tongue. He sipped more of his port and waited. "Speaking of money, James, we need to speak about Jessie's dowry." James shifted in his chair. In his new role as husband to Jessie Warfield, he was frankly uncomfortable with Oliver, the man whose horses he'd tried to beat for years at the races. "You want more port?" "I think I'd better have some," James said, and held out his glass. An hour later, James and Jessie finally left the Warfield farm to return to Marathon. Jessie was talking like her old self, as chirpy as a magpie, and excited about her father's horses. Rialto will take on Tinpin with no trouble in the race on Saturday. Oh goodness, whom am I to cheer for? This is a problem I hadn't considered. James cleared his throat. "You're feeling well? Marvelous. What will I do, James? And there's Friar Tuck and Miss Louise. I trained her myself. She's nearly 3 now and ready to race. Jessie, when your father dies, you and I will own the Warfield farm." She stared at him.
"He's giving us everything, but he didn't tell me that." "No, not everything. He told me he's been very lucky the past few years. I suppose I didn't want to know how he recouped his fortunes. There is a dowry for Glenda, a sizable one, he said, since he's not all that certain she can catch a husband without one. But Glenda's very pretty. She's not at all like me. Are you fishing for a compliment, Jessie?" She gave him a long, thoughtful look. "I know what I am, James." "Good. I want my wife to know that what she is first is mine." Jessie wasn't sure that she knew that at all, but she preferred James's line of thinking. "What about the house? What about Mother?" "She is to live in the house until she dies. Then the house belongs to us as well. Which is a problem. Our properties don't join, so we can't just pull down fences and combine them." "We'll figure out something," Jessie said. "Don't worry, James." He knew that look in her eye, all sparkling energy and intelligence, and was pleased. Now, if only their babe would stop sending her to her knees in front of the chamber pot. She said now, as she frowned down at her gloved hands, "Will we have money to work on Marathon?" "Yes, a lot." She gave him a fat smile. "Good," she said, and tucked her arm through his. "Papa asked me what I wanted, and I told him that the Duchess and I were going to fix up the inside of the house, and we needed money to do it right. Odd that he didn't tell me about giving us the farm as well. That's properly a man's subject of discussion, Jessie. Your father was right not to mention that to you before he discussed it with me. I'm surprised that he even asked you about the money. He told me that I'd earned all of it, since I'd been his best jockey for the past 6 years. I told him he was right. He kissed me then and hugged me. I love my father very much, James. I don't ever want him to die, at least for a very long time. How can you be so nice and your mother so tedious?" She laughed and laughed.
There was no particular pandemonium at Marathon when they returned, which was a relief. There was, however, James' mother, resplendent in purple silk, and she was seated in the parlor with the Earl. The Duchess must have escaped, Jessie thought, as she squared her shoulders and walked into the parlor beside James. "My son," Wilhelmina Wyndham said, encouraging him to walk across the room to kiss her outstretched hand before she'd held it out for long enough to get a cramp. "Mother," he kissed her veined hand, "I'm surprised you're here. I was coming to see you. Don't you remember? I told you I would visit you today. I couldn't wait. It's been too long since I've seen you. I told Ursula that she could wait, that I would come to dine with you this evening. She and Gifford can see you tomorrow." Wonderful, just wonderful, Jessie thought, wondering if she would make it through an evening with her mother-in-law without having to leave the room to retch. When the Duchess came into the parlor, looking like the regal countess she was, slender and elegant and beautifully gowned in a pale yellow jonquil dress, Wilhelmina Wyndham swelled with indignation. "You're still here? I had prayed you would decamp. I don't mind that your lovely husband is here, for his only fault is that he had no choice but to marry you. He is an excellent man still, despite the fact that you and he took everything that should have belonged to me. But you here as well? I won't have it. I wish you would die in your sleep." Jessie gasped. "What did you say, ma'am?" "Oh, I just said that I wished the Duchess won't ever sigh or weep. Life is so uncertain, you know." "Exactly so, ma'am," the Duchess said, and gave her quite a beautiful, serene smile. "Badger wished me to tell you he prayed the food he prepared would give you bile. How dare he? He said what?" "Why, ma'am, Badger said it was his pleasure to serve you food that would make you smile." "You haven't changed," Wilhelmina said, lips tight, her powerful bosom heaving beneath the deep purple silk. "You shouldn't ape your betters, young lady. It doesn't matter that you're a countess. You don't deserve to be. You're a fortune-hunting adventuress. Everyone knows it, even your poor husband, but he still married you 7 years ago." "Exactly what I was thinking," Marcus said. "Well put, ma'am. However, since I am married to the wench, since I can't very well boot her into a well, I suppose I must defend her to the best of my meagre ability. Thus, ma'am, I would be pleased were you to drop yourself off a cliff." "Oh, no, surely no. What did you say, my lord? Me? Oh, I just said I would be pleased if you were to drop yourself off a cliff." Mrs. Wyndham stared at him in consternation. There was complete silence in the parlor, with everyone staring at Marcus, who looked as bland as old Bess's tapioca pudding. "You didn't pretend," she said finally. "That's not how it's done. You must pretend and find suitably matching words to cloak your meaning in banality." "How inept of me," Marcus said, and twitched a small piece of lint off his sleeve. "Yes," Wilhelmina Wyndham said, leaning toward the Earl. "You could have said, for example, that you would be pleased if I were to take a good whiff of this excellent tea." Marcus frowned. "No, that's not quite right yet, ma'am. I will have to think about it. When I decide, I will tell you, and you can give me a critique." "I would be delighted to," Wilhelmina Wyndham said, and patted the Earl's arm. "Such a lovely material this is," she said, her voice all coy and flirting. "Such a lovely color, that deep blue." The Duchess rolled her eyes. Could her wretch of a husband get away with any sin? James, much enjoying himself, remained silent. At least he had planned to, until his dear mother turned her guns on Jessie. She said now, "I am at a loss to determine why your beautiful husband doesn't leave you." "What, ma'am?" Jessie felt her eyes begin to cross. The Earl laughed deeply. "Well done, ma'am. Finish it." "Certainly, my dear boy." "Why, Jessie, I only told the Duchess that she had such wit to give." James finally cleared his throat, drawing all attention. "Mother, let me give your thoughts another direction, perhaps a more pleasant one. You are going to be a grandmother come next April." Jessie felt the force of her mother-in-law's shock, then her fury radiating now toward her. "So," Wilhelmina Wyndham said, pointing her finger at Jessie, "you did seduce my poor son. When he got to England, you told him, and he had to marry you. I wouldn't have minded if he had wed Glenda, because she's an ignorant twit, and I can control her quite well, both her and her ridiculously inept mother, who was my best friend when we were girls. How Portia birthed an oddity like you, I will never know. It must be her husband's fault. Oliver has always been too sporting by half. Poor Portia writhes with the knowledge that you took poor Glenda's husband, but she doesn't have the skill to do anything about it, save moan and whine. What would you do, ma'am? Marcus asked, giving her a look that would vanquish any woman's defenses. Why, I would see that she's made so miserable that she traveled to Italy and lived the rest of her miserable life in a fishing village. But, ma'am, Jessie said, rising now, wringing her hands, wondering if she would vomit on her mother-in-law's shoes, I don't speak any Italian. That, miss, is none of my fault. Speak to your mother. She gave you no suitable education. My James speaks fluent French. He even reads their outlandish literature. Before murder could be committed or laughter break through, James rose and held out his hand. Mother, I believe you should be on your way now. You will come to us for dinner another evening. Bid your farewells to Marcus. You continue to improve, Wilhelmina Wyndham said to the Earl. You may kiss my hand. The Earl complied. As for you, she said to the Duchess, I shan't forget you. Thank you, ma'am. Ah, Thomas, please have my mother's carriage fetched. Thank you. I will escort you, mother.
It's your fault, Wilhelmina Wyndham said to both the Duchess and Jessie, and swept from the room on her son's arm. Jessie didn't imagine she'd ever totter like Glenda. She heard her say to James in the small entranceway, "The Earl is such a lovely man." It was she, that girl whose name is ridiculous, Duchess of all things. It was she who kept the Earl from giving us our due. Bring him with you to visit me, dear James. Leave both females here. They're better off here. Trust me. The Duchess, who was studying the fabric on the settee, said, "You know, Jessie, I think we should visit Baltimore tomorrow and see what furnishings are available. But to be fair about it, I suppose we should consult James." "Yes," Jessie said, looking thoughtful. "Knowing James, he'll have an opinion about everything." Jessie sighed. "I can't believe how you treated her, Marcus." Yet she lapped it up. "I'm irresistible," Marcus said. His wife looked at him, a smile playing about her mouth. "I'm sorry, Jessie, but Wilhelmina is a harridan and the most vicious woman I've ever met. I appreciate how you, Marcus, protect me from the worst she dishes out. As for James, I noticed he kept his verbal distance until she set her sights on you, Jessie. He does well," Marcus said. "What else can he do? Toss her out of the window? Drop her off a cliff?" He laughed, rose, and stretched lazily. "I'm off to exercise one of James's horses." He kissed his wife and patted Jessie's cheek. "Relatives are the very devil," he said, and strolled out of the parlor. His mother, the Duchess said, dotes on him as well. She adores him. She's always talking about his innocence, his purity. She's also decided that we suit each other, which is a vast relief. She spoils the boys shamelessly. Jessie sighed deeply. "Can you see Mrs. Wyndham spoiling any offspring of mine shamelessly? Well, perhaps not. What are we to do, Duchess? After all, she is his mother. Poor James." 28. James was so surprised he stumbled over the three-legged stool that stood in front of the winged chair and nearly went crashing to the floor. He flailed his arms to regain his balance, then stood there rubbing his shin, cursing the stool, and staring at his wife, who sat cross-legged in the middle of their bed, brushing her hair over her shoulder, sending a cascade of red curls nearly to her belly. She was stark naked. Not that he could see much of anything. Her thick hair cloaked her white flesh as well as a shawl might. When she raised her arm, she could see through the hair to a lovely expanse of white flesh just over her left breast. James began to shake. Those glimpses of white skin, visible only now and again, would madden a man, any man, particularly a man who was a husband of only 3 months, who hadn't touched his wife in 2 days for fear of inciting another nightmare involving that blasted Mr. Tom.
James wanted to jump on her right then, at that very instant. "My God," he said, taking one step forward. "Hello, James," Jessie said, with a fat smile. "A lovely warm night, isn't it?" "Yes, and for that I'm grateful." He took another step toward the bed. She pulled a thick mass of hair away from her body, lifting it to studiously brush the curling ends over her fingers. As she brushed, she said, "James, will you make love to me if I promise you that I won't dream about Mr. Tom?" "Well," he said slowly, "I'm not sure I can risk giving you any pleasure. I think it's connected, the pleasure and your nightmares. Although you didn't have any bad dreams the first 2 times we made love, but no, I can't take the chance. And how can you promise me you'll not have that hideous nightmare again?" Jessie didn't answer. James took another step, then another. He couldn't take his eyes off her. "Can I brush your hair?" "If you like," she said, and handed him the brush, handle first, as if she were handing him a foil. "I have a strong will, James. I won't dream about him. I also demand my share of pleasure." He sat down beside her. Her white thigh was pressed against his. She was still seated cross-legged. He could slide his hands up her thighs and cup them over her. There was nothing to prevent him from touching her intimately. She tilted her head toward him. He stared at all that shiny hair and said, "I think I want you to wear a bun right now." She laughed, turning about to face him, her fingers on his face. "I've been sitting here for a good 15 minutes brushing my hair. My hands are tired from wielding the bloody thing. You truly want it in a bun, James?" "Yes, I want it away from you. I didn't realize you had so much hair. It covers far too much of your body. Put it high up on the back of your head. If you'll hand me the pins from atop the dressing table, I'll do it." He was so close to her white flesh, so close to that mouth of hers, and her belly and her thighs, that he didn't want to move, but he did. He retrieved the wooden pins and handed them to her. He didn't seat himself again, but rather stood beside the bed and pulled off his clothes in record time. He even hopped on one foot to get off his boots. When he looked again at his wife, her arms were above her head, her hands holding up all that hair, and she was utterly and completely white. He thought he'd spill his seed at the sight of her. "Your breasts are bigger," he said, and took a step toward the bed. "Yes, they are, aren't they?" she said proudly. "Did you know that you're always big when you take your clothes off with intent, James? Just look at you. If I didn't know already that you did indeed fit, I would be howling with fear and running from this bedchamber." James couldn't help himself anymore. He nearly leaped on Jessie, but managed to hold himself back, taking another step toward the bed. He could see the soft flesh between her thighs, open to him. "You don't mind that I'm all hairy and different from you?" She grinned and began twisting her hair around her left hand. "I look like goat milk, yard upon yard of goat milk, with breasts that weren't anything at all before you got me with child. But you, James, yours is a complex landscape, all valleys and ridges and beautiful clumps of hair here and there, and your legs are thick and strong. I don't have any hard muscles in my stomach as you do. I very much like to touch your body, well, and other places." "Manly places," he said. "Yes," she said, "manly ones." He closed his eyes as her breasts rose and fell as she twisted and retwisted her hair. She liked to touch him? He shuddered. He touched his fingers to his belly. He supposed she was right about the muscles, though had never thought about it. She liked very much to touch him there particularly. She could have all their lives to touch him there, to touch him wherever she wanted to. "Your nipples are darker. They were a soft, light pink before. Now they're richer, fuller. I want to take you into my mouth, Jessie." "Oh, I didn't think you'd notice so closely." She was excited. She had to be as excited as he was. How long did it take to put hair in a bun? Not as long as she was taking, he realized, as his legs were now pressed against the side of the bed. "Jessie, you're teasing me. How long have you been planning this?" "Since my stomach settled before dinner. Since I realized you were depriving me just because of Mr. Tom." Badger patted me on the head. He was so pleased I didn't retch up his delicious stewed mutton kidneys. "Don't put your hair in a bun, Jessie. Just drop it down your back, that's it. Give me the brush. Thank you.
Now lie down on your back. I want to look at you." He knew he'd taken control from her, but he couldn't help it. He wanted her so badly, he knew he'd burst with it if he didn't get inside her quickly. Ah, the pleasure he would give her. He thought about Mr. Tom, then dismissed the phantom from his mind. She was his wife, and she wanted him. He wouldn't deny her. Soon now, very soon, they'd leave for Ocracoke.
He found he was thinking more of ridding her of a ghost than of Blackbeard's bloody treasure, for he was sure that was what he would do if he got to the bottom of the mystery plaguing her. He stretched out his hand and gently laid it over her belly. He began to massage her. Her belly was still flat, but her flesh was soft, and he continued to caress her, splaying his fingers out to touch her pelvic bones. He sat beside her, leaned down, and kissed a patch of white flesh framed by his fingers. He moved his hands a bit lower until the heels of his hands rested on her curling red hair. He kissed her, then caressed her with his tongue. He wondered how long he could do this without dying. "You are the most beautiful female person in the world," he said, breathing his warm breath over her flesh. Even as he was close to touching her, she found herself arching upward. He laughed softly and took her in his mouth. "James?" He said, but didn't raise his head. She tasted so sweet, so much like Jessie and that gardenia soap she used. Lust was battering him down, but he knew he had to hold on. But what if he came into her now, just this one time? No, he had to hold on. He had to do things properly. He didn't understand how he could want her more now than he had 3 months ago. Her back arched up, he felt her fingers digging into his hair, into his shoulders, and she was whispering in a low, hoarse voice, "Please, James, oh please, please." He pushed her then, teasing her with his tongue, then caressing her deeply. When he eased his middle finger into her, she screamed. That high wail made him moan. When he felt her pleasure explode through her, he wanted to shout with the joy of it. He pushed her, reveling in her pleasure, and knowing that soon, very soon, he would be inside her, and it would be she who would be reveling in his passion. At least he prayed a woman reveled in a man's passion. Jessie certainly always seemed to. When finally she quieted, he lifted his head, smiled at her, and said, "Now, Jessie." Then he was between her legs, holding her up. He wanted to shove into her immediately, all of him, but he took his time, and with every small bit he pushed into her, he felt immense pressure that was surely pain, but he didn't want it to end, not ever. He was his full length inside her, at last, at last. He came on top of her, balancing himself on his elbows. "Jessie, how does that feel to you?" She opened her eyes. "It feels rather nice, James. Of course, you always feel nice, as if you're a part of me. Actually, if that's true, then I want you to be a part of me forever." She lifted her hips, her legs going around his back, and he was lost. To his utter surprise, when he thrust hard into her, he felt her quiver beneath him, felt those quivers around his sex, pulling him deeper, squeezing him, and he reached between their bodies while he still had the wit to do anything, and touched her. She cried out, a sharp cry, sounding as surprised as he felt. He kept up the pressure, giving her pleasure again, and as she peaked, he took his own release. "Oh dear," Jessie said, kissed his shoulder, and pulled him down flat on top of her. "Oh dear." He kissed her ear. "That was embarrassing, James. I experienced pleasure 2 times. Surely that isn't all that common." "All right, I'll never do it again." She bit his nose. It wasn't that embarrassing. She frowned, closed her arms over his back, and pulled him as close as she could get him. He was very heavy. She was having trouble drawing a full breath, but she didn't care. Do all women reward themselves as much as I just did? No. Ah, so I'm special. He shrugged and licked her earlobe. "A man has to do things right," he said, and nibbled her earlobe again. "Some men don't care, others just don't know what to do, and since women rarely know what's good for them, nothing at all happens. Can you imagine spending the rest of your nights with me with no pleasure at all? No. Can we do this every night now?" She kissed his shoulder even as she squeezed his back. I know you've held back from me for the past 2 nights because of the nightmares, but please don't anymore, James. If you do, then I'll insist that we leave immediately for Ocracoke, and I really don't think anyone is quite ready just yet. Soon, though, very soon. And Blackbeard's treasure. Just imagine. Jewels, a ton of jewels, and they'll be all ours. We'll be so rich, we'll buy Maryland. She giggled, and he grinned down at her. I like the sound of that. More giggles every day now, all right? All right. James, what will we do about our mothers? Ignore them. Does your mother always say awful things and then use similar-sounding words to try to make them sound as though she said something different? Just to certain people. When we were all at Chase Park, way back when, the Duchess and Marcus were first married, she used to dish up the Duchess with every sentence she uttered. Then one day, the Duchess actually did the same thing back to her. It was quite well done. He sighed, then stiffened like a hunting dog sighting a pheasant. Jessie's hands were stroking his back. She was caressing his buttocks. He felt himself filling her again. Her fingers went between his thighs, and he thought he'd croak that instant. Do you know what you're doing? I hope so, James. I surely do. Oh, goodness, you're gaining in proportion again. A necessity, Jessie, a necessity. There's another mystery. James, so exhausted he didn't know if he could even draw enough breath into his lungs, just stared down at her. He wanted to collapse, but he managed to keep himself up on his elbows. He'd nearly crushed her before, but she hadn't complained. But now there was a light of excitement in her eyes. Unfortunately, it had replaced that sated, vague look that had filled her eyes just 5 minutes before. Women, he thought, shaking his head to keep himself awake, were extraordinarily different from men. She should be whispering love words to him, rubbing her sweating body against his, then falling asleep even as he got hard inside her. But she was wide awake. It was as if having all that woman's pleasure gave her new energy. He himself wanted to sleep for a week. What mystery? He didn't give a good damn, nor could he keep himself up for another moment. He pulled out of her and collapsed next to her, drawing her against his side. What mystery? He said again, trying to remember a time when he'd felt this content, this pleased with the world and his place in it. And the reason he felt this way was because of Jessie Warfield, the former brat. Amazing. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot what I'd been thinking about. My thoughts drifted to thinking about how that felt, James. You sliding out of me and the way that made me all quivery inside. Be quiet, Jessie. I'm on the very edge of death. What mystery? You've heard of the lost colony on Roanoke Island, haven't you? Certainly. Sir Walter Raleigh owned the ships and was a major backer of the expedition. He shipped colonists to the Outer Banks off the coast of North Carolina to Roanoke Island. It was sometime late in the 16th century. Yes, in 1587. There were more than 100 colonists from England, including women and children. In fact, the first child born on American soil was Virginia Dare, the granddaughter of John White, the leader of the colony. When it was time for Sir Walter to leave Roanoke Island, the colonists asked that John White return to England and make certain that they weren't forgotten, and to see to replenishing their supplies. However, Spain attacked England in 1588, and thus no relief ships ever went to Roanoke Island. White wasn't able to return until 1590. When White and his men landed, there was no one there, not a single soul. There was no sign of them, not even a trace. There hadn't been a massacre because there would have been bones, debris, wreckage, but there was nothing. The colonists had simply vanished.
So what became of the colonists of Roanoke Island? It's been a mystery ever since. Many men have tried to solve it and have come up with outlandish theories. Is this leading somewhere, Jessie? Yes, I'm a woman and I've solved it. What? Well, I really haven't quite solved it just yet. And by the time I do solve it, I won't have had to study it as all those poor men have in the past 300 years. I just have to finish reading Valentine's diary. That's her first name, I suppose, but I'm not really sure. She only ever refers to herself by that single name. Of course, we have to find all the diaries first. Who the devil is Valentine? Where did she get that ridiculous name? She was one of the colonists. She is also Blackbeard's great-grandmother. Yes, you heard me right. Evidently, she was the one who passed on the habit of recording events in diaries.
She was Blackbeard's great-grandmother, so therefore she must have survived, and thus it's likely that all the other colonists survived as well. When we find the diaries on Ocracoke, I'll read the rest of her diary and know what happened to the colonists. I'd forgotten about her, just as I'd forgotten Blackbeard. Her diary won't help us find Blackbeard's treasure. She died long before he was ever born. But I imagine she can set to rest the mystery of Roanoke Island once and for all. Isn't that exciting, James? I don't believe this. You've had too much sex, Jessie. You're not thinking with your brain. Not if you're dredging up this ancient relative of Blackbeard's. You just want me to caress you again and come inside you and make you scream and moan. Well, perhaps you're right about that. The hussy closed her hand around him, and he nearly leaped off the bed. Stop that, or you'll regret it. Just how will you manage that, James? She leaned up and kissed his chest. I'm so tired. I can't make you regret anything right this minute, Jessie. But there's always tomorrow. Actually, there's always 2 hours from now. I just need a bit of rest. Only a small number of minutes. Blackbeard's great-grandmother, you say? This is surely too much. She was a member of the lost colony of Roanoke? You've lost your grip on things, Jessie, my girl. You've been off a horse for too long. You've been wearing stockings and lovely gowns for too long. Those streamers have cooked your brain. There was no answer. He nearly laughed aloud. Jessie was sound asleep, her fingers still curled around him. There was no nightmare of Mr. Tom that night. James didn't mention it the next day, and neither did Jessie. Maybe the nightmares were gone for good. Maybe. But James didn't want to take the chance. No, he wanted to go to Ocracoke, and he wanted Jessie to see where it had all happened. Then he wanted to find that bloody treasure, like everyone else in his house. 29. We've discussed this thoroughly and come to a decision. Neither Marcus nor James looked the least bit surprised at Spear's announcement. It was Jessie who said, "What is this decision you've come to?" "Mr. Badger, would you do the telling, if you please?" Badger handed everyone another of his delicious damson tarts, while Samson poured the port. He cleared his throat and said as he seated himself at the dining room table, "It's all about this Valentine woman and the lost colony of Roanoke Island. You've added more spice to the stew, Jessie, and we all find this lost colony business stimulating. Perhaps the stimulation could have come a bit later, but one must continually adapt, and we have." "Fancy," Maggie said as she took a delicate bite of her tart, "a young woman who lived so long ago writing to us across the centuries. And here she is, that evil pirate's great-grandmother. That certainly proves the lost colonist survived," Marcus said. "If this Valentine gave birth, and her offspring survived, then others could have survived as well." The Duchess's thoughts were more focused on the chair in the parlor she'd pronounced would belong to James, a huge, comfortable winged chair, as ugly as the devil in a tattered old brocade of pale brown. But her ears pricked at this talk of Ocracoke and a lost colony. What about Valentine, Badger? Jessie told us that she'd forgotten about Valentine's diary, just as she'd forgotten all about Blackbeard's journals. This old Tom was the one who told her his grandfather had gotten his evil hands on all the diaries. The only reason he'd kept Valentine's diary was because he thought it an oddity, and she was family after all. "That's right," Jessie said. "Old Tom let me read aloud to him part of Valentine's diary. I know a lot about how the colony lived. I'm certain that what happened to them will be toward the end of the diary. I fancy I could become very famous were I to publish her diary and present my conclusions." "We are considering that, Jessie," Spears said. "It is another stimulating prospect. However, first things first. What we want to do now is journey to the Outer Banks to Ocracoke Island and dig up all the diaries. Then we'll locate that treasure. You can progress with your scholarship, then we will assist you to present it to the world. I fancy all of us are nearly ready to board another ship. It isn't all that long a distance, after all." Maggie cheered. Samson lightly patted her lovely hand. Badger said, "I have 4 more damson tarts. Who would like them?" "Yes, let's go immediately," the Duchess said, leaning forward to take one. "Well," she added with a small frown, "perhaps not tomorrow, but soon. First, Jessie and I must order all the furnishings we need for the house. When we return, everything should be about ready. Oh dear, there are the roses to be seen to. "I've already asked Thomas to look into finding you a gardener, James. I can't bear to see the roses so bedraggled, and I fear I don't have enough time to work on them myself." "Don't worry, Duchess," Jessie said. "Now that James and I have my dowry, we can hire 3 gardeners. I will make certain that when you come again to America, the gardens will be what you're used to." "James," Marcus said, eyeing the last of Badger's damson tarts, "are we even necessary? Do you get the feeling that we might as well take ourselves back to England, that the ladies can see to these matters all by themselves?" "James is very necessary to my happiness," Jessie said, and smiled at James, who seemed startled by her words. Then he gave her a wicked grin. "My dear Jessie, that's not exactly what I meant, but perhaps that is a consideration." "What can I do?" James said, "snagging the tart before the Earl could. My wife will surely pine away without me if she and the Duchess go off adventuring. We'd never leave you to yourselves. It would be too dangerous," the Duchess said, leaning forward, her soft white elbows resting on the white tablecloth. "Do your ordering, Duchess," James said. "Then we'll leave. But first, tomorrow night, we're going to a ball in Jessie's and my honor at the Blanchards', where it all started with Jessie falling out of a tree on top of me, after, of course, she'd shot Mortimer Hackey in the foot." "Oh dear," Jessie said. "Do you think that dreadful man will be there?" "If he is," James said, stretching his legs out and crossing his feet at the ankles, that last damson tart chewed and swallowed, "and if he gives me any threatening looks at all, you, my dear wife, can pound him into the Blanchard rose bushes." Surprisingly, Jessie didn't laugh with all the others. She nodded solemnly. "Don't worry about Hackey. Surely he's feared me ever since I shot him in the foot." James rolled his eyes. Spear said, "Quite right, Jessie." Marcus said, "I don't suppose, Badger, that you hid just one more damson tart. James has proved himself an unworthy host. He popped that last one into his mouth before I had a chance to snag it for myself." Badger, giving Marcus the same fond look he frequently bestowed on Anthony, lifted the corner of a napkin to reveal one last tart.
The Blanchards, immensely fond of James, but not his mother, and equally fond of Oliver Warfield, but not his wife or his daughter Glenda, were perfectly willing to accept Jessie once Mrs. Blanchard saw that she wasn't wearing trousers and smelling of the stables. Indeed, the Blanchards were so relieved to see something of a vision come into their house that Mr. Blanchard ordered more bottles of champagne to be brought up from the wine cellar. He rubbed his beefy hands together. "Ah, James, she's a fine girl. Just look at that beautiful hair. Never noticed she even had hair before. And her other womanly parts look womanly, which is a vast relief, let me tell you." James took it all in good humor, just smiling and nodding. Mrs. Blanchard wanted to exclaim her delight and her relief, but she was too in awe of the Duchess, this glorious English countess, who surely could be a queen, filled with grace and charm, and so achingly beautiful she knew all the gentlemen would fall over their feet to get near her. Not to mention that husband of hers, an earl, and he was actually James's cousin. They'd known about the English Wyndhams, of course, but actually to have them here in their own house in Baltimore, it was more than Mrs. Blanchard could stand, nearly. Her hands were over her bosom as she listened with rapt attention to the Duchess's ever so refined voice, with all those clipped syllables and concise royal vowels. Mrs. Blanchard was filled to overflowing with sublime content, knowing that every matron in Baltimore and its environs would know of her brilliant accomplishment in hosting such fine guests. They'd worship at her feet, which was, of course, the real reason they were giving the party for James and his new bride. Mrs. Blanchard prayed that Wilhelmina Wyndham would be late. Indeed, she sent one brief, heartfelt prayer that Wilhelmina just might sprain her ankle as she stepped into her carriage, maybe even break it. No such luck, she thought, hearing Wilhelmina's ringing voice all the way from the front steps. It appeared she'd arrived at the same time as the Warfields. Surely Glenda wouldn't be with them. Surely. James wasn't at all surprised to see Glenda standing stiffly beside her mamma, wearing a gown that surely showed off too much cleavage. She looked very pretty, if the truth be told, not the kind of pretty that attracted him, for he'd discovered that Jessie's looks appealed to him now.
He drew a deep breath, tucked Jessie's cold hand in the crook of his arm, and said, "Good evening, Oliver, Mrs. Warfield, Glenda." That was the most optimistic line that came out of his mouth for the next 5 minutes. "We are here because your father insisted we come." "Actually," Oliver said under his breath, but not enough under it for everyone present to hear, "I wanted to come alone. I knew I'd have a better time if I came alone." "You can come with me, Papa, and have some champagne punch." Jessie took her father's arm, and the two of them bolted toward the punch bowl. James grinned after her, then watched the Duchess reduce his mother-in-law and sister-in-law to stuttering supplicants. Glenda even curtsied. The Duchess gave her a gentle nod of approval. It was excellently done. As for Marcus, he took care of James's mother when she swept into the Blanchard house, passing Mrs. Blanchard with a mere nod, heading straight toward the Duchess. Marcus said to her without pause, "Charm is a very useful tool if one has sufficient intelligence to realize it. Don't you agree, ma'am?" Wilhelmina pulled up short, twitching her skirt away from the Duchess, who was standing 6 feet away from her, and smiled flirtatiously up at the Earl. "My dear Papa told me that I was endowed with more charm than anyone he knew." That, Marcus thought, staring at that still handsome face that had some of the look of James in it, was a possibility that hadn't occurred to him. It probably hadn't occurred to any member of her acquaintance. "I trust to see it oozing out of you tonight, ma'am. If it is not oozing out of you, I will question my ability ever to converse with you again." Wilhelmina felt put upon. She also believed the Earl, whose threat was distressing. She'd wanted to preen in front of all her neighbors because she was actually a relative of this illustrious couple. But at the same time, she'd wanted to dash the damned Duchess into the floor. It wasn't to be. Also, all her neighbors believed themselves more fortunate than God to have that damned adventuress and the Earl in their midst. She drew a deep breath. She resolved not to insult the Duchess tonight. She wouldn't insult her son's new wife either, though that would be difficult as well. She didn't want to lose the charming Earl and his charming conversation. "We will waltz, my lord?" Wilhelmina asked, patting the fat little sausage curls in front of her ear. "Certainly," Marcus said smoothly. "But first, a gentleman must dance with his wife." "You're a smooth-tummed devil," the Duchess whispered to her husband as he whirled her around in his arms to the lively music played in strict 3/4 time by a small group of men at the far corner of the room. "I will be disappointed in myself if she slips her harness tonight and allows her tongue to run riot," he said, kissed his wife's lovely ear, and whirled her around in wide, full circles. "I will have failed in my, mild threat. Pray that she doesn't, Duchess. My image of myself as a great diplomat would suffer." The Duchess choked as she laughed up at her husband. Neither of them was aware that all the guests were standing around in a huge circle staring at them. "Well," Mrs. Blanchard said complacently, "they are nearly royalty. Of course one would expect them to dance to perfection. Doesn't the Countess even laugh perfectly? Ah, and they are so beautiful, both of them. She in that dark blue silk, and he in those splendid black evening clothes. I do wonder what is wrong with Wilhelmina. She has the amazing good fortune to be connected to them. She looks as if she's swallowed a prune pit." "She always looks as though she's swallowed something," Mr. Blanchard said. "As for the Earl, he's a damned good man, despite his being English. I suppose a fellow can't help his antecedents." Mrs. Blanchard looked at Mr. Blanchard as though he'd lost his mental faculties. She was more grateful than she could say that, for whatever reason, Wilhelmina Wyndham hadn't held a ball for the English royalty and her new daughter-in-law. So that privilege was now hers. She turned to greet Compton Fielding and his mother Eliza. "Ah," Fielding said, once he'd greeted and been greeted by the Blanchards, "I see that James and Jessie are here. I'm delighted they've married. It's quite a surprise, but a good thing." "I was very surprised as well," Eliza Fielding said. "I believed James looked upon her as a little sister. Jessie is a delight. I remember I tried to talk her into taking violin lessons from me when she was young, but she was always horse-mad. How lovely she's become." James and Jessie danced sedately. James didn't want to take the chance she'd turn green and end up in the Blanchard's garden vomiting up her dinner. Nor did he want to see the infamous tree that spat Jessie out of its lower branches and onto him. It was midway through the evening when James finally got to speak to his sister, Ursula, Giff, and Alice Belmonte. He hugged his sister, thwacked his brother-in-law on his broad shoulders, and said to Alice, "You're looking well. How do you feel?" Alice gave him a brave, sweet smile. She was pleased he'd married Jessie, and told him so. "Just look at her, James," she said, pointing to Jessie, who was talking to Compton Fielding. "She's beautiful, so very different than the way she used to be. It's surprising that none of us realized what was beneath those old hats she used to wear. Or perhaps it all happened by magic when you put that wedding ring on her finger. Jessie's still the same, Alice, just the outward package is a bit different. She's splendid, you know."
The tone was surprised to hear James Wyndham speak of any woman, even his wife, with such pride. Jessie had been transformed, turned into a beauty. Alice hoped Jessie's inner self was still the same. "I say, James," Giff said, "I approve your choice of brides. I hope she can still ride a horse after the way she's changed." Ursula said, "Is it true that Jessie's pregnant?" Mother was going on and on about it, her lips all tight and pursed. "Yes, you can give me even more congratulations." "So you did ruin her?" Alice said. "No, Alice. Jessie isn't all that pregnant, only about 2 months along, we think. I need to call Dr. Houlihan over to Marathon to examine her." "Oh, here's Nelda," Alice said. "Excuse me, James, Ursula. Nelda and I are having tea tomorrow." Alice waved as she walked away. James looked down at his sister. "Would you care to dance, Ursula?" When they were on the dance floor, James kept their movements sedate. He said, "I know you wonder why I married Jessie. As always, you're willing to bide your time. You have more patience than Job, Urs. You never let Mother rile you. I sincerely hope Giff appreciates you fully." "Giff is a smart man, James. Of course he appreciates me." His sister gave him an impish smile. "Now tell me why you married Jessie Warfield, your nemesis on the racetrack." He said, "To be blunt, I married her because I wanted to. It's as simple as that. She's a marvelous girl. We share many interests, as you know. I'm not upset that I'll never know the whole truth, James. Mother is fairly chomping at the bit. I do hope she doesn't begin to attack Jessie once that beautiful Duchess has returned to England with her equally beautiful husband. If she does, then I shall have to call you to help me shut her mouth." Ursula laughed, a deep, full-bodied laugh that sounded just like her husband's. "I will wish us both," she said, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss her brother's cheek. "Ah," James said after he'd returned her to Giff. "Compton, come on, let's have a brandy and talk about Le Cid. It's a marvelous play. You're the scholar here. Tell me how accurate it is." They spoke in French, James insisting. "If I don't speak French occasionally, my mouth muscles refuse to work properly," he said, and laughed. They spoke of the French playwright's plays for some time, enjoying themselves thoroughly. James said after a pause, "Oh, Compton, do you know if our esteemed magistrate, Mr. Dickens, has managed to uncover anything about Alan Belmont's death?" Compton shook his head. "No, he just dithers around, then goes home to bed, his new bride. I've never before seen a man so smitten. Well, perhaps you fill the bill as well, James. I've watched you look at Jessie tonight. Your bride looks lovely." "I fill the besotted bill?" James asked in some surprise. "I'm very fond of Jessie, and the good Lord knows I savor all the other joys in marriage." "You would be a wily diplomat," Compton said, and laughed. "Did Jessie enjoy the latest diary I gave her?" "Well, yes, she did, actually. It's quite a coincidence about diaries, actually. You'll never believe what she remembered." James paused, frowning at himself, then continued easily. "Well, never mind that. Tell me about your latest violin recital, Compton. I was sorry to miss it." James listened politely. Spying Jessie across the room, he smiled at her. She was having an animated discussion with Marcus, but seeing James, she smiled back. Once Compton had finished describing his recital, James inquired again about Alan Belmont. "Gordon has no ideas at all? No one he can suspect?" "No, not really. Mortimer Hackey hasn't bothered Alice, has he, Compton?" "Not that I know of.
I do know that Giff has been keeping an eye on him. He's dealing with all Alan's banking affairs, you know. Good, James said, wondering what Mortimer was up to. In James's experience, men like Mortimer Hackey didn't give up easily. He said as much to his brother-in-law a few moments later, when he caught him alone. I appreciate it, Giff. I can't help it. I just feel protective of Alice. He shook his head at himself. So, Gordon hasn't said a thing to you either? Nothing directly pertaining to Alan's death, but he did say that one of his dock rats, as he calls them, told him that it was Belmond who was behind that incident with Jessie, when someone tried to run her down. Apparently Belmond hired a ruffian to do it. I can't understand why, but there it is. James stared at Giff in utter disbelief. This was the first he'd heard of the incident. What did you say? Jessie what? Someone almost ran her down? She's never said a word of it to me. Curse her hide. He turned around to stare at his wife, and this time he wasn't smiling. She blinked at him in surprise. Yes, that's right. I assumed you knew. Gordon heard that Alan might have hired a man to do it. Gordon asked me if I could think of any reason why Alan would want Jessie dead. He didn't come to me until after both of you had left for England. I told him I couldn't think of anything other than that she always used to beat him racing. Then she saved sweet Susie from those thieves. He seemed pleased enough with her then, as I remember, at least until she threatened to butcher him after he threatened you. This is nonsense, and I'm going to kill her, James said, plowed his fingers through his hair, and turned abruptly on his heel. I will speak to you later, Giff. Why the hell hadn't she ever said anything about it to him? Why hadn't anyone else said anything to him? He stopped a foot from his wife, who greeted him with a wide smile and a soft look in those green eyes of hers that somehow looked greener between her gown and her shining hair. Jessie? Hello, James. Do you want to waltz with me again? I would like that. You're so graceful and... Be quiet. I don't want to dance with you. I want to strangle you. Come with me to the garden. Oh dear, is Mortimer Hackey here? I didn't bring my pistol, James. I'm sorry, I forgot. Are you certain you want to go to the garden? He ground his teeth, took her hand in his, and pulled her across to the long bank of French doors that gave onto a balcony with steps down into the garden. We'll stay up here. I don't know what you'd do if you got near that tree again. I'd probably climb it again, so I could fall on you. Now that I know what I could have done that first time, I'd like to try it again. Why are you frowning? What on earth is the matter with you? He took her shoulders in his hands and shook her, but not too hard, because he didn't want her to green and heave up her dinner. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Tell you about what? What are you talking about, James? I saw you speaking with Alice and Compton and Giff and ever so many other people. What do you mean? Giff told me that Gordon Dickens, the magistrate, I know very well who Gordon is. Other than pompous and an idiot, he's got a father who managed to get him appointed as magistrate. Truly a jest. And it turns out that old Gordon heard from an informant that Alan had hired a man to run you down. Run you down how? When did someone try to run you down? Oh, that. She had the gall to shrug. If the truth be told, I'd forgotten it. I'm not so sure now that that man wanted to kill me. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he wanted to mow Compton down. Now you say that Alan was behind it? That's surely odd and difficult to believe. What happened, Jessie? It was last winter, James. Well, late March, actually. I was walking down Pratt Street, not paying much attention because I'd just seen Connie Maxwell. Well, never mind that. I went into Compton Fielding's bookstore and bought a book. He walked me out to the sidewalk. Then, with no warning, this man driving an empty wagon, 2 horses pulling it, came right at me. He very nearly got me, too. If it hadn't been for Compton Fielding, I fear I might have met my maker. What did Compton do? He grabbed me by the seat of my pants and yanked me through the door of his bookshop.
The man drove the wagon within a whisker of the bookshop entrance. Fielding didn't think it could have been an accident. The man whipped up the horses and was out of sight in seconds. Actually, what I remember most vividly is being furious because he was mistreating those horses. Neither Compton nor I recognized the driver or the horses. Actually, Mr. Fielding couldn't recognize any horse. He thinks they all look alike. But I could, and I didn't. A good dozen people witnessed everything.
But none of them remembered anything helpful. Why the hell didn't Compton tell me? Why would he, James? Why would he ever think you were even interested? He bloody well should have realized I'd be interested. He should have told me. Damn his eyes. Did you recognize anything about the man? No. My father sent a servant to fetch Gordon, and he came out to the farm. He treated me as if I were a moron. I imagine he would have thought I was making up the whole incident if it hadn't been for Mr. Fielding and all those other people. He told my father it was probably some man I'd beaten in a horse race. He then added that the provocation was great, for what man would tolerate being beaten by a girl? Jessie, tell me about that damned man who was driving the wagon. He was wearing a handkerchief over half his face. His eyes were dark, I do remember that, and he had very black, bushy eyebrows. He was wearing an old black hat pulled down to those eyebrows. Work clothes, nothing else, really. You told this to Gordon? She nodded. Alan Belmont wanted to kill me? That's impossible. There's no reason. Besides, I'm not certain that the man was trying to kill me. Maybe he was after Compton. James, would you like to go walking in the garden? What? Oh no, Jess. Tents and dilapidated wooden buildings weathered gray and molded by storms from the sea. Spears said to Jessie, "You led us a bit astray, Jessie. This is a thriving village. Look at all those small fishing vessels. Look at all those well-mended nets." There were 3 wooden docks, all well-built and sturdy. Buildings weren't clustered together. Rather, they were stuck in their own little spots, weaving themselves in between live oaks and cedars, some of them reaching nearly to the shore of the inlet. Captain Markley told them that the inlet was deep. Thus, they could sail nearly to shore. It had been a fine retreat for the pirates, he said, and laughed. No more of those blackguards around, he assured the ladies. Aye, Anthony said. It was Lieutenant Maynard who killed Blackbeard. He shot him and speared him dozens and dozens of times. That is very nearly the truth, Spears said, beaming down at his boy. A look, Marcus thought, that he earned far less than Anthony did these days. What a pity that there's no more excitement, Maggie said, and gave the captain a smile that curled the toes inside his boots. He wondered about staying here in Ocracoke with his passengers for the next several weeks, rather than sailing on to Puerto Rico with a load of tobacco leaves. Duty occasionally depressed a man. Perhaps it is a bit unfinished, as Jessie told us, Badger said, but Mr. Spears is quite right. Just look at all the bustle. It's alive here, not desolate. There are several small stores, Jessie said, pointing just down the Derg Road. A Mr. Gaskill owned the one my parents always used when I was a little girl. Mr. Gaskill still owned the small store that carried everything from thimbles to scrubboards, just as Jessie had told them, and even more, including buckets of oats for horses to new netting for the fishermen. Why, the grizzled old man said, beaming at Jessie, "Ain't ye Jessie Warfield? Aye, that's who ye be. Such a cute little girl you was back then. Your father all right?" Other Ocracokers came into the store, and Jessie was soon surrounded by the Burrises, the Jacksons, the Fulchers, and the Styrons. All exclaimed at how grown up she was. The locals eyed the English contingent, saying little directly to them. Mr. Gaskill's son, Timmy, hired out himself and his wagon to transport them and their goods to Oliver Warfield's house, which lay on the ocean side of Ocracoke. Theodore Burris, a young man near Jessie's age, nearly swallowed his tongue when he saw the Duchess and Maggie. He merely waved to Jessie, who had already garbed herself in practical trousers, boots, and a flannel shirt and leather vest. Jessie believed, though, that it was Spears who got the most unabashed stares. He looked like a royal personage leading his minions. His deportment was impeccable, as were his black wool trousers and coat. His cravat was stark white. He looked magnificent. One Ocracoker started to bow, then recovered himself in time and spat on the ground beside him. "I'd rather have a horse," Marcus said, eyeing the back of the wagon where all of them would pile in, like a collection of bundles. "We will figure it out," Spears said, as his master climbed into the back of the wagon and took Charles from Samson. "It's only a mile to my papa's house," Jessie said, as James whipped up the sweet-tempered gray mare, who was nearly groaning at pulling the weighty wagon. On the ocean side. He wanted to be a bit separated from the rest of the villagers. It was his retreat from the world, he would say. As they drove outside Ocracoke Village, the dirt road narrowed considerably. There'd been a recent rainstorm, for there were deep ruts filled with water.
"Now I feel as if I've been transported to another world," the Duchess said, breathing in the salty air, looking up at the seagulls, the terns, and the oyster-catchers. "What is that, Jessie? What? Oh, that's a white ibis. See his red legs and red face? He won't let us come much closer. There's a swamp just beyond that mess of sea oats. I'd never imagined such a place as this," Maggie said, and pulled the bonnet lower on her forehead. "A lady could ruin her complexion very quickly here, with all this bright sunlight and the salt spray." James pulled the horses to a halt in front of a weathered gray clapboard house, which looked the way most of them had pictured all the houses in Ocracoke would look. There was a sign over the gate that could barely be read. "It looks so derelict," Jessie said, looking at the buckling gray boards, the weeds that grew nearly to her waist. There were several broken windows. A stunted live oak grew in the front yard. "A Mr. and Mrs. Potter are the caretakers. Why is the grass so high? Why are there loose boards lying around?" Jessie said. "After I recovered from the fever, Papa never wanted to come back, but the Potters should have taken care of things. Papa has sent them money over the years for repairs and upkeep." "It appears," Marcus said, shading his eyes from the bright overhead noon sun, "that the Potters have taken themselves off to other parts, your father's money in their pockets." "But why didn't anyone say anything about it to me?" Jessie said, nearly in tears. "Enough dawdling," Spears said, lightly stepping over loose boards that had fallen from a low-lying water tank. "We will consider the air invigorating, the house a challenge. We are prepared." Charles was crying, but Anthony was running around, wanting to see everything at the same time. Spears finally called him to order, and to his father's disgust, Anthony obeyed immediately. The inside of the house made Jessie's tears flow over. It was so lived in before. Now just look at it. Everything is falling apart, and it smells like mildew and other things I don't really want to try to identify. Why didn't any of them tell me what had happened? Surely they knew that the Potters had left. They had to have known. Why didn't they tell me? "No matter," Spears said, patting her arm. "Bess is ready to work, as we all are. Don't worry, we will make inquiries tomorrow. There will be a sensible answer. Now, Jessie, you must rest." But Jessie couldn't rest. All of them rolled up their sleeves, scrubbed and dusted, all in all exhausting themselves, so that by that evening, Badger's dinner of fresh-baked croaker, brought over to them by Mrs. Gaskell, to which Badger added small onions and a sweet wine, potatoes boiled in butter and parsley, fresh peas from Mrs. Gaskell's garden, and a mince pie lifted everyone's spirits. Everyone ate in the dining room, the Potters having left the long dining table, probably, Sampson said, because it was too heavy for them to carry. There weren't enough chairs, but it didn't matter. There weren't enough beds either, of course, but Maggie and Bess had remembered to bring a trunkful of blankets and sheets. Since there were only 4 bedrooms, all of them very small, it was a tight squeeze, but everyone managed, Badger's excellent cooking keeping their testiness low. That night, after James had made love to her, Jessie dreamed again of that day when Mr. Tom had tried to rape her. It was vague this time, the terror blurred as if it were far away from her. Still, James held her close and rubbed her back until her breathing slowed. "Tomorrow," she said finally, "tomorrow morning we will go to the beach and dig up all Mr. Tom's diaries. Then we'll know. Then the bloody nightmares will stop," James said. 31. The last of Blackbeard's 14 wives was a most charming young creature of 12. The morning was sunny and warm. They dressed and ate quickly. Everyone wanted to get to the beach to dig up those diaries. Jessie was wearing her trousers.
a bit more snug in the waist than they'd seemed yesterday, so it seemed to her, old boots, weathered shirt, and the rattiest hat James had ever seen, and he'd seen her wear some pretty ratty hats during the past 6 years. They arrived in the wagon at the beach, not more than a half-mile from the Warfield house. Anthony was whooping and yelling until his father put his head under his arm and began to rub the top of his head. "Be quiet, you young heathen. Your mother will become cold to both of us if you don't calm down. Now, before you ask, yes, when we arrive at the beach, you may go wading. Be sure to roll up your trousers and put your shoes and socks at a safe distance from the surf. Don't go deeper than your knees." "Yes, Master Anthony," Spears said in his calm, deep voice, "you will restrain your wild spirits until it is appropriate to unrestrain them. If you go beyond your knees, I will be excessively displeased. I will even hint to your papa." "That I swear I won't go any deeper, Spears. I swear it." "He's as convincing as you are, my lord," Spears said to the Earl. "Anthony isn't going near the water until we find Jessie's diaries," the Duchess said, rubbing her son's head herself a couple of times. "Here," Jessie suddenly yelled, "right here. Stop the wagon, Samson." Old Tom's dilapidated hut was no longer standing. There was still a porch of sorts, but the small wooden building had collapsed in on itself. Seagrass was poking tall from between every crevice in the rotting wood. It was obvious that storms had brought it down. "This is where old Tom lived?" Spears asked blankly. "You were expecting perhaps Chase Park?" James said, and poked Spears on his arm, which made the valet turn slowly and look at James as if he'd never seen him before. It had been a poke between friends, not master and servant. James just grinned and nodded. "I'm surprised so much of it is left," Jessie said, kicking boards around with her foot. "But it doesn't matter." "No, it doesn't," James said. "I'm relieved it's here at all. Excuse us for a moment. We want to look at what's left of that shack." They walked hand in hand to the crumbled structure. Only one wall was still partially standing. Sand and rotted wood filled the small area. It was empty of pain or fear. All horror had disappeared long ago. It was as peaceful as the beautiful blue sky overhead. "There's really nothing at all left," Jessie said, looking around. "Well, there's a crab trying to escape us. You want to find those diaries now, Jessie?" "Oh, yes. There's nothing for us here, James. Nothing at all." Excellent. All of them stood there, staring out over the water, then to the north and south. Long waving arms of seagrass that held the sand were alternately dense and meager. Sand dunes undulated for as far as one could see. The waves sounded rhythmic and smooth. The sun was fiercely bright overhead, making the water sparkle with star-like lights. Seagulls swooped down around them, hopeful for scraps, squawking loudly when they didn't get any, then plunging into the water for food. There was a briskness to the air, but it wasn't cold by any means. "I wouldn't want to be dropped into that water, despite the bright sun," Maggie said, clasping her arms around her body. "Where, Jessie?" James asked, wanting suddenly to pull off his boots and feel the warm sand between his toes. "Let me think," she said, and left them to walk toward the water, a good 30 feet from old Tom's cabin. "I remember that I wrapped the diaries very carefully in the oilcloth and buried the bundle beneath a small live oak. It's been 10 years, so the tree will have grown considerably. If I look directly at the front of Mr. Tom's cabin and turn my head just about an hour to my right, then there it is! That's the live oak! Goodness, look at how oddly shaped it is! But it's still here, thank God!" Jessie was running to the tree, Anthony tearing behind her, whooping louder than the black skimmers overhead, his ocean waiting temporarily forgotten. It was too easy, James thought. It was just too easy.
The tree looked very strange indeed, nearly bowed onto its landward side by the harsh sea winds, its trunk twisted and coiled and turned around on itself. There were lumps and dents and hollows. It was possibly the ugliest tree James had ever seen. "Bring the spade, Samson," James called, and made his way after Jessie, who was already on her hands and knees, digging into the sand with her hands,
Anthony beside her, flinging small handfuls of sand over his shoulder. A blue crab scurried away from the flying grains. Terns and sanderlings began to wheel downward, coming closer, scenting food. Seagulls were bolder, some running nearly to Jessie's digging hands, then scurrying back when Anthony yelled in excitement, his fingers striking a root of the tree. "Papa!" "Be careful, Anthony," Jessie said, pulling his hands away. "We don't want to kill the tree. Just dig gently around the roots. That's right." But they didn't find anything. 15 minutes later, all were standing in a circle around that stunted live oak, which stood alone now, like a castle surrounded by a moat. Jessie was shaking her head. "I couldn't have dug any deeper than this. Where is it?" James closed his arm around her shoulders and pulled her against him. "It's been 10 years, Jessie. You've told me many times how the landscape can shift drastically in just one day. 10 years is a very long time, and there have been violent storms." "This is depressing," Maggie said, standing there with her brilliant red hair glistening in the sunlight, her skirts billowing in the salty wind. "Jessie, one of your streamers is stuck beneath your collar. That's right, just pull it out and let it blow free. Much better." Anthony sighed deeply. "I'd hoped we'd find a treasure, Jessie. Do you have any idea where Blackbeard could have hidden it, even without the diaries?" "No, I'm sorry, Anthony, but I haven't a clue." "My first treasure, and I won't find it," he said, shook his head, dropped to the sand, and began taking off his shoes and socks. It was Samson who said, "I say, Jessie, this tree looks like it should preside in a witch's forest. It's gnarly and all twisted about, and just look at that odd bulge. I didn't know trees could bulge out like that. It looks like an old man with a goiter." She frowned, stepped forward, and ran her hands over the fat bulge in the tree. "I've heard stories," she began, and now her eyes began to sparkle, about how the water swept up by storms could nearly rip trees up by their roots. Just suppose something was buried at the base of those roots. Why then, the bundle might just get swept up into the tree and be stuck there. Then it just might continue to be pushed upward as the tree grew. "You mean," James said, "that this unlikely lump here is really the oilskin bundle? It grew up into the tree itself?" "Why not?" Jessie said. "Oh dear, we must sacrifice the tree. It is excessively ugly." "I'll get an axe," Anthony yelled, running back to the wagon, spears on his heels. A white ibis, its red legs and red face as vivid as a sunset, stood some 20 feet away and watched as they chopped down the tree. "Oh dear," Jessie said, "I feel guilty about this." The tree broke into 2 parts. Anthony, looking like an urchin, squealed, "Look, Papa, it's hollow." James grinned down at her. "It's your diaries, your treasure. See if your theory is right, Jessie." Gingerly, Jessie slipped her hand up into the tree. She felt scaly bumps, shark jabs, spongy stuff she'd rather not think about, and then she felt cloth, oilcloth. She could only stare up at James. "I don't really believe it," she said finally. "I'm tugging, but it's not coming loose." James managed to pull the rotting bundle from the tree. He held it like a precious gift in his palms. The oilcloth fell away. Inside were 5 books, not in the best of shape, but not utterly destroyed either. "Oh, goodness," Anthony said. "Jessie," James said, "these are Blackbeard's diaries?" "Yes. These 2 he wrote himself. These 2 Blackbeard's grandson, Samuel Teach, wrote. He was Mr. Tom's father. And this one, that looks so old it will crumble in your hands, Valentine wrote." "But that doesn't make sense, Jessie," the Duchess said, swiping a thick tress of hair from her face. "If the grandson had his grandfather's diary, then why wouldn't he have dug up the treasure? And what about Blackbeard's son? Why didn't he get the treasure?" "Probably," Marcus said, "because the son and grandson weren't smart enough to catch Blackbeard's clues." Badger said, "I'll wager that the son and grandson both probably got themselves hanged before they could search for the treasure. They both sound like wastrels." Jessie said, "Don't forget Red-Eye Crimson and Mr. Tom, Blackbeard's great-grandson." It was difficult, but Anthony managed to remain somewhat still while James drove the wagon back to the Warfield house. They all trooped into the small parlor, while Jessie sat down on the threadbare carpet, the oilskin bundled up in front of her on the floor. Badger brought in tea old Bess had prepared. "All right," Marcus said. "Why didn't Blackbeard's son, or his grandfather for that matter, dig up the treasure?" "Oh, God, there wasn't a treasure. That's the only thing that makes sense." He stopped. Jessie was shaking her head madly. "I remember now that Mr. Tom said something about Blackbeard's son not getting the treasure because he was caught by the British just after he'd found his father's diaries in his mother's attic. He only had time to pass them along to his son, Samuel Teach, old Tom's father. So Badger was right. Why Samuel Teach didn't get the treasure, I don't know. Surely we'll find out when we read his diaries." "Red Eye Crimson," James said. "What happened to him, Jessie? Didn't you tell me he went to jail? I was told that he wouldn't get out of jail for 90 years. I was mighty relieved." "Just perhaps," James said, thoughtfully, taking her hand in his thumb smoothing over her skin. "He did. Just perhaps this Red Eye is the one who killed Alan Belmont when he found out Alan was trying to kill you. Just perhaps he's your savior and your devil. Just perhaps he's been after you, only you were lucky and he never got you alone. Then you went to England, and when you came back to Baltimore, you were surrounded by a crowd." Jessie shuddered. "I don't like to remember that night Red Eye came, James. He was so angry, so enraged. He wanted to kill me, but he knew he couldn't at that point, not until I'd taken him to where I'd buried the diaries. I was very, very lucky." "If James is right," Marcus said, "it means that Red Eye Crimson could still be lurking about. It's possible that he's here on Ocracoke, that he followed us, guessing what we were after." "We will keep a sharp eye out," James said. "Did anyone bring a gun?" Spears said simply, "Naturally. I never travel outside my own environments without proper protection. If you will remember, my lord, I had a gun in Paris when we were encouraging you to marry the Duchess." That was a time. Spears cleared his throat and, to Jessie's astonishment, looked mildly embarrassed. "I will fetch it shortly. But it's not enough. We will arm ourselves. May we procure firearms in the village, Jessie?" She nodded numbly, somehow fancying that the world had taken a faulty turn. Red Eye Crimson killed Alan Belmont because he knew that Alan was trying to kill her? It sounded beyond far-fetched. Besides, why did Alan want to kill her? She said finally, "Mr. Styron has a fine collection. If he won't sell us guns, he would surely lend them to us." "Well then," James said, "that takes care of the threat from Red Eye Crimson." "Yes," Jessie said, drawing a deep breath. "Let's look at the diaries now. It's time, don't you think? Is everyone ready?" 32. "Oh dear," Jessie said, her turn again with the diary. "This is the last entry. It's very short, and no mention at all of those English bastards, or running low on rum, or of where Blackbeard hid his treasure. It appears he married 14 women, and he calls the last a most charming young creature of 12. Her name is Valentine, just like my great-grandma. I took her on because of it. Well, see if she's too young to give me a babe. I like the little buggers. Makes a man feel immortal, even when he's in hell playing with the devil." Jessie looked up, stunned. Valentine isn't a very common name. This is interesting. "I told James about another Valentine who lived in Sir Walter Raleigh's colony on Roanoke Island. That was the colony that disappeared, simply vanished, sometime between 1587 and 1590. No one knows what happened to it. But we'll find out." Jessie held up Valentine's diary. This will tell us what happened, not only to Valentine, but also what happened to the rest of the colony. She laid the diary on her lap. "You know what I think? I think Blackbeard's last wife, this second Valentine, was indeed old Tom's great-grandmother. It makes sense, doesn't it? It's almost as if it came full circle," Marcus said. "All these greats and these grands," Badger said. "It makes a person's brain boil. All right, Jessie. This first Valentine, who was on Roanoke Island, was Blackbeard's great-grandmother. The second Valentine was old Tom's great-grandmother, and Blackbeard was old Tom's great-grandfather. That's it." "All well and good," Marcus said, "but like Maggie, I want to know where the bloody treasure is. Blackbeard makes no mention at all of it, the damned bounder. Maybe we'll find out more about what happened to Blackbeard's bride, poor 12-year-old Valentine, when we read Blackbeard's grandson's diary, Spears said. He leaned down and patted Jessie's shoulder. Don't give up hope yet, Jessie. It was Anthony who stood legs akimbo, his arms crossed over his chest. We have 3 sets of diaries. We've only read Blackbeard's diaries. I think we should read the grandson's diaries. Perhaps his grandmother, Valentine, Blackbeard's wife, was still alive, and she told him something. We're not going to give up until we've read every word in every one of those diaries. Yes, you're right, Anthony, James said, but he didn't sound at all convinced. This pirate was a right smart villain, Badger said slowly, shaking his grizzled head. I believe to renew my mental workings, I will prepare a luncheon of baked sheep's head, a handsome fish marked with 6 vertical black stripes on his side. I counted them. Gipsum caught him early this morning, off the pilings at the dock. Weighs a good 12 pounds, he does. Yes, I'll bake our sheep's head, and we'll have some of those tasty little green peas that Bess bought for Mrs. Fulcher. The sweet lady insisted that Bess drink a bit of her cider. Bess came back smiling like a loon. Badger took himself off to the dilapidated Warfield kitchen. So ancient and battered, Jessie wondered how he could continue to produce such magical meals. After dinner that evening, everyone adjourned again to the parlor, Bess and Gipsum included. Why not? Marcus had said. They're a part of this, just as we are. James said, this evening we're going to read the 2 diaries written by Blackbeard's grandson, Samuel Teach. Maggie, you and Anthony begin. We'll put the original Valentine's diary aside and keep it for later. Anthony, Samson, and Maggie were a team. Suddenly, in the utter silence of that evening, Anthony shouted. Maggie cuffed him and laughed. Go ahead, Anthony. Read aloud what we found. Just listen, Papa, Anthony said, gently lifting the book from Maggie's hands. Old Tom's grandpa, Samuel Teach, writes, I think my grandma, Ms. Valentine, is daft, poor old dear. Today she went on and on about a gold necklace that her dear husband Edward gave her. Edward Teach was Blackbeard the pirate. Anthony continued in his precise schoolboy's voice. Samuel goes on to say that he's writing down exactly what she told him because who knew what could come of it? He went out into the night, a stormy night, with waves pounding against those black rocks near the inlet, rain whipping through the twisted trees, leaving me with 3 of his men in that small stone castle of his that was so cold and wet, even under the hottest sun, that I occasionally nearly gained the nerve to say something to him. Of course, I never did. Ah, that night. I told him to send one of his men out if he wanted something, but he just told me to warm him some rum, not too hot, but just the way he liked it. When he returned, he looked fearsome, his black beard all tangled and wet, steam rising from his wet clothes when he got near the fire, his full-cuffed black leather boots squishing from all the rain, and covered with rank black mud. I gave him the rum. He drank it all down and grinned at me. He then pulled a huge rope of gold from beneath his shirt. He laughed in that terrifying way of his, and wound it once, twice, thrice around my neck. It weighed nearly as much as I did. This was good, I thought, so I gave him more rum, for I'm not a stupid girl. He drank it down in one gulp, belched, said he'd soon breathe fire now, and pulled out another necklace from his shirt. This one was all colored stones, white so clear it looked like ice, red stones, deep and mysterious, and blue stones that a summer sky would envy. There were even some green stones, and these weren't as shiny as the others. He told me as he patted my face with his big, callous, dirty hand that both necklaces he just happened to find in a neat little chest what was afloat near a sinking vessel. I nodded, all serious, not believing him for a minute. He was as evil as that Jolly Roger flag they flew on the Revenge. I'm not a stupid girl. I'd always known he had a treasure trove, and now I had the proof of it. It was here, on Ocracoke. He'd been gone from the castle only 45 minutes. I was lucky that I happened to notice that. His boots were covered with mud. I want that treasure. I deserve it. My pa sold me to the bastard. I deserve the treasure. I turned 13 years old that night. But then, not a month later, that ruthless devil got himself shot and stabbed more times than any normal man, and that English lieutenant cut off his head, tied it to the bowsprit, and sailed off with it. He left me pregnant with your pa. Your pa was a rotter, even when he was a little mite. I swore I'd never tell him about the necklaces. He left me, coming back only years later to bring you to me, Samuel. I sold those necklaces a bit at a time and lived well, and your pa asked me again and again how I managed to have such a nice house and servants. I told him I was a whore. He believed that easily enough, the rotter. Samuel, there is a treasure. You're not stupid. I want to be rich before I die. Find that treasure, Samuel. Maggie said, Samuel writes that she's daft, even though he's seen some incredible stones. He believes in the necklaces, but he doesn't think they're from Blackbeard's treasure trove. He says his grandmother is old and has brain rot, but he wants the rest of those stones. When she dies, he'll find them. He can't leave her until she dies because, he says, he owes her because she took him in and treated him well, and they had 2 servants, and he had a tutor. Because of the stones from those necklaces, the Duchess said quietly. What a charming lot, James said. Samuel is old Tom's father, Jessie said. Old Tom was charming too, James. She shuddered, the memory of that day sharp and clear in that single moment in her mind. James pulled her close and kissed her ear. Anthony looked up, his dark blue eyes sparkling. He looked ready to jump to the ceiling. We know there's a treasure now. We know it. Blackbeard's wife, Jessie said slowly. 12-year-old Valentine. He gave her 2 necklaces from his treasure. It's hidden 45 minutes from his castle, probably less if he had to take time to dig it up. Where's this bloody castle? Samson asked, even as he helped Badger pour out the tea for everyone. There were even lemon cakes. It's been gone a long time, Jessie said. When I was a little girl, we used to explore the ruins, just piles of rocks, even then. Many say there never was a castle.
Who knows? If there was, the O'Crackhookers have used everything over the decades, but I know where it's said to have been. But what does that matter? 45 minutes? Which direction? James said, after he'd chewed and swallowed a delicious lemon cake, closed his eyes, and cleared his throat. It was raining that night. His boots were muddy. Well, try out every direction from the center of where the castle used to be. Yes, Marcus said. 45 minutes would, in most cases, have you swimming in the water. This is possible. It's just possible that we can discover something. I think we should continue reading, Maggie said, eyeing the last lemon cake, but mournfully shaking her head. If we don't find anything else, then we'll try this castle trek. The villagers will think we're daft, James said, and grinned at his wife. Can't you just see us all fanning out from the middle of this pile of stones? The old house was quiet. No more creaking boards, because everyone was in bed, asleep, it was hoped. At least James hoped so, because he didn't doubt for a minute that any sound he or Jessie made would carry to every corner of every room. She was lying on her back, her lawn nightgown covering every inch of her except her toes. Peach satin ribbons were tied just beneath her chin. He couldn't wait to pull those ribbons loose. She was saying quietly, Marcus is right. Most directions that would take someone 45 minutes to walk would be in the ocean or in Pamlico Sound. He came up onto his elbow over her. It's a moonlit night. What? Oh yes, James. I can even see the deviltry in your eyes. That's not deviltry. That's lust. She raised her fingers to caress his cheek. I don't know why I haven't told you that I love you, but I will now. I love you, James. I've loved you forever, at least since I was 14 years old. He felt panic, utter panic. Love? Certainly he liked her. He enjoyed her body. She made him laugh. He cared mightily about her. But love? Her smile didn't budge, but he saw the sadness in her eyes in the soft shadows cast by the moonlight streaming in through the windows. It doesn't matter, she said, but he knew that it did. I have more love than I'll ever need. You'll love our child, won't you, James? Despite the fact that it's my child, too? Don't be a fool, Jessie. I care for you. A lot. You're my wife.
It's just that I know. You won't forget that both of us love horses, will you? I don't know if I love children or not, but am I not bound to love our child? There's no question about it. You'll be a wonderful mother. And you, James? I'll be the best of fathers, I promise you. Now, Jessie, I'm almost positive that everyone in this bloody house is asleep. If you promise not to yell, I'll make love to you. He lightly touched her breasts. Are you sore? Yes, but you're always so gentle. She closed her eyes as his fingers slowly traced over her breasts beneath the lawn nightgown. She said, all drowsy and interested, I don't think Marcus or the Duchess is asleep. You should have seen the looks he was giving her in the parlor. Marcus is out of luck. Don't you remember? Anthony is sleeping in their bedchamber. His palm splayed out over her belly. He felt the bulge. His child was inside her. No, Anthony is with Badger and Spears. I heard Marcus make a deal with Spears. Charles is with Maggie and Samson. James laughed aloud, then quickly stuffed the sheet corner in his mouth. When he caught his breath, he said, with a wife like the Duchess, I doubt Marcus will ever let her alone for a day, let alone 2 days. I wish I were as beautiful as she is, but I'm not, James. I'm sorry. I'm just me. Are you fishing for compliments, Jessie? If so, you don't do it well. You sound pathetic. Now, be quiet. He leaned down and kissed the tip of her nose. Her eyes were open, and, as he lowered his head to hers, they crossed. He was laughing again, and this time he didn't stop. They played, tickling each other, giving kisses that landed in very odd places, until Jessie's hand suddenly closed over him, and he forgot laughter, forgot everything, Blackbeard's treasure included, his own name included, except her warm hand caressing him. When he came into her, deep and hard, she sighed, arching up against him, and whispered, You are magnificent, James. He was gone. At least 5 minutes had passed before he managed to say, Jessie, you nearly killed me. If you're sweet to me, she whispered as she kissed his sweating shoulder, I'll try to kill you again. He moaned, his energy returning at a great rate. He said to her later, You said you've loved me since you were 14 years old. Jessie, you've always fought with me, been in constant competition with me, insulted me, even hit me every time you could when we were racing. Surely that isn't love. It was my mating call, I suppose, she said, bit his shoulder, and giggled. I didn't know what else to do. You thought I was an obnoxious brat. You used to give me those tolerant looks of yours, those looks that said clearly that you wished you could swat me, and I couldn't bear it. I had to make you react, and so I did everything I could to push you over the edge. You pushed me over the edge more times than I can even remember. He began to laugh. The best time, though, was when you fell through the ceiling of your father's stable and landed in the hay trough, mashed cucumbers all over your face, and that was just 3 months before I married you. I hadn't intended to fall, she said, punched her fist into his belly, then lowered her head and kissed his belly where she'd struck him. You'd best think about this, Jessie, he groaned. She whispered against his hard flesh. Oh, I always know what I'm doing when I'm loving you, James. Her hands were soft, her mouth warm. I'm not going to make it this time, Jessie. She made very certain that he didn't. There was no nightmare that night, to which James replied the following morning, I just knew that if you actually saw that place with an adult's eyes, then the terror would fade into nothing at all. And I was right. He gave her a fatuous grin, kissed her nose, and left her, whistling one of the Duchess's ditties. Well, she said to the empty bedchamber, he was right about that. 33. He was a bold man that first ate any oyster. Jonathan Swift. From the look on the Duchess's face the next morning, over breakfast, Jessie realized it had probably been an excellent night for the English Wyndhams as well. By the end of the morning, however, everyone was in a profound depression. They'd read Samuel Teach's 2 diaries, yet again, thoroughly. Nothing, Marcus said. Damnation. Nothing more, except that he bored me nearly to madness. Curse him, Jessie said. He said nothing more about the treasure. Didn't he even try to find it? Evidently not, the Duchess said, sighed, and patted Charles's back. He obligingly burped, and she told him what a fine fellow he was. That leaves the castle, then, James said. More than a long shot, an impossibility, if the truth be told. Even Anthony was downcast. Let's forget about all this for the moment. Let's go to the ocean, Badger said, and off they went. It was a lovely day, a bit on the cool side, but it didn't stop Anthony from running like a wild animal to the water's edge, shrieking when a wave caught him, splashing up to his knees. The Duchess was sitting beneath a lone live oak that provided some shade from the radiant sun overhead. Badger had brought lemonade and some delicious seed cakes that no one knew how he'd prepared, given the fact that he'd had no time, and surely he'd slept throughout the night, hadn't he? The men had rolled up their trouser legs and were playing just as freely as Anthony, enjoying themselves as they threw rocks to each other, running and leaping, sometimes falling. "This isn't fair," Jessie said, drawing her knees up and wrapping her arms around them. "That's just what I did when I was little. Now I'm afraid to even skip because I might hurt the babe." "Men," Maggie said, "always remain little."
Yes, but they're having fun, Maggie. Wouldn't you like to be yelling and running around, chasing waves, finding crabs, pushing each other down in the sand, things like that?" Maggie shuddered, not deigning to answer, as she smoothed down a streamer that was flying around wildly with the stiff ocean breeze. The Duchess laughed. "It's no use, Jessie," she said. "I would like to perhaps walk along the water's edge. It's so incredibly lovely, so different from where we live in England." She lifted baby Charles, who'd just yawned from his nap, and cooed up to him, telling him what a big boy he was, how his baby yawns were even clever. Then she put him on a blanket and watched him crawl off into the sand. "Oh dear," she said, and scrambled after him. "I should have known the moment he woke up I would get all the exercise in the world." "My dear Samson has an idea," Maggie said suddenly, then tried to wave her words away with her hands. "What's the matter, Maggie?" Jessie asked. "What idea does Samson have?" "He told me not to say anything, that he wanted to think about it some more, but I think he's terribly smart. He thinks the key to the treasure is somehow tied to the original Valentine's diary, the one we haven't even looked at yet." "But how could that be?" the Duchess said, as she managed to retrieve Charles again from the sand. "The original Valentine was Blackbeard's great-grandmother. She could have given Blackbeard the idea of where to bury his plunder," Maggie said simply. "That's what Samson thinks, not realizing, of course, that there would be a treasure sometime in the misty future, but naming an excellent place to dig a hole, if you know what I mean." "You did say, didn't you, Jessie, that the original Valentine was part of that Roanoke colony, and that the colonists moved about with the local Indians? Maybe those Indians were here. Who knows?" "Yes," Jessie said slowly, staring at Charles, who'd managed to dig up a blue crab, which was scurrying wildly away. "And she could have been in this area. Yes, it's very possible." Jessie jumped to her feet. She stared down at Maggie and the Duchess, but she wasn't really seeing them. Yes, it's more than possible. She broke into a dead run down the beach to where the men were flinging clumps of sand at one another, laughing and singing one of the Duchess's ditties at the top of their lungs. She yelled, "Samson's brilliant! Come along, all of you! We've work to do and treasure to find!" Since it was Samson's idea, he was the one given the signal honor of deciphering the very faded and spidery 16th century writing penned by the original Valentine. He read silently for a very long time, before he looked up, smiled, and read aloud. "We've been with the Croatoan Indians for nearly a month now. Without them, we would have not survived. There was no food, and so many were ill. They helped us pack everything and brought us back to their village. They have tended our sick with local herbs and concoctions they have known for hundreds of years. Manitoa is my friend. Today, he took me with him to fish in the small inlet that lies at the end of the chain of islands. After he caught nearly more fish than his small boat could hold, he rowed through this narrow channel that had thick poplars on both sides of it. There was also a high point of land that stuck up above the trees. Then the channel flowed into a much larger inlet. He said we were now looking toward the mainland, no longer the ocean. He said the narrow channel hadn't been there 20 years ago. He said everything changed here all the time. Do you think that's Teach's hole? The Duchess asked as she pulled Charles's fist out of his mouth. Very probably, Jessie said. I was told that it was very different a long time ago. Today there are very few poplars left there, and that point is gone.
Manitoa told me that a sand dune could disappear overnight. He said storms could carve a channel through an entire island or silt up an already open channel. He said whole stands of trees could be gone after a storm, their roots ripped up and the trees pulled out to sea. He said he never hid anything beneath the ground. It would never last. He told me not to forget that. Manitoa showed me one of the many marshes today and told me never to wade in it or stick my hand in the filthy water, even at high tide. He said there were snakes just below the surface, and they would bite me and I would die. He told me about this one evil marsh. One day a villager came shouting into their midst that the marsh was empty. This had never happened before. All the other marshes would be empty or nearly so at low tide, but not this one. Everyone believed there was some sort of underground spring that fed it, but no one really knew. Manitoa told me that they went to marvel at it. There were snakes wriggling around in the black mud, and crabs and slimy layers of sea growth that smelled awful. Everyone believed it either a miracle or a portent of doom. No one knew. One of Manitoa's friends waded into that black mud and discovered piles of huge rocks at the bottom, sticking up through the mud. They were all round. He was terrified. I was the only one he told. He was afraid to tell any of the others. They might cast him out for being so foolish, for what if this had been an evil happening? He, by his action, could have cursed all of them. Manitoa told me those rocks were hard and big and wouldn't move, regardless of any storm. He said those rocks had been at the bottom of that marsh for a very long time. If they hadn't disappeared by now, then they probably never would. He said those rocks were the only things he would trust to survive on these islands. "What kind of rock?" James asked. Jessie said, "The stones remaining from Blackbeard's castle are limestone, quarried from the mainland near Charleston. I remember overhearing Mr. Gaskill talking to Mr. Burris about it. As for the rocks in this marsh, I don't know. Round. How odd." "Not odd at all," Marcus said, brushing off his sleeve, grinning like a pirate who'd lost his patch. He then jumped to his feet and spread his arms grandly. "Ballast stones, Jessie! They're ballast stones!" "Just like those stones Blackbeard and some of his men sat on while sulfur burned down in the hold," Badger said. Good God! Valentine did give her great-grandson Blackbeard the solution for burying his plunder without danger of losing it, Samson said. "Lordy, this is just splendid. And it was your idea, my dear," Maggie told him fondly. She took his hand and kissed each knuckle. "You're magnificent." Anthony looked disgusted. Charles rubbed his knuckles over his new tooth. "Jessie," James said, "just where is this marsh?" It was twilight. The 3 scouts stood by the marsh staring down at it. There were only 3 of them, for they didn't want to draw attention to themselves. The last thing any of them wanted was for the Ocracoker to demand to know what they were doing. The scouts, James, Jessie, and Badger, stood at the edge of the marsh, which lay nearly a half-mile from the village on the inland water side of the island. It was brimming with filthy black water that made Jessie shudder to look at it. "It looks evil," she said. "It stinks, that's for sure," Badger said, nodding. He dropped to his haunches and stared at the motionless surface. Suddenly there was a ripple. Then a cottonmouth poked its head up, and Badger fell back on his rear end, gasping. "However did Blackbeard get the 2 necklaces for Valentine if the water was this high?" Jessie asked. "Surely he didn't stick his hands down there." "No," James said slowly, as he took Badger's hand and pulled him up. "He would have used something. A long pole, perhaps, with a scoop on the end of it. Something like that." Badger said, "It seems that Mr. Sampson's correct in his deductions. He thinks the treasure must be in something metal, so the nasty marsh water wouldn't get to it. He thinks this metal casket is tied securely with chain to the ballast rocks." "Yes," James said.
That's what Jessie and I think too. We need to come back at low tide. In the meantime, we need to make a pole sturdy enough and long enough to get the job done. Once the pole touches the metal casket, it's got to be strong enough to bring it up without breaking the pole. "It's a start," Jessie said, hugging James to her side as they walked back into the Warfield house, which now didn't look quite so decrepit. "It's exciting.
Nearly as exciting as you filled with my child, he said. He looked at the scythed lawn, the front door that stood open, looking inviting, not threatening, and said, I think your father just might like to come back here to visit. It's a beautiful place, different from any place I've ever seen. Riding horses on the beach is fun too, she said. Perhaps now, with you, it would be more than fun. I would hope so. We must do it before you're too fat to sit behind me with your arms around my waist. I don't want you falling off the back of the horse. She laughed, poked his arm, and they went into the house to the nearly overwhelming scent of Badger's oysters, simmering in wine, rosemary, and onions. I hope he knows what he's doing, James said. Oysters, they're slimy, ugly things. What man in his right mind would drop one in his mouth? But they all did. If Jessie and Spears didn't care for them, Marcus and James waxed eloquent on the way they slid down the throat. The Duchess threw an oyster at her husband, who peeled it off his chest, wiped it with a napkin, and handed it ceremoniously to James. Oysters, the majority of the party decided, weren't at all a bad thing, as long, Spears announced, as Mr. Badger was there to prepare them. The next morning, Jessie arose full of energy. She met Badger, who was cursing under his breath, coming from the kitchen. Whatever's wrong? I broke my special wooden spoon. I'm going to Mr. Gaskell's store to see if he has something I could use. I'll do it. I know you want to build the pole with the other men. Badger nodded, clearly distracted, and took himself to the small, overgrown garden in back of the house, where all the men were gathered, their hands filled with tools, their heads filled with ideas, each different from the others. She heard Marcus shout, Damn it, Spears, you've got lumps in your brain. The prongs won't give us enough strength. The pole will break. She called out, Why don't two of you go to the marsh, stick the pole in, and see how long it needs to be before you find the ballast stones? I guess you just might want to make two poles to give you more leverage. She heard ferocious muttering. She shook her head even as she was grinning, as unrepentant as a child who'd stolen a forbidden sweetmeat. Men, Maggie said fondly, shaking her head as she came up behind Jessie. That was a reasonable suggestion, but since none of their exalted highnesses had thought of it, well, there must be something wrong with it. They'll go, Jessie said. Won't they? It's an even chance, Maggie said. Your streamers are a bit on the edge, Jessie. Hold still. You must remember to straighten yourself up after James fondles you. He's exuberant, isn't he? That's nice. 10 minutes later, Jessie picked up her parasol, for the morning sun would be fierce overhead soon enough, and headed for the village, but a mile away. She was humming, knowing that soon, one way or another, they'd know if old Blackbeard did indeed bury some treasure in that marsh. She hoped so. She surely did. She was singing one of the Duchess's ditties about the troubles in His Majestic's navy, with all the beans and scurvy the poor sailors had to endure. It was sung everywhere, Marcus had told her, and the Foreign Office hated it. They'd been forced to find lemons, and that cost too much money. He'd grinned then and said his wife was a rabble-rouser, and wasn't it fun? She was utterly surprised when Compton Fielding, the bookstore owner from Baltimore, suddenly stepped into her path. Mr. Fielding, what a surprise! Whatever are you doing here in Ocracoke? He smiled at her and offered her his arm. I am enjoying a well-earned week of pleasure, he said. Shall I escort you to the village, Jessie? I was just on my way to see you and James, and here you are, right in front of me. She took his arm, smiling up at him. You're very happy with James, he said, as thoughtful as a man with 2 bills to pay and enough money for only one of them. I'm surprised. The 2 of you were always fighting. It amused me. Actually, he continued, looking up at a royal tern who was flying just overhead, for a while I was convinced that you were one of those curious females celebrated by Sappho, the Greek poetess. Who was Sappho? She must not have written a diary, or else you would have given it to me. I don't believe I've ever heard of her. No, you wouldn't have. You're a colonial, you're a female, you're horse-mad, and there's no need for you to know that so many hundreds of years ago, women celebrated their love for one another. She lived in the 6th century before Christ, on an island named Lesbos. There were only women on the island, it is said. Fragments of her poetry remain today. It is passionate stuff, not poetry that a normal woman would pen.
Stop looking so stupid, Jessie. We're not speaking of just spiritual love, as a daughter could have for a mother, or a sister for another sister, but carnal love. Two women caressing each other, kissing each other, their bodies straining against each other. Jessie knew she'd turned pale. She knew Mr. Fielding was trying to shock her, but she couldn't think why. "I don't understand you," she said slowly. "Why are you saying these things?" "Because, my dear Jessie, I have you now, and I don't intend to let you go until I've got my share of Blackbeard's treasure. Not all of it, surely not. I'm certain I couldn't manage all of it, but a goodly amount, enough for me to travel to Europe and live like royalty for the rest of my life." She stopped then and stared up at him. She'd always liked Mr. Fielding, had spent hours in his bookstore, even more hours, when she learned that James was there a lot of the time, and she would have done anything to see him. And Mr. Fielding had always been kind to her, never talking down to her, offering her books to read, particularly diaries. Yes, she remembered that clearly now. "You can't kidnap me, Mr. Fielding. This is Ocracoke. There's no place here to hide me. Besides, why? What is all this nonsense about Blackbeard's treasure?" Even as she said Blackbeard's name, she jerked free of his hold and turned on her heel. She picked up her skirts and ran back toward Warfield House. 34. Jessie was in fine physical condition, but her petticoats and skirts got tangled around her legs, making her trip and stumble. She cursed herself for letting Maggie talk her out of wearing her breeches. He caught her soon enough. He leapt at her from behind, throwing her forward onto her knees. She was breathing hard, the pain in her knees deep and raw. She was afraid now, very afraid, and it was her own fault. Why hadn't she realized she was going off alone? Why hadn't she thought? No one had realized it. Everyone was so excited about the treasure that no one had thought. Not Badger, not she. "What do you want?" He jerked her to her feet and turned her to face him. He slapped her hard, first on her left cheek, then on her right. "You won't try to escape me again, Jessie, or I'll just kill you. I don't really need you. All I have to do is send a note to James and tell him I've got you and that I want my share of the treasure. He won't know until it's all over that you're well dead. Obey me, Jessie, or I'll strangle you right here, right now. I've absolutely nothing to lose now, you see." She nodded slowly, her mind racing frantically, trying to figure out all this out, trying to understand, to... "Come with me. You'll like my little refuge. I've been there for 2 days now. Thank God the winter storms haven't set in yet. I found out all about the Outer Banks before I sailed here."
"I didn't want to end up drowned when my ship ran aground on one of these forever shifting shoals. Storms can hit at any time." "Yes, but they won't. I just feel it in my bones. At last, my luck has changed." She walked beside him. Soon they left the rutted path to the village, veering toward the ocean. He said matter-of-factly, "Yes, for the longest time I thought you were a lover of women. Many men have known passion for other men, but not all that many women that I've ever heard of. I watched you, and I was fairly certain, what with you always aping a man, wearing breeches, those ridiculous old hats, your hair ratty and in a braid. Yes, I thought, she's a student of Sappho. That's the reason, Jessie, that Alan Belmont wanted you dead." Jessie, who had never imagined that two women would want to kiss each other as she did James, just stared at him, shaking her head. "Alan Belmont? What are you saying? This doesn't make a bit of sense." He swatted away a big fly, saying, "He told me before I killed him, naturally I had to encourage him just a bit, that he'd tried to kill you because he was sure Alice was going to divorce him so she could live with you, be your lover. He wasn't particularly repelled by the notion. What he was, my dear, was desperate. He couldn't lose her money, and he would if she left him. Her father, no fool, had protected her in that. Alan had to lower himself many times just to get enough money to pay his gambling debts. Thus, he tried to kill you. If you'll remember, I pulled you away from that wagon. I saved your life. That was happenstance, and I am grateful I was there that day. I already knew I needed you, you see, and thus, when I discovered it was Alan Belmont who wanted you dead, I had to eliminate that threat. I needed you alive. I killed him. I saved you. You should be thanking me." "Thank you, Mr. Fielding." She still felt utterly bewildered. "I don't understand." Oddly enough, Alan was right. His wife would have divorced him, but not for you. It wasn't you Alice loved. It was your sister. The two of them should suit each other quite nicely when old Brayman croaks. Nelda? She's a student of this Sappa woman. Oh, yes, indeed she is. I imagine she and Alice will move to New York, away from the scandal their union would cause here in Baltimore. But that's not really important. Naturally, Brayman will leave Nelda well provided for in his will. They will do well together. I just wanted you to know that you owe me, Jessie. You owe me part of that treasure, because I protected you, because I saved you. You wanted me alive, but why? How could you possibly know about Blackbeard? I didn't realize I had forgotten all about old Tom and his diaries until just months ago. Turn here, my dear. Yes, that's right, into this oak thicket. It's dense and protected in here. The sun doesn't beat through the thick leaves. But these trees are ugly, aren't they? So twisted and bent and gnarly, like old women shuffling down a road. I've always thought of them as old men. Turn in here, Jessie." She did as he said, still not understanding, but knowing he was enjoying telling her all about what he'd done. He was proud. She sensed the excitement in him, scarcely leashed. She'd walked away from the house, whistling, all happy, enthusiastic, and now look at her, in the hands of a murderer. What to do? Sit down, Jessie. Do you like my little refuge? See how I've woven branches together so they form a roof of sorts? It hasn't rained yet, so I can't be certain it will protect us, but it's comfortable. The nights aren't too cold. Yes, sit down, and I will tell you the rest of it. There's plenty of time. I won't send a message to James until later today. I want him to know you're gone, to be worried, finally, to be frantic. He lightly touched his fingertips to her cheek. She jerked away, her eyes going wide. "No, I won't rape you. Actually, to see you now, after your transformation, makes me wonder how I could have been so blind. My mother always told me that I was possessed of great discernment, but with you, I was blind. And you've a child in your belly, James' child. Who would have thought the two of you would have married? Who would have thought James would even want to bed you? Well, that's that, and not really important now. You probably remember Red Eye Crimson." She stared at him. "How do you know about Red Eye? Oh, God, we all thought he was the one to protect me from. I remember him so well now, that night when he tried to kidnap me from Papa's house, how my pug saved me, how my papa told me he would be in jail until he was 90 years old. Oliver was wrong. Red Eye Crimson came blundering into my shop one fine day last December. He wanted diaries, he said, Blackbeard's diaries. Did I have any? Of course I didn't have any. I'd never heard about that evil man even being able to write, much less keep diaries. But I was fascinated to know why this pathetic creature wanted to know about Blackbeard. I got him drunk. He told me, finally, how he and Tom Teach, you call him Mr. Tom, were partners, how he was supposed to meet Tom here on Ocracoke, and together they would put the diaries together, and then they'd have the treasure. He had Blackbeard's final diary, but it did him no good without the others. He was convinced that Blackbeard was a cagey villain and that he'd scattered clues throughout his diaries. Thus, he didn't intend to kill Tom until he had his hands on the treasure. He was nearly in tears. He said he finally arrived, only to find that you'd murdered Tom. He'd watched you sneak away from the shack on the beach. Evidently, he didn't see you bury the diaries. You did bury them, didn't you, Jessie? Yes, we found them 2 days ago. Yes, I know. I've been watching and waiting for my chance. You were very lucky that the diaries had been pushed up into that tree. Very lucky indeed. But back to Red Eye. He followed you home, then tried to take you that night. You escaped him, and then you forgot everything in that illness that followed. A child has amazing powers for protecting itself. It was all so horrifying for you that you simply forgot it. As for poor Red Eye, he did indeed go to jail. He escaped and came back to Baltimore to get you. I decided to make him my partner. I hid him in my house on Powell Street. I sent my dear mother off to visit her sister in Philadelphia. All went well until Alan Belmont wanted you dead. I, of course, had realized that you had no memory of old Tom or Blackbeard or the diaries. I simply told Red Eye that we'd have to wait. I told him it would do him no good to kidnap you because you didn't remember anything. I told him I would try to stimulate your memory. That's why I gave you all those diaries to read, Jessie, all from that period of time. You recall now how I also tried to question you closely, even touching on your childhood here in Ocracoke. It was all so clear now, Mr. Fielding giving her various diaries during the couple of months before she fled to England, most of them at least 200 years old, reading to her, encouraging her. He'd wanted her to remember. She said, "Yes, you always wanted me to look at your diaries. I never suspected. Why would I? I sometimes had horrible nightmares about that long-ago night, but they were vague and usually gone in the morning. I remembered everything when I was in England. I hit my head, and when I woke up, I remembered. I know. That beautiful Maggie Sampson told me all about it. It was her mission to help me remember any more details about the man who nearly ran you down in that wagon. A charming creature, your Maggie. It was difficult to act calm around you and James. I was so excited. I knew things would begin to happen now. I'd already killed Red Eye. I found I just couldn't control him. The blundering fool insisted that it was a mistake, that he shouldn't have listened to me, that he should have kidnapped you, and he would have beaten you into remembering. So, yet again, I saved you, Jessie."
Yes, I killed him. Saw no reason not to, since I'd read Blackbeard's final diary. Blackbeard wrote that the answers were in his great-grandma's diary. He wrote, if I recall correctly, "Deep in a pit, my treasure lies hidden, safe for all time." You can't imagine how long I thought about that, but I had no answer. I needed Blackbeard's great-grandma's diary, not Blackbeard's other two diaries. Old Tom must have been a fool. Here you figured it out without Blackbeard's lame little clue, didn't you? She nodded. There was no point in lying, not now. It would gain her nothing. There was no need for that clue. His great-grandmother's name was Valentine. It's true. Everything was clear in Valentine's diary. Are you going to kill me, Mr. Fielding? I don't want to. Don't make me. I won't. Go to James, tell him what you've told me, and he'll give you a share. I know he will. Tell him how you saved me twice. He'll be grateful. I'm sure he'll share the treasure with you. You are now, Jessie? I've heard everyone saying that. Even though you're a regular beauty now, James doesn't love you. He had to marry you because he seduced you. She swallowed. That's possible, but James is an honorable man. He'd give you some treasure to get me back. We'll see. I wish to think more about it. Speaking to you of all the details helps me think things out. Do you wish to know about anything else, Jessie? How do you know Nelda is a student of this Sappho person who lived in ancient Greece? How do you know that she and Alice Belmont love each other in that way? I saw them, he said simply. I had come to pay my condolences to dear Alice. I felt nothing but pity for the girl, being married to Alan, who was a bloody rotter. It was late, and I saw that people were there with her already. I waited and waited. Finally, there was only one carriage left. I couldn't understand why the last visitor didn't leave. Then I thought that perhaps Alice was a sly baggage and had a lover. I stole up to the window and looked in. I saw Alice and your sister embracing. They weren't comforting each other, Jessie. They were passionate. It surprised me, and I'll admit it. It made my own passions boil. Isn't that odd? I've imagined two women together now. Well, no matter. That's how I knew. Jessie knew then, deep down, that he couldn't afford to let her live. He'd murdered two men. He wouldn't have told her if he'd intended to let her leave alive. What about James? Oh God, she had to protect James, for surely Mr. Fielding would have no compunction about killing him, or killing any of them for that matter, and she had to protect her unborn child. Her hands went to her belly and lightly pressed. Do you need to relieve yourself? I know that pregnancy makes a woman need the convenience more often. I overheard two ladies speaking of it. I must go with you, Jessie. I can't take the chance of letting you out of my sight. I won't watch, I promise. She did have to relieve herself. She forced herself to get it done, knowing he was but 3 feet behind her. He didn't, at least she didn't think he did.
When she was done, he led her back to the small bower he'd fashioned. The silence between them stretched out endlessly. She was afraid, more afraid than she'd ever been in her life. It was a slow fear, not one of great urgency, which made it all the more frightening because it numbed her. It helped her hide herself from what she knew had to be the truth. Time stretched out, every minute longer than it should be, surely. But eventually there would be no more time, and then he would kill her. He would kill her baby. What to do? She said, "You're a scholar. I know what happened to the lost colonists of Roanoke Island." His pale gray eyes glistened. He moistened his lips. Then he seemed to catch himself. He laughed. God, that's been a mystery for 200 years. No one knows the answer, though many men have speculated about it. He laughed. There's no way at all you could know anything about that. Oh, yes, I do. You see, Blackbeard's great-grandmother, Valentine, wasn't just anybody. She was one of the colonists on Roanoke Island. She recorded everything in her diary, and I've read that diary. A colonist of Roanoke Island spawned Blackbeard's ancestors? My God, that's amazing. Her name was Valentine? Strange name for a girl born in England. I know what happened to her, what happened to the colonists. You would like to know. I can see it in your eyes. He laughed again. Oh, Jessie, you're such a smart girl. Of course I'd like to know. But listen to me. Once I'm rich, then I doubt I'll give a good damn about any more of that nonsense. And that's what it is. Nonsense. It's a way for poor men who are very smart to justify themselves to the world, to justify themselves to themselves, really, to convince themselves that it gives them some sort of worth. It's pathetic, really. But soon, I won't be one of those men. I'll be rich. He sighed deeply, sat back against the gnarled trunk of a live oak tree, and clasped his hands over his waist. Jessie said, "The colonists were starving, and there was rampant disease. They weren't going to survive." She saw the fascination in his eyes as they narrowed on her face. She didn't say anything more. He said, "In the packet just beside you is some food. I'm hungry. You must be as well. Soon James will wonder where you are. Soon he will go to the village to ask about you. Then he will know you're gone. Make me some food, Jessie." "All right," she said, as she wrapped her fingers around the handle of a dull knife. "Don't even consider trying to stab me. I'll punch you in your round little belly, and we'll see what happens to you and that get of yours." She couldn't bring herself to eat anything, even the cold slices of pinfish, fried and well-spiced, placed between slices of dark oat bread. She'd prayed he'd be willing to compromise with her if she told him about Roanoke Island. She'd certainly whetted his interest. She'd just have to think of something else. She was surprised when he said sometime later, "I know what happened to the colonists. Most educated men do. It was duly noted by many that there's a group of Indians who live in the far west of Virginia." "You're dead wrong," she said. "Well, yes, I suppose I am, particularly if this Valentine truly was Blackbeard's great-grandmother, as she does appear to have been. He came from England. Well, it's a puzzle then." He looked hungry now, and she knew it wasn't for food. She just shook her head. She would tell him no more. Compton Fielding said finally, "Very well, we will amuse ourselves. I will ask you questions about the colonists, and you will answer." "No, I won't. Not unless you promise me you'll not hurt James or my babe." He raised his hand, making a fist in her face, his smile never faltering. 35. She jerked away, rolling onto her side, her arms over her belly. He didn't hit her. He laughed. "I'll find out soon enough all about Valentine and the lost colonists," he said. "Sit up, Jessie. I just wanted to make sure you believe I'm serious about all this. I'm pleased that you do. Also, you seem to care about the babe in your belly. I fancy that will make you all the more cooperative." "What are you going to do now?" she asked as she righted herself, leaning back against the scruffy tree trunk, her arms over her chest. Her heart was pounding so hard, she was certain he must hear it. "I already told you." "Well," he broke off as a shout came from not 20 feet away. "Miss Jessie, where are you? Miss Jessie, you make a sound and I'll kill whoever that is." She believed him. It was Gibson. She held herself very still. But it wasn't to be. Gibson stumbled into the small clearing. He came to a dead halt, staring at Jessie, at Mr. Fielding, who was holding a very ugly pistol, pointed at him. Gibson said helplessly, "Miss Jessie, I saw you walking with this man, and you must have dropped your bonnet." "Did you drop your bonnet on purpose, Jessie?" "No," she said. and prayed she sounded as though she meant it.
"It's all right, Gypsum. Actually, it's not all right at all, Gypsum," Mr. Fielding said very pleasantly. "Miss Jessie came with me to this charming little den of mine. Why don't you sit down? You're one of James's stable lads. You're fine with horses, he told me. Yes, sit right there, Gypsum. Well, we're gaining quite a fistful of folk, aren't we? What do you think, Jessie? Should I kill him or send him back to James to get all this started right and proper?" "Send him to James. Don't hurt him. I was going to write a note, but perhaps it's better to send you, Gypsum. However, you know where she is. What will I do about that? Why do you need to hide me at all? Just take me with you to the place where the treasure is. Gypsum can bring James. Then you can take what part of the treasure you want and leave us alone." "You make it sound so very simple, my dear girl. Is it that simple? I wonder. Very well. Gypsum, listen carefully to me, for your mistress's life depends on your fine execution of my words." 5 minutes later, Gypsum ducked beneath the live oak branches and was lost from view. "Now, my dear Jessie, why don't you take me to where the treasure is? Compton Fielding? The bookstore odor? The scholarly man who plays the violin and speaks French as well as I do? That Compton Fielding? Yes, sir, Mr. James. He decided to send me back to you, not to kill me. I was very glad about that." "So," James said slowly, thankful for the moment that he and Gypsum were alone, as Gypsum had requested, "you and I are to take our poles and go to the marsh. He'll have Jessie there. We get the treasure out, and he takes what he wants. Then he'll leave us alone. Aye, Mr. James. He said to tell you how much you owed him, what with him saving Miss Jessie's life 2 times. Mr. James? Yes. I think he likes you, but I don't trust him. There's something not quite right in his brain." Gypsum tapped the side of his head and rolled his eyes. "Jessie was all right? You're certain?" She'd been messed up something awful, but Gypsum knew the master didn't need any more fretting, so he said quickly, "She's just fine, Mr. James. Just fine. Well, leave now, Gypsum. Not a word to anyone." Before he left the house, James slipped a small gun in his boot. Nothing else to do. Oddly enough, no one seemed to be around, so he got out without questions. He didn't like keeping them in the dark, didn't like it one little bit, but he didn't see he had a choice. He wasn't about to take any chances with Jessie's life. And the babes. James had known fear before, goodly doses of it, but nothing like this. If Compton Fielding wanted, James would give him all Blackbeard's bloody treasure. Who the hell cared? Only Jessie mattered to him. She had the spirit and the fearlessness of the best of his thoroughbreds, and that worried him even more. What if she tried to escape from Compton Fielding? He could even picture her attacking him. It made his blood run frigid in his veins. That, he thought as he strode down the rutted path beside Gypsum, carrying one of the long poles, was a kicker. He frankly couldn't imagine life without her now. Life took odd twists and turns. He didn't mind that. What he hated was when life was out of his control, as it was now. "Hello, James. I see Gypsum brought you. I've been watching you walk here. Fortunately, there's a small rise just over there, at least until the next storm flattens it, and I would have seen if you'd brought any of the others with you. You didn't. You just might have saved your and Jessie's lives." James said, his eyes on Jessie. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, James." "Good. Now, Compton, you can have all of Blackbeard's treasure. I don't care. It's that simple. Understand, though, there might not be anything here. A lot can happen in 200 years. It's possible that if the treasure was truly attached to the ballast stones, it broke off and sank. It's possible someone already found the treasure. It's possible it was never here in the first place. We will find out shortly. You and Gypsum stick those poles of yours down into the muck. Be careful, James. I will kill her. I don't have anything to lose. Remember that." "I intend only to see if there's a treasure," James said. "If there is, take what you want and leave us alone. I've always believed you to be a reasonable man. You're young, but you think things through. Jessie, here, is your opposite. Find that treasure for me, James, or I won't be happy.
James took the long pole with the scoop on the end of it and eased it down into the dark, stinking muck. He quickly found the first ballast stone. "The stones are here," he said. He felt around the first stone, then eased the scoop down to the next stone, and the next after that. There were so many of them, piled haphazardly. It was difficult to know if he touched every one of them. He was beginning to despair, for he knew that Compton Fielding was becoming impatient, believing James was somehow trying to fool him. "Just a moment," he called out. "I believe perhaps I've found something. Yes, it's a chain, and it's wrapped around a ballast stone, just as they'd all thought it would have to be." He'd prayed the chain would be stout, the links as strong as the devil, given the vicious tides, the storms that blew over the island in a matter of hours. "James, you've got it?" "Yes," James said, so relieved he wanted to yell. "Come over here on this side, Gibson. It's time for our 2 scoops to work together. If we find a metal chest at the end of this chain, it will be heavy. I hope the poles will be strong enough to bring it up." The poles went deeper. It was getting close. James was beginning to wonder if that villain Blackbeard had just fastened chains to the ballast stones as a grand jest, when his spade hit metal. Blackbeard's treasure trunk. I've got it. It was slow, tedious work. They had to fit their scoops beneath the metal chest and slowly bring it up and pray the poles were strong enough not to break in half under the weight of the chest and the filthy muck in the marsh. They couldn't take the risk of trying to pull the chain free of the ballast stone. If they lost their grip, the treasure could sink to the bottom of the world. Slowly, slowly, they worked it up. It was heavier than a horse that had once fallen on James during a 4-mile heat. He'd been lucky, only 3 ribs cracked. If he failed at this, he wouldn't be as lucky. He'd be dead. Jessie and his babe would be dead. He didn't doubt that for a minute. Suddenly, gypsum slipped. The chest slid off James's scoop and fell down into the muck again. James cursed, then quickly turned. "Don't do anything, Compton. We'll just get it again. Wait, Gibson. I feel something. Yes, the chain is wrapped at least 3 times around another of the stones. It's a good thing we've got more length of chain, or else we'd never clear the surface of the muck. I know you didn't slip, James. It was Gibson here. You afraid, boy?" Compton Fielding very carefully aimed the pistol and fired. Gypsum leaped backward as the bullet exploded the slimy ground at his feet and fell flailing into the marsh. He yelled as the black, filthy water closed over his head. "Damn you, Compton!" James grabbed the man's arm and jerked him out of the marsh as quickly as possible. "I need him, you bloody fool!" Gypsum stood there, his shoulders bowed, trembling from head to foot, covered with slime. "There's 100 snakes in there, Mr. James," Gypsum was whispering, so afraid that he could scarce speak. "Snakes? I felt one of 'em slithering around my arm. Oh, God. That should teach you to be a bit more careful, Gypsum. Get back to work now before I become more impatient with you. Next time, I just might force James to leave you in there." "If you kill either of us," James said calmly, so enraged he wanted to close his fingers around Fielding's neck and choke the life out of him, "then who will pull up your bloody treasure? I'll just tie Jessie up and be the second man. I'd just as soon not, but I don't want any more mistakes. Get to it now."
"I want what's due me." All during their labor, he heard Compton speaking quietly to Jessie, terrifying her, telling her that her precious husband best not lose his treasure, or he'd have a wife without a head. Yes, he'd blow her head off. It made James frantic. He looked over at Gibson. He'd never seen such intense concentration on his face in all the years he'd known him. He smelled dreadful, black filth covering him, hardening into a mask as it dried on his face. But he was a fighter. The good Lord knew that. Before James had bought him and set him free, he'd learned to be a survivor. He wanted nothing to happen to Gibson. They couldn't lose the damn chest now. James had the 3 loops of chain free of the ballast stones. At last. James said very quietly, "Does the chest have handles, Gibson? Can you feel any?" "I don't know, Mr. James. I'm afeard to search out a handle. I just might drop my end of the chest. I can't do that, Mr. James. He'll send me back into that pit." "That's what Blackbeard called it," Fielding said.
Deep in a pit, that's what he wrote. It is a clue of sorts, but worthless out of this context. Now, James, how close to the surface is the chest? He pulled Jessie forward as he spoke, bringing her to the very edge of the marsh now. The ground was soggy. The stench of rotted vegetation, of the gases in the marsh itself, were nearly overpowering. She was too scared to gag. We managed to unwind 3 loops of chain twisted around the ballast stone. It should give enough length to bring the chest to the top, but I can't be certain. Be patient. For God's sake, don't let Jessie fall in. No, I shan't lose her, James, don't worry. I'm surprised that you haven't demanded to know everything. I applaud your restraint. As I said before, you think. You know what's important at any given moment. Later, James, if all goes as I wish it to, you will know all you wish. The chest broke the surface. There was a huge sucking sound as James and Gibson managed to drag it over to the edge of the marsh onto the ground. James just stared at it for a long moment. He supposed he really hadn't believed it existed. "Thank God," he said at last. "We've got it." "Excellent," Fielding said, so excited he could scarcely breathe now. Like James, he just stared for a long moment at that old metal chest, sludge and filth coating it. The lock was still intact. My treasure. At last, all I've worked for. "You didn't work a minute for this," Jessie said. "You don't deserve this." James wished he could stuff a sock in her mouth. "It doesn't matter," he said quickly. "It's yours, Compton. Nearly yours, if we can get it open." James managed to grasp a filthy, rusted handle on the side of the chest and pull it along the slick, soggy grass. It was a good-sized chest. "Oh no," Compton yelled, waving his gun wildly. "Damnation! Just look! There are holes in it. It's metal. How can there be bloody holes in its sides?" He jerked Jessie to her knees beside him as he fumbled with the locked clasp on the front of the chest. He couldn't manage it. He leaned back and fired into the lock, splintering it, sending its pieces flying into the marsh, making not a sound as they landed and sank. He was chortling now, shoving back the metal lid. My God, it's filthy, but there are jewels and so many coins. Thank God they didn't fall out of those damned holes. Jewels don't rust or rot. Yes, there are jewels. He dropped his pistol and plunged his hands and arms into the chest. And then he screamed. He was on his knees in front of the chest, leaning over the opening. His arm was still thrust into the filthy pieces of jewelry and coin. Out of the depths of the chest rose a cottonmouth snake, surely the ugliest snake ever created, its body nearly as thick as a man's neck, its mouth a dead, puffy white, a white that looked like rancid maggot-covered meat. The snake's mouth gaped open. A rope of pearls hung out of its open mouth, falling on either side like a bridle in a horse's mouth, the reins trailing. The snake stared at Compton Fielding. Then it lunged up his arm, in the flash of an instant, its fangs going deep into his shirt. Another cottonmouth emerged, this one opening its mouth to show a necklace of emeralds, the snake's venom having cleaned off the gems enough to see the deep green of the stones. It wrapped itself around Compton's arm, so gently and slowly it seemed to move, and very smoothly. It opened its mouth, spat out the emeralds, and sank its fangs deep in the back of his hand. "Compton, get your arms out of that damned chest! Damn you, move!" Compton Fielding shrieked and shrieked, but he didn't move. He seemed incapable of doing anything but scream. Another cottonmouth, this one slithering through one of the holes in the side of the chest, shimmied up Compton's chest, gently easing beneath his arm and viciously biting his armpit once, twice, 3 times before it slithered off him and sank back down into the chest. Compton Fielding shrieked again. Still, he didn't move. Couldn't move? James didn't know. He yelled at him, but it did no good. James jerked Jessie away when one of the cottonmouths turned in their direction, its open mouth yawning even wider. He pulled them both farther away from that cursed chest. James realized blankly that only seconds had passed, and yet it seemed like a bloody lifetime. Move, damn it, Compton. Get away from the chest. Compton Fielding turned his head very slightly so he could see James. He said in a soft, tired voice, "I can't. Just look at them, James. They ate through the chest because they wanted the treasure. Just look at the one with those pearls looped through his mouth. He didn't even spit them out when he bit me. Oh, God, just look at them. So many of them." 2 more cottonmouths came up from the depths of the treasure chest. They had no jewelry or coins in their mouths. They moved slowly, as if they weren't really interested. They took their time, biting Compton Fielding's arms, his neck, then slithered back down into the chest and out the holes on the slippery grass. They slid back into the marsh. James had been frantically looking for Fielding's pistol, then remembered had stuck his own into his boot. Cursing himself, he pulled the pistol from his boot and fired. One of the cottonmouths was still wrapped around Fielding's arm. He flowed off, sinking back down into the chest. James fired again, using his second bullet, knowing it did no good, but feeling angry and helpless. Why the devil didn't Fielding move? The snakes were eating him alive. He hadn't so much as whispered for several minutes now, not even shuddering when yet another cottonmouth bit him. Just there on his knees, in front of that damn chest, his hands and arms still plunged into its depths, letting the snakes devour him. "Gibson, take Jessie away from here. There might be more snakes. Get her to safety." "I'll take her," Badger said, and he lifted Jessie into his arms. "Yes, James, all of us are here," Marcus said. "Surely you must have suspected when you saw no one when you and Gibson left the house with those 2 poles. Now, this fellow here is nearly dead. Who the devil is he?" "We haven't seen a villain in many a year," the Duchess said, but she didn't step forward. "I hate snakes. God, these are hideous. Be careful, all of you." "What should we do with this man?" Spears said. "I hate snakes as well, Duchess. I'm glad Maggie isn't here. She wouldn't be happy were she here seeing those hideous snakes." "Step back, James," Marcus said. "Let me see if I can't get rid of the rest of those snakes." He fired both shots in his pistol, then nodded to Spears, who then fired his 2 shots. James waited. He saw no more movement, no more undulating swells beneath that pile of jewels and coins. He managed to pull Compton Fielding free of the chest. His face was the color of those damned snakes' mouths, a sickening, bloated white. "Compton?" "Yes, James," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. "I can't see you, but I can hear you a bit. Where is Jessie?" "I'm here."
The tone should be world-weary and professional. Stress should be conveyed through a tightening of the voice, or a slightly flat affect, rather than shouting or exaggerated anger. Dialogue. Yuki should be lighter and more engaged, but still within a realistic, natural conversational range. Climax execution. The transition to action must be quick and urgent, but the emotion of alarm should be understated, e.g., a sharp intake of breath or a sudden increase in volume for only a few words, reflecting a professional reacting immediately without losing control. Goal. The delivery should sound authentic, as if the character is recounting a stressful event the day after, making the thrill organic and believable, not imposed. "Please tell me what happened to those Roanoke colonists." "They went with the Croatoan Indians when they had no more food. I imagine once they filled their bellies, they began to behave like the masters, even though the Indians had saved them. The Indians, in retaliation, sold them to the Spanish. Valentine was taken to Spain. Later, she traveled to England and married a merchant from Bristol. As to what became of the other colonists, I suppose most of them remained in Spain." "Thank you," he said. "James, perhaps you won't tell my mama that I killed Alan Belmont. She always liked him, even though I knew he was a scoundrel." "I won't tell her," James said. "Thank you," Fielding said, jerked once, then lay still. A cottonmouth slithered up the bank and moved with incredible speed through the soggy grass, the pearl necklace still held in its mouth, its ends trailing behind him, perfect black circles becoming streaked with white as they were pulled through the grass. "He's dead," James said. "All because of that damnable treasure." "What shall we do with the treasure?" Jessie asked, eyeing the chest with revulsion.
Even as she spoke, another cottonmouth poked its head through the surface, coins sliding off its thick head. Samson raised his pistol and fired. The cottonmouth fell back into the chest. "It's horrible, James," Jessie said, unable to look away from the chest. "These jewels and coins, all of it stolen from the people Blackbeard killed to fill this chest. I can't bear it." "I agree," James said, looking first at Spears, then Badger, then Samson, and finally at Marcus and the Duchess. Slowly, each of them nodded. "Let the filth and snakes have it again," the Duchess said. "Let it sink to China." James and Gypsum both put their booted feet against the chest, kicking it hard. It fell back into the marsh, sinking slowly until it was nearly gone from view beneath the black surface. They watched a snake rise from the chest and out of the water, then sink down again as the chest disappeared. Fat, lazy bubbles rose to the surface, popping, flattening. No one said a word, just watched until the black water again became still. Gypsum said, "I itch. God, I thought I wanted to be rich, but not that way, Mr. James. Neither that way." Suddenly, the Duchess leaned down and picked something up from the sodden marshy grass. "Look at this," she said, and, without thinking, cleaned it off on her skirt. It was a necklace, an elaborate chain of gold. In its center was a ruby, as deep a red as a winter sunset on the Outer Banks. The Duchess rubbed the ruby against her palm, then held it up. "Look," she said, "it's a swan." She handed it to James. He turned it over and over in his hand. The huge ruby was very warm against his flesh. "There is printing on the chain," he said, bringing it up close so he could make it out. "What does it say?" Jessie said. "It says Valentine Swan, 1718, Edward Teach." They just stared at each other. 36. Which horse to cheer for? They all look the same to me. Anonymous. "Go, Jig. You can do it, boy. Go." Jessie was straining forward to see her beloved 6-year-old quarter horse spurred through the pack to take the early lead. "Not well done of you, Jessie," her mother-in-law said, in a voice loud enough to be heard through all the cheering. "You're a Wyndham, not a Warfield. That's your father's horse. Oh, dear. It's such a fast race, isn't it? Only a quarter mile. Go, Consul. Go, boy. Yes, Consul, you can do it." Her father frowned at her and shook her arm. "You were shouting for Jig. Now you're shouting for a Wyndham horse. Where are your loyalties, Jessie? Oh, dear. Both of you run. Run. Move, Jig. That's it, Consul. You can do it." James was riding Consul and losing. The other jockeys weighed less than a sandbag, James would say, and curse, saying he'd have to shoot them to win. But he tried, flattening himself against Consul's back, hugging his neck. Jessie couldn't help herself. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "James, you can do it. Give Consul a good kick with your boot heels. He loves it." Consul got 2 sharp kicks. He burst forward like a ball out of a cannon, surprising the crowd of at least 200 people, who, for the most part, had bet against him. James was just too big to win a fast race like this. His friends always rubbed their hands together when he was riding, knowing they could safely bet against him. He won this time. It was those 2 kicks that did it. Jessie was certain of that. Consul flung himself across the finish line a good length in front of Jig from the Warfield stable. Sweating, grinning like a sinner in a room full of Puritans, James kicked himself free of Consul, handed his reins to Oslo, and strode like the conquering hero to his wife, who was standing there as white as a sheet, staring up at him. "What the devil is wrong with you?" "I heard you, Jessie, and I did give Consul that little nudge. It worked, didn't it?" He kissed her hard, hugged her until she gasped, then turned without losing a beat. "Well, Oliver, I fancy after Marathon wins the next 3 races today, you'll be coming to our house, a big bottle of champagne under your right arm, bowing and scraping to me, the winner. You can bow and scrape to Jessie, too." Jessie tugged on his sleeve. James turned towards Consul, who was blowing hard, looking pleased with himself. Just look at him. What a heart Consul has. He was right. He did need the boot heels. He nearly left me behind. He spurted forward so quickly. He was rubbing his hands together, still elated from his unexpected win, still grinning from ear to ear, words bubbling up in his mind to describe the brilliance of his horse, how Oliver should just give up and offer James a standing offer of champagne. Jessie tugged on his sleeve again. He turned, smiling. "What is it, love? You want to give the conquering hero a kiss?" She said very clearly, enunciating each word slowly. "James, I think our baby is coming." James stared at her blankly. "No, Jessie, that can't be right. The babe isn't due for another week, at least. Don't you remember? You told me that coming to the race today would be good for you. You needed to be out in the fresh air. You needed to exercise your lungs, shouting for our horses to win. No, surely you're wrong about this. I didn't hear you shouting for your father's horse, did I? No, you wouldn't do that. She did, James' mother informed him. However, I speedily brought her to her senses. Suddenly, Jessie gasped, her arms hugging her big belly. "Oh my God," shouted Oliver Warfield. "James, do something. She can't have my first grandchild here at the racecourse. Damn you. What did you do to my little girl?" James knew exactly what to do, but he wasn't permitted to do a thing. As soon as he laid Jessie down on their bed back at Marathon, Dr. Houlihan, who'd been waiting, shoved him out of the way. "You're not a doctor. You're a husband. Go away, James. This isn't the place for you." But Jessie whispered, her lips already dry and cracking from the cries she couldn't seem to hold inside her, "James, don't leave me. You promised me that you wouldn't let anything happen to me." James gave Dr. Houlihan a look and sat himself down beside his wife. "It won't take long, Jessie. Just hold on to my hand when the pains come. It will be over soon. I swear it to you." "Yes, I know it." "How the hell do you know how long it will take, James?" Dr. Houlihan asked, looking up. "You're not a bloody doctor." "All right, so you might help mares when they're foaling, but that's nothing like this. I'm the doctor here. This is Jessie's first child. It will certainly take more than the next 20 minutes. It will probably take hours, maybe even days. Why, I knew one first child who required a full 4 days to be born." Jessie moaned at that. "Don't say that, damn you," James said, turning. "You're scaring the hell out of her and me. Just get on with what you have to do. Don't listen to him, Jessie. Listen to me."
"I'm your husband, and I know what I'm talking about. Dancy is good for stitching up cuts, but he doesn't know all that much. He's just bragging about that baby that took the 4 days. No, you're coming along very nicely. It will be over soon." "Humph," Dancy Houlihan said. "I hate this," Jessie said, closing her eyes as she felt Dr. Houlihan's hands move between her legs and to her belly. Then a pain struck, and she wouldn't have cared if the entire population of Baltimore had trooped into her bedchamber and commented on her bent, sprawled legs. The pain was ghastly, unimaginable. It was ripping her apart, she knew it. 4 days. No, that couldn't be possible. No human could bear this pain for 4 days. "I'm not going to survive this, James," she said, panting between gritted teeth. "My mama didn't tell me it would be this horrible. It's worse than horrible. I wish it were you, James, not me. Why the devil can't it be you?" Dr. Houlihan snorted as he stood up between her legs. "James couldn't bear it, Jessie. He'd be a pitiful mess after just one bout of contractions. Women are much better at it. Think about the beauty of the experience, how God ordained that you, woman, would be the vessel to carry all generations. Think of how blessed you are. Think—" She screamed, nearly lurching off the bed. "Shut your damn trap, Dancy," James said, nearly yelling. "No, not you, Jessie. You shout as much as you want to. You're doing very well. How close are her pains, Dancy?" "Coming more closely together, obviously. I'm doing other things, James. I haven't timed them. If you're so bloody interested, time them yourself." "You're nearly there, love," James said. "Nearly there. That's right. Push as hard as you want." To Dr. Houlihan's absolute astonishment, and a bit of chagrin as well, Jessie birthed a boy exactly 20 minutes later. "I don't believe this," Dr. Houlihan said, holding the bawling infant by his heels and giving him a good smack on his tiny buttocks. The yell made both James and Jessie smile. "This wasn't supposed to happen. This must be some sort of record, Jessie. I will write to the medical journals and report this. Of course, they'll believe I'm lying just to enlarge my reputation. Jessie, would you mind coming with me if they do disbelieve me and testify that I did indeed birth your child in a mere 20 minutes? "I don't think so, Dancy," Jessie said, staring toward the naked baby he held in his arms, seemingly unaware of him. "If you don't mind, that is." "I suppose not," Dr. Houlihan said, looking down at the baby, who promptly yelled. "He sounds just like you, James," Jessie said.
I was thinking that was your voice I just heard, Jessie. Actually, Dr. Houlihan said as he cleaned the baby and wrapped him in a soft towel, I was thinking he sounded just like James' mother. Both new parents groaned. An hour later, Jessie was cleaned up, dressed in a fresh white nightgown, her hair brushed and braided. The baby was asleep in the cradle next to the bed. She watched James stare down at their tiny, precious son, then lean down and lightly kiss his forehead. He then turned to her, smiling widely. "You did it, in 20 minutes flat. For a while there I thought Dancy was going to cry. Then, when I reminded him that he'd just been present at a new record, he did brighten up a bit. He asked me, when you were feeling a bit stronger, to give his request some more thought. I fear he's serious. He would delight in presenting you to his colleagues." James laughed as he shook his head. I told him to go get drunk on his success. He bent over and kissed her mouth. She was still too pale for his liking. He sat beside her, took her hand between his, and said, "I did mean to say this sooner, Jessie. I love you." "I'm sore," she said, not looking at him. "Yes, but you'll mend. You didn't tear, and that's good. I'm so proud of you, and I do love you, very much. I've felt love for you for a good long time now, ever since Gypsum told me that Compton Fielding had taken you. I realized then that I loved you, that I couldn't bear it if I ever lost you. You're saying that because I just gave you a son. Every man wants a son, no matter what he says to the contrary. It's brought forth all sorts of grateful feelings in you. Where did you get that bit of errant wisdom?" She had the grace to flush. She still wouldn't look at him. "From your mama." He smacked his forehead. "I love you. I love our son. I would have loved our daughter equally. When the hell did you ever believe anything my mother said?" She looked thoughtful, even as her hand stroked up his arm to his neck, to his cheek, where at last her fingers caressed him. "That was the first and last time, I swear it. See that it is." "He looks exactly like his father," Mrs. Wilhelmina Wyndham announced to the parlor at large, as she looked down at her week-old grandson. "A chin as beautiful as Apollo's." "I think he looks like my little Jessie," said Portia Warfield. "Just look at those green eyes and that sweet little dimple. Jessie had a dimple just exactly like that one, but she lost it when she was no more than 5. "You don't lose a dimple, Portia," Wilhelmina said, her disgust evident. "She never had a dimple. It's my James who has the dimple. About her eyes. Eyes always change color, but not with this darling child. He will have green eyes, just like James, whose green eyes are a richer and deeper green than Jessie's are. Yes, they will be James' eyes." James looked from his mother to his mother-in-law and said, "I think he looks more like Bellini, my 3-year-old, when he was just foaled." He laughed and laughed when the two grandmothers turned on him, outrage stiffening every bone that wasn't already stiff from age in their bodies. After all, he was all wobbly, wet, nearly bald, but he had the cutest mouth, opening all the time, showing a tongue surely the size of a hand, just like Bellini when he was foaled. "James, that's ridiculous," said his mamma. "You will cease such comparisons." "Yes, James, this is my grandson. He is surely beautiful. He is surely perfect. Just wait until he begins wailing. You will run from the room covering your ears." Jessie grinned at the people in her parlor as she walked into the room. "In fact," she said thoughtfully, "I think he should begin to realize he's starving any minute now." Everyone stared at the white bundle in James's arms. In 1 minute to the second, Taylor James Warfield Wyndham let out a yell that set the crystal trembling on the mantelpiece. York, England, December 1825. York races. Bidet Jessie Wyndham beat everyone. It took Jessie only a minute to realize that all the jockeys around her were protecting her from the few jockeys from other stables. At first, she wanted to yell at them, curse them with every foul word she'd learned from her earliest years in the stables. Then she began laughing. Well, she thought, let them keep up. She kicked Dorset in his sleek sides and shot forward. The wind pulled at her hair. She felt the air burning her face. She felt 1,000 pounds of horse pounding beneath her. She loved it. Lord, she'd missed racing. She quickly outstripped her jockey honor guard. Then she saw one of them out of the corner of her eye. She'd known that any self-respecting jockey wouldn't allow her to walk away with the race. But she beat him handily, laughing when Dorset flashed across the finish line, blowing hard, head high. The other horses pulled into a circle around her, and the jockeys threw up their hats and cheered wildly. James walked toward her, looking furious. Oh dear, was he blind? There'd been no danger, except perhaps from one of her protectors accidentally running into Dorset's rear end, which hadn't been at all likely. She wouldn't have let that happen. She was by far too good a jockey. "Madam, what the devil do you think you're doing?" He clasped her around her waist and lifted her down. "Just look at you. Your streamers are tangled and blown apart. That bloody hat. You look like a beggar. I don't know what I'm going to do with you, damn you." "How about giving the winner a chair, James?" He stared down at her, pulled a streamer from around her neck, and stepped back. "May God grant me patience," he said, then grabbed Marcus's hat off his head and threw it into the air, yelling, "May our son be as excellent a rider as his mother." "Hear, hear," the Duchess said. "Well done, James." "It'll kill her when we're alone," he said. "You outran your protectors. You left them to swallow your dust. You didn't give a good damn about your own safety. You—" He stared down at her, his heart in his eyes. "You, Jessie Wyndham, were magnificent." He then took his son, Taylor, from Spears. "What do you think?" he asked his son as he nuzzled his throat. "Do you think I should throttle your mama?" 3-year-old Taylor said in a voice loud and clear, "My mama told me she was the best jockey in all the world. My grandpa said it was the truth. She said you were good, Papa, but you're too big a man. She told me she hoped I didn't grow as big as you." James groaned, pulled Jessie against him, and said, "I don't stand a chance." She turned a glowing face to him. "Isn't life wonderful, James?" "It's the best," he said, and leaned down and kissed her. They heard cheering all around them. Taylor let out a yell that nearly felled his father. "Dr. Houlihan was right, James," Jessie said. "Those are your mother's lungs. They just get stronger by the year." Epilogue. Marcus Wyndham, the Earl of Chase, not only became a father to 4 children, all by the Duchess, but also became active in the House of Lords in the Melbourne government. In 1837, he was appointed an advisor to the new Queen of England, Victoria. It is said she would have married him if she could have, because he was so wickedly fair of person and so wickedly wicked of tongue. This was her last witty remark. The Duchess, the Countess of Chase, became the most famous ditty writer of her time, although Queen Victoria is said to have complained that some of the ditties hovered on the precipice of the vulgar, to which a journalist replied in an impertinent column, "Then tootle them not, your Majesty, and leave them to your salty dogs." In the English Navy today, her famous Sailor's Song is still one of the favorite drinking tunes. In 1837, Anthony Godwin Ruthven Wyndham, Viscount Radcliffe and eldest son of Marcus and the Duchess, married Cecilia Derwent Nightingale, eldest daughter of North and Caroline Nightingale, whose wild antics fascinated Anthony and terrified her parents. He called her his devilkin. Queen Victoria was persuaded by the Earl of Chase to be godmother to his grandson, Marcus James Bentford Wyndham, born in 1838. It is said that many busy fingers counted months until the birth of their child, which, fortunately, arrived only 1 week early. Charles, second son of Marcus and the Duchess, married a Russian duchess whose mother was English and moved to St. Petersburg, only to return with his wife to England after but one Russian winter. Charles later became the British ambassador to Russia, though he turned down the post twice before finally accepting it. He said that even my dear wife's fiery kisses can't keep me warm enough in that bloody climate. His wife, Mariana Shelley Petrovinka Wyndham, sang her mother-in-law's ditties far and wide in a rich soprano voice and wrote 2 Gothic novels in the 1860s. North and Caroline Nightingale, Viscount and Viscountess Chilton, helped revitalize the tin mining industry in northern Cornwall with the aid of Raphael and Victoria Carstairs. They brought 5 children into Cornwall, all of them hellraisers, their eldest daughter Cecilia leading the way, their father said many times in near despair. Their 2 younger blue-eyed daughters married twin brother robber barons from New York and moved there in 1846. North and Caroline's sons, Edmund and Alexander, both became vicars, strangely enough, after having sowed enough wild oats for a cavalry battalion, their father said, shaking his head whenever he viewed his sons exhorting their flocks from behind their pulpits. North walked on the moors with his hounds once a year, just to remind himself how very sweet life was and how very warm it made him feel to hear his wife's rich laughter upon his return. Owen Fawkes married Miss Mary Patricia. His adopted son, Owen, became a famous violinist and composer and moved to Prague. His first sonata was dedicated to his mother, Alice, who had died birthing him. Mr. Fawkes remained at Honeymead Manor until his fond wife happened to find him dead in a ditch, supposedly of too much drink, in the late fall of 1832. No one questioned her closely. Caroline never ran out of laughter. Her 2 godly sons tried to populate Cornwall double-handedly, she was heard to say, when her 14th grandchild was born. Healthy and loud. Another prospective hellraiser, North added, rubbing his hands together, seeing revenge in the future. James and Jessie Wyndham, the American Wyndhams, lived a Proserpine arrangements, 6 months at Candlethorpe in Yorkshire and 6 months at Marathon in Baltimore. They brought 3 children into the world. Taylor, the eldest, was as horse-mad as his parents. In 1844, he married Marielle Elizabeth Wyndham, his first cousin, born 16 months after he was, saying just after their wedding that, "I've known her since I was 1½ years old. I might as well stay with her to see how she turns out." Both of them turned out very well. Marielle became more American than English, though she continually mixed her idioms. James and Jessie spoke rarely of Blackbeard's treasure, but they did occasionally visit the Warfield house on Ocracoke in the summer. They rode horses bareback on the beach, Jessie's streamers tangling wildly in the wind. Jessie published a treatise on the lost colony of Roanoke, but it wasn't well received. She was promptly accused of having falsified Valentine's diary, being a woman and thus unskilled in proper forgery methods. Wilhelmina Wyndham bullied her grandchildren until the day she passed on to her just reward, which all her relatives prayed was truly just. As for Alice Belmont and Neldham, widow of Bram Carlyle, Compton Fielding was right. Upon her husband's death in 1824, Nelda and Alice moved to New York and became famous literary hostesses. Jessie passed down the Valentine swan necklace to her eldest daughter. It is still in the Wyndham family, despite outlandish offers made by collectors. Spears and Badger remained with Marcus and the Duchess, becoming godparents many times to all the Wyndham offspring, both English and American. They spent at least a month every year in Baltimore with the American Wyndhams, Spears informing Marcus that Mr. Badger and I know our duty. Indeed, we do enjoy ourselves in assisting James and Jessie to improve upon their child-rearing practices. Marcus, never one to complain, nonetheless forewent writing any major speeches for the House of Lords until Spears had returned to provide him nominal assistance. It is said that Badger once cooked for President Andrew Jackson. Samson and Maggie also remained part of the Wyndham household. Maggie gave birth to Damon Arthur Lancelot Sampson in 1825. Damon became one of the most famous actors on the London stage in the entire 19th century, excelling in his roles of Othello, Hamlet, and Shylock. He was extraordinarily handsome, charming, and witty, but he never married. He always gave thanks to his beautiful mother, who, he was fond of saying, sacrificed her own acting career to the rigors of motherhood. No one ever challenged this. Wyndhams and Nightingales are everywhere. Perhaps one is a neighbor. For a complete list of this author's books, click here or visit www.penguin.com/culturechecklist.